Good morning, I'm Tanya Iser. I'm a senior investigative reporter with Channel 8. I'm joined this morning by Mike Howard, who will be our legal expert today as we continue in day 2 of the trial of Tanner Horner for the murder of Athena Strand. We're going to start off by playing a couple of stories to get us up to speed about where things stand.
Mr. Horner, to the charge of capital murder, you may plead guilty or not guilty. What is your plea?
Guilty, Your Honor.
Tanner Horner shocked everyone when at the last minute he pled guilty to killing 7-year-old Athena Strand. Prosecutors no longer have to prove he did it, instead focus on what punishment he deserves. They want the death penalty.
You're going to hear what a 250-pound man can do to a 67-pound child. And when I say it's horrible, I mean it.
Prosecutors didn't ease into it. They warned jurors right away about what they're going to see and hear.
You can hear the banging in the truck. You can hear the screams.
Prosecutors say on November 30th, 2022, Horner was delivering these Barbie dolls to Athena's home, a Christmas gift from her stepmother. But what he brought was not the joy of the holidays, but pain.
What you're going to see is that he brought violence, fear, and death.
Prosecutors say Horner kidnapped a little girl and showed the jury a critical piece of evidence, a photo of Athena inside that FedEx truck. Horner initially claimed he accidentally ran over her and killed her because he feared he was going to lose his job. Prosecutors say this image tells the truth.
First thing Tanner Horner says to Athena when he picks her up and puts her in that truck, he leans down and he says, "Don't scream or I'll hurt you."
The defense is asking jurors to see a different picture. They say Horner is a man who has been mentally ill his entire life.
Tanner's injury actually began before he was born.
They also claim during his childhood he was exposed to toxic levels of lead.
That lead has terrible effects on the brain.
The defense plans to call 19 expert witnesses and are asking the jury to give Horner life in prison. Prosecutors argue he showed no mercy for little Athena Strand, so they should show him no mercy. In Fort Worth, I'm Rebecca Lopez.
The courtroom grew heavy as the jury listened to hours of painful testimony tied to the final moments of 7-year-old Athena Strand.
You may plead guilty or not guilty. What is your plea?
Guilty, Your Honor.
Delivery driver Tanner Horner and his defense attorneys surprised the court on his first day of trial with that guilty plea. The judge wasted no time turning what was supposed to be his criminal trial into the sentencing phase. That kicked off with prosecutors laying out evidence against Horner, including screenshots from video recorded inside his delivery truck on November 30th, 2022. That's when Athena Strand went missing from her home in Paradise, Horner's last delivery that day for FedEx. He now admits he took her life. One of the first witnesses, Athena's teacher, who described her as a free spirit who loved life.
I adored Athena. She was so much fun. She was a free spirit. She loved drawing. She loved to write. She loved to color. She was just your typical, 7-year-old little girl that just loved life. She would come in with, stickers on her hands. She loved to dress up. Like, she truly was a free spirit. Like, there's no other word to describe her. Like, she definitely was a true gem.
Tanner Horner didn't really show any emotion in court. His defense attorneys are asking the jurors to consider his autism diagnosis as they decide his punishment. When court starts back on Wednesday, the jury will watch hours of videos connected to Athena's 2022 disappearance. They will decide if the 35-year-old delivery driver will get the death penalty or life behind bars. In Tarrant County, I'm Scoop Jefferson.
Now that Tanner Horner has pled guilty to capital murder for the killing of 7-year-old Athena Strand, the trial has gone into the punishment phase. That's where jurors must answer 2 critical questions that will determine his sentence. They're called special issues. First, jurors must decide whether Horner would be a continuing danger to society. If even one juror says no, the death penalty is off the table, and the sentence automatically becomes life in prison without parole. But if all jurors say yes, they move to a second question. Are there reasons to spare him from the death penalty, including evidence about his character, background, or mental condition? If all jurors reject those reasons, Horner will be sentenced to death. If they cannot agree, the sentence again becomes life without parole. Attorneys say much of this phase could hinge on expert testimony. Horner's lawyers have argued that his autism should be considered as a reason to spare him from the death penalty. Jurors will now weigh those questions as they decide Tanner Horner's final punishment. Will he spend the rest of his life in prison or be sentenced to death for the killing of Athena Strand? Okay, again, I'm Tanya Iser. I'm a senior investigative reporter here at Channel 8, joined by Mike Howard, our legal analyst for today. Mike, obviously, yesterday's decision by Tanner Horner to plead guilty was quite the shocker. I was not expecting it. I can't recall the last time I have seen a case like this just go directly into punishment. What do you think? What do you think about the decision, and what do you think went into it?
It is a really shocking decision. Generally speaking, if you're going to enter a plea of guilty, you're going to do that in exchange for some bargain. You know, we call that plea bargaining for a reason. And so when I heard yesterday that he had pled guilty, I just assumed, my initial reaction was, oh, they must have
cut a deal.
Agreed to take death off the table, and he's going to plead to life without the possibility of parole. So it was very shocking to me to hear that death is still on the table. The thought in the legal community in general, and there are different views, so I don't want to say that the defense is clearly out of bounds for going in this direction. I think
and maybe he wanted to.
Right. So
we don't know.
They might have a strategy. He may have said, this is what I want to do, and they followed that. But generally speaking, even if there's a less than 1% chance at a not guilty verdict, or even just a hung jury, or just you just never know, there's no downside to take that chance and go to trial. Especially because if you plead guilty and there's no deal on the sentence, then you're going to have essentially a trial anyways. The prosecution may take a witness or two off the table and not proceed, but it's not like they're not going to put on their case. They're going to put on their full case. They want to make sure the jury has complete context. So it doesn't really save any time. I think there's a strong possibility that the defendant himself made the decision and said, I feel strongly about this. It's what I want to do, and then the lawyers honored it. There's also a chance that the lawyers made a strategic decision that they thought that they might get some mercy from the jury for not, for him accepting responsibility, for him not putting them and the community through a quote unquote full trial, and they're hoping for some kind of nudge towards mercy because of that. That's the best strategic guess I could make.
Do you see that working?
They only need one person, so I don't think it's a crazy strategy, and frankly, they may feel like they don't have a lot. I mean, this is not a whodunit.
It never was.
It never was. So they may feel like there's not a lot of downside. What's interesting to me is there were some arguments about his confession and whether it was admissible, and so the strictly lawyer part of me hopes for the defense that they buttoned all that up. They got all their objections in, they got rulings on them, they preserved those issues for appeal, because in a capital murder case where the death penalty is on the table, especially if it's imposed, the appeal process is the biggest, longest, most litigated part of the process, and it would be ineffective assistance of counsel to give up on major appellate issues. So these are good lawyers. I'm sure they have. I just don't know that, and that was my first reaction. I was, oh gosh, I really hope that's all buttoned up.
Oh, they have filed dozens and dozens and dozens of filings. I won't claim to have read all of them. I read enough of them to make sure that I had a pretty solid understanding of the case. But yeah, they have filed all kinds of different objections related to his autism, related to the confession, just all up and down the line, arguing that the death penalty is unconstitutional. Like, you name it, they have filed it.
And from the defense perspective, so I think it's important for people to understand. I think sometimes the public is like, these lawyers are being ridiculous. They're filing all these motions, or they're making just absurd arguments. What you have to understand is that the phrase in the legal community is death is different. And that comes from a Supreme Court opinion. We're all quoting a Supreme Court justice on that. Death is different. Death is different for a lot of reasons. And one of the reasons is you have to put every single argument on the table, even if, no one is expecting this judge to hold that the death penalty is unconstitutional.
Right.
No one's expecting, any one of the dozens of motions to be granted. Part of it is you are preserving your rights for appeal, because you just never know in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years down the road, does the makeup of the Supreme Court change? Justices pass away, the new justices are appointed by future presidents, the makeup of the court could change a lot. And if that happens, you want to make sure that this is cruel and unusual, or your mental health arguments, or your confession was involuntary, whatever the argument is, that you've preserved that. There's also a strategy from the defense perspective of you're trying to educate the judge. Right. So sometimes these motions, an average motion in a regular case might be 2 or 3 or 4 pages. In these death penalty cases, it's very common to be filing 20 and 30 and 50 and 100-page motions.
80 to 100 pages. I won't claim to have read every one of them, but there was a lot of them.
You're trying to, from a defense perspective, you're trying to, A, get it all in there so that it's there in the record for the appellate court to rule on later, and B, you're trying to educate the judge. Because even though the judge is not the one who makes the ultimate decision, it's the jury, just like an umpire in baseball, the judge can affect the outcome of the case quite dramatically just by the way they call balls and strikes.
Do you lose something by him pleading guilty? Okay, so you've contested the admissibility of the confession. Do you lose something by his guilty plea on that part of it?
You absolutely can, and that's what I was alluding to earlier, that I hope that they really dotted their I's and crossed their T's on this as a defense lawyer, hoping the best for other defense lawyers professionally. Because generally, like the normal rule is if you plead guilty, you are waiving your right to appeal. That's kind of part of the process. There is an exception for that if you have filed all your motions, you've gotten rulings on those motions, and you are saying, look, because you've already denied my motions and because they are preserved for appeal, I am going to go ahead and plead guilty, but I am preserving the right to appeal. And the judge says, okay, I'm going to give you permission to appeal even though you're pleading guilty. It's a rare kind of narrow carve out. And so I assume that's what's happened in this case.
Just for our viewers out there, why does the prosecution, why do they need to go ahead and present their entire case? And I suspect, and I don't know if you agree with this, that there'll be the witnesses that we won't hear from will be the ones that would have probably been called to set up, like if you want to admit a certain photo, because now he's pled guilty, there's less need for some of that kind of stuff.
That's right.
So maybe maybe we lose some of the boring witnesses. Right. I mean, it would be my guess.
Yeah. I mean, generally speaking, you're probably going to lose, you call them the boring witnesses. I would call them the foundational witnesses. But yeah, they are the ones that, I collected this piece of evidence and put it in this envelope, and the next witness says, I took that envelope and I took it to Joe. That kind of stuff before you find out why that envelope is important. I agree. I think those are the witnesses that we're likely not to hear from. But the flip side of your question is, why, if he's pleading guilty, why does the prosecution need to put on evidence that he's guilty? Well, from a prosecution perspective, they are worried that the jury won't get the full context.
Right.
From a prosecutor's perspective in this case, the horror of this case, the sheer awfulness, for lack of a better term, of the facts, that's their best argument for death. Right. And so if that's what they want the imposition of the death penalty. They want to make sure that they don't gloss over that, and the jury then doesn't see this as bad as it is. And so they really want to highlight that. And so, yeah, I don't expect them to skip much when it comes to substantive witnesses.
Yeah, it was interesting. So yesterday in opening statements, we heard from Jacob Strand. He was the prosecutor who did the opening statements, and he started off by talking about putting a big picture up of Athena, which the defense obviously wasn't thrilled with, and said this is what that case is about, and pointed at her, and then he quoted from 2 Corinthians saying that Satan masquerades as an angel of light, and that's why we're here today. And then he went on to say essentially that Tanner Horner had that the only thing that they were going to show, that the only thing Tanner Horner told the truth about was that he had killed Athena Strand, and that they were going to walk us through step by step. He called it lie upon lie upon lie, and he says that we're going to hear in this video. There's video from inside that delivery truck. And that the first thing, you only hear audio of it because somebody has, presumably Tanner Horner, covered the camera up, and he says to her twice, "Don't scream or I'll hurt you." And then for me, the most compelling thing that I saw yesterday that just made my heart hurt, my skin crawl, like all the things, was the picture of Athena Strand inside that delivery truck, appearing pretty uninjured. Tanner Horner's story is
that he ran her over
accidentally. I accidentally hit her. I panicked. I grabbed her because I didn't want her dad to know, and so then I took her and I killed her. That's his story. But you see that picture and you go, she looks pretty uninjured to me.
Right. Yeah. She doesn't appear to be crying. She doesn't appear to be visibly in any sort of like physical distress. Ow, my leg is broken. I've just been run over. Yeah.
That, to me, that picture is pretty telling. And it was funny. You and I, funny is not the right word. But you and I, prior to the trial, were talking about how, but for video in this case, what would have happened, 10, maybe even 5 years ago. Video is so ubiquitous. Would FedEx, would there have been a video camera, a dash cam type camera in that delivery truck? But for that video, are they able to make a case against Tanner Horner? I mean, they really
probably never know. They probably never know.
It's kind of amazing, because that was one of the things you and I were talking about before the trial, was that just again, the ubiquitousness of video now, and because again, when we saw, and at some point I think we'll see the actual video, but we saw that screenshot, and to me that picture said 1,000 words to me.
Yeah.
For me, almost like if we were still in guilt innocence, that picture right there would be like guilty.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. The video aspect of this is really interesting because I 100% agree. I think, obviously the video was huge in breaking this case. The fact that there's a camera that captured that there was a delivery van, and then the fact that led them to, okay, let's look at the van. And then now there's a video inside that shows, here's our suspect, there's our victim. That makes this case completely. So it's impossible to argue that video being everywhere is not a good thing for safety. We can prove crime, we can solve crime, and hopefully we can prevent awful incidents, recovering victims before they're killed or harmed or whatever, because of video. There obviously is a flip side, and privacy concerns, racial profiling concerns. There are real concerns with there being video cameras on every corner. And I think as a society, we have to weigh those. Video's not going away, and we don't want it to go away because it has real crime solving benefits. On the other hand, I don't think we can just ignore the kind of Big Brother Orwellian, the cameras are watching every move. There are some real dangers there, and you don't want to throw the good out with the bad, but you want to balance that out and try to get it right.
Yeah, there is some kind of middle ground. I've been a criminal justice type reporter for 30 years, and showing my age here a bit. And when I first started as a young newspaper reporter, you know, cameras.
Yeah.
I mean, there was no dash cam. There was none of that. And of course, the advent of body cams has really changed things. And you know, I remember, and this is a little bit off topic, but you know, police shootings, it would always be what the officer said. You really had no other account.
Right.
And certainly this is not the same as a police involved shooting, but we had Tanner Horner's version of events.
Right.
And then we had the video.
Yep.
And we had the audio.
And this case is probably really different if that video and audio doesn't contradict his initial story so dramatically, because it doesn't make it not murder. It doesn't make it not capital murder, but it adds a more of a, okay, I can understand how somebody, especially if they have mental illness, may have overreacted in a horrible way to that, and
Right.
then it's one mistake compounding on another, and then you know you've already slipped too far down the slope before you can change. But of course that goes away with the video. And I think tying back into what you were saying about the prosecution and opening statement talking about lie upon lie, that's going to be a huge feature of their entire case, because they're going to say, regardless of whether he's autistic or not, this was a decision. This wasn't somebody who didn't understand what they were doing. This wasn't somebody with a childlike mind who just kind of bumbled into this. They're going to say, look at the sophisticated lies that he put together. He clearly knew what he was doing was wrong. He clearly had enough mental capacity to come up with a pretty compelling story that at least mitigated his responsibility somewhat. And they're going to say that sophistication shows that he isn't deserving. That is a calculating, manipulative criminal. And it's going to be the defense's job to counter that.
Yeah, and let me go back to finding my notes here from, they had the last witness of the day yesterday was the FBI agent Patrick McGuire, who was involved in their interactions with Tanner Horner towards the beginning of the case, because they find out there's been this delivery truck in the area. And I don't know that they initially were viewing him directly as a suspect, as you well know. Stranger kidnappings of this sort are extremely
Pretty rare.
rare. I mean, a child is far more likely, this is just statistically true, far more likely to be kidnapped and killed or harmed by someone they know, someone who has access.
In the family, in the community, somebody,
Right.
a neighbor, something.
It's unlikely to be a stranger. So they end up, I think they initially talked to him kind of by phone. I'm going to kind of go look at my notes. He said he advised he didn't recall that delivery. He ends up at one point telling the FBI agents but then he says that he saw a green Astro van leave that property. And which I think what the prosecution is trying to do through that witness is show that Tanner Horner's already trying to make up a story. Oh, the person in that green Astro van, we need to go take a look at them. Mm-hmm. Not me, them.
Yep.
And then they say that, and I believe there's going to be video of this. They described, it sounds like they were going to have either some video or some audio. They didn't play it yesterday. I think there was some technical issues. But he said that he was kind of emotional as he talked about, he has his own kids and that kind of thing. And so then they have a second meeting, and then because the package that's supposed to be delivered is Barbies, like career Barbies. I mean, for Christmas, for Athena, you just can't get much more.
Yeah, you can't get much more pulling on the heartstrings than that. Yeah.
Yeah, just really hard. And so, but the package in the system didn't show to be delivered, and the other packages that the other packages that were supposed to be delivered after that, 4 or 5 of them don't get delivered. So he claims that he had gotten sick. His explanation for why the package didn't get delivered in the system is that he was that he got sick and he went to a Love's truck stop and was sick and he didn't feel well and he pulled over and he was, this whole thing about he was sick and as they leave him, he backs up his truck and runs into a tree, which to me sounds like I'm nervous.
Mm-hmm.
The cops are on to me. And then eventually they get the recording of this, a screen recording of the dash cam initially, and it shows him placing her in the truck. And we have not seen that. We've seen that picture from inside the truck, but we haven't seen the actual video. But I found his testimony to be really compelling, and it was, it seemed to me that it was part of the lie upon lie upon lie and untangling Tanner Horner's lies.
Yeah. The prosecution is going to focus on this lie upon lie. They're going to, and also they're going to focus on the relative sophistication of the story. It's not just, it wasn't me. He's coming up with, oh, there was this green van. He's giving a stranger, he's giving them a trail to go down.
Right.
And then he comes up with a plausible explanation for why the packages don't get delivered. So they're going to say, look, this is a sophisticated, manipulative person. This is not a quote unquote simpleton that at every curveball he's thrown, he hits. He comes up with
He's got some
a way to
story.
respond. Yeah, and they are plausible stories. They because of good video evidence, because of the tracking of the packages, they were able to show that his stories weren't true eventually. But he does give reasonably sophisticated, plausible stories. And so I think that probably the biggest focus, other than the sheer awfulness of the facts and the sadness of this case, is going to be his lies, and that shows that he is not deserving of life. The defense's job, and if I was them, I would point out the very simple kind of truth that even a child can lie and can come up with plausible lies. And the analogy being, he's mentally ill, he has autism, it affects him, he's not like the rest of us, he doesn't feel like the rest of us, he is, quote unquote, like a child. Okay, well then if you take that, you say, look, children can lie, children can make some, relatively plausible stories. Children can get away with lying. That doesn't mean that they're not, of the same level. That doesn't mean just because they lie that they are just like an adult. And so I think that's going to be the defense's job, is to keep bringing it back to, wait a minute, even mentally ill people can lie. We're not saying that he doesn't understand what's going on. He is mentally ill, and both of those things can be true. That's going to be a difficult narrative to do.
Hey guys, let's bring that video up. They're bringing Tanner Horner, there we go, into the courtroom. Judge Gallagher runs a pretty tight ship, so I would expect that he will kick off probably right at 9 a.m. We've been told that they're going to play about a 4-hour video that's gonna it sounds like it's gonna kind of walk us through hour by hour, that's gonna lead up to the discovery of Athena Strand's body. Towards the end of it, we will, and I'll probably let everybody know, we will obviously not be showing the part where they find Athena's body. We're gonna be putting up a slate because obviously there's no reason to show something like that. But that's what we're understanding is going to happen this morning. A court let out yesterday around 2:30, and we're given to understand that the reason they let it out early was because you want to start something like that. Okay, you see the judge. I think we're about to kick off and get underway as soon as we start to hear. Can we take the sound in the courtroom?
Well, we've agreed to redact a certain portion of the video that deals with the 404B or an extraneous offense. My understanding of that agreement is not only will the audio portion, but the video portion as well will be redacted.
That's what I requested the DA to do. And I think they're working on that right now.
They are, and it's not an exhibit that's probably even going to be reached today, so.
Okay. Well, that'll give us time. So when they get done, at some point, just make sure that the defense has an opportunity to review it, okay? Are we ready for the jury?
Ready, Your Honor.
Why don't you call the next witness in and I'll swear him. Josh Espinoza. Solemnly swear or affirm testimony given this cause to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir, I'll do it, Your Honor.
Rules in effect, so be sure and follow, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, Carrie, let's go. Better turn this off.
Yes, sir, I'll do it, Your Honor.
Rules in effect. Everyone may be seated. We are waiting on one juror. Okay. Everyone can be seated, thank you.
Sometimes baby steps.
Okay, Mike. So hold on a second. Sorry, that was my laptop. So we saw them take Tanner Horner back back into the lockup area. That's a special area. What do you think's going on? We were given to understand they're going to play this video that's. So what do you think's going on right now?
Yeah, at first I thought, because they just brought him back, at first I thought that, or they're bringing him back now. At first I thought that that they were about to have a hearing, on a legal issue. However, usually the defendant needs to be present for that. I think because he was only gone for a couple of minutes, I think it may be as simple as he needed to use the restroom or, something like that, because it appears he went back into the holdover cell that's attached to the courtroom for just a brief, whatever that was, 2 or 3 or 4 minutes, and now they're back.
Everyone may be seated.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Okay.
We are ready to proceed, ladies and gentlemen. This witness is...
Well, and that's the way trials go. They don't operate on our time. So.
That's right. Looks like
and
they
they
started. Yeah.
So I think we're about to get back underway. Is what's happening here.
Joshua.
Okay, now they're seating. Okay, we're getting. You can kill our mics now.
Inoza.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a Texas game warden.
Now, what does a Texas game warden do?
So Texas game wardens are state peace officers. We not only enforce hunting, fishing, and water safety related laws, but we also apprehend dangerous criminals and provide public safety to the people of the state of Texas.
Now, are you a commissioned peace officer like our regular police departments?
Yes, ma'am. So I hold the same commission, peace officer license as any other peace officer, have the same arrest powers as any other peace officer in the state of Texas.
Now, what type of training does a Texas game warden have?
So Texas Game Wardens attend a training center near Hamilton, Texas. It's a 8-month academy. We train on the basic peace officer curriculum, everything from arrest, search, and seizure to firearms training to search and rescue training, boat operation training, quite a bit of extensive training.
And what is a game warden's role in a search and rescue type of situation?
So Texas Game Wardens often lead in search and rescue operations across the state, from major events, from hurricanes, flooding occurrences. We actually have a dedicated search and rescue team.
And are you part of this search and rescue team?
Yes, ma'am. I've been a member of the Texas Game Warden Search and Rescue Team for 10 years now.
And so have you done a variety of search and rescues as part of this team?
Yes, ma'am. I've done quite a few search and rescues, body recoveries, and victim rescues.
And tell us, I guess, just generally, what are these usually coming from?
So one of the very first events that I responded to was Hurricane Harvey, Harris County, providing victim rescues and that. And then most recently, the Kerrville floods, the devastating July 4th floods.
And so are these mostly, I guess, accident-based or?
Yes, ma'am. Accident-based.
Now, what areas do game wardens work? Do you have a certain district, a certain area?
So we're assigned by county, but we have statewide jurisdiction.
Okay. And so is Wise County part of your area?
Yes, ma'am, it is part of my district.
Now, at some point were you requested, you personally and the game wardens in general, to assist on the missing person search for Athena Strand?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. One of the Wise County game wardens was on scene, and also I was contacted by Game Warden K-9 Sergeant Chrissy Thompson with our K-9 unit that she was going to be assisting in the search of Athena Strand in Wise County, and I requested permission through my chain of command to assist with the search.
Do you recall what date that was?
It was December 2nd, 2022, approximately 10:26 a.m.
So the search had already been going before you kind of had come to assist?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay. And what information were you actually given when you were, I guess, heading to the scene?
That there was a missing child, 7-year-old child, Athena Strand, had been missing from a residence in a rural location in Wise County.
And where were you asked to, I guess, report?
I was asked to report to Athena's residence, which is, I believe, is 268 County Road 3573 near Paradise, Texas, a rural area.
And when you arrived, what did you see?
There was multiple agencies looking in the bar ditch, looking in the wooded areas around. I actually ran across 2 Fort Worth police officers and assisted them in searching a heavily wooded area after getting permission from the landowner.
So at this time, you were mostly searching still in and around the victim's residence?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
Okay. At some point, were you contacted by a Texas Ranger?
Yes, ma'am. While I was at the residence, I was contacted by the Texas Ranger.
Was this still on December 2nd of 22?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
Okay. And have you worked with the Texas Rangers in any type of prior investigations?
Yes, ma'am. We frequently work with the Texas Rangers and other agencies in assisting.
And do you recall which Texas Ranger specifically called you that day?
Yes, ma'am. Texas Ranger Job Espinoza.
Now, recognize that those 2 last names are the same.
Yes, ma'am.
Any relation?
Yes, ma'am. He's my big brother.
And do you recall if you've actually ever worked with your brother before?
I don't recall if I have. I'm sure we might have crossed paths at some point.
And on this specific case, though, was Texas Ranger Espinoza, was he the lead investigator on this?
Yes, ma'am. He was the lead investigator.
So although he didn't bring you out to scene, he did contact you for assistance at some point?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
Okay. And when he called you, what did he ask you to do?
So when he called me, myself, and Game Warden Casey Pentecost, Wise County Game Warden, and Game Warden Chrissy Thompson were at the residence standing by, and when he called me, he said he needed me to find a FedEx truck and gave me an address and informed me that a FBI agent was following a FedEx truck and that I needed to respond and detain the suspect because he would potentially abducted or kidnapped Athena Strand.
Okay. And so at this point, who all was with you heading to this address that the ranger provided you?
So myself, Game Warden Casey Pentecost, Game Warden Sergeant Chrissy Thompson, we all were in separate vehicles and were en route to that address of, I believe it was Bethel Road was the initial address I was provided.
And at some point, did that address change?
Yes, ma'am, it did.
And do you recall what the address changed to?
So Wise County Communications came over the radio and notified of an address on the corner of Hope and Faith Trail.
To your knowledge, were they getting information from the FBI that updated that address?
I was unaware where that information was coming from. I believed it was from the FBI.
Okay. Now, where were you, or did you eventually locate the suspect?
Yes, ma'am, I did eventually.
Approximately where were you at?
I was at a residence at the corner of Hope Trail and Faith Trail near Paradise.
Now, at this time, were you in a marked unit?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have your lights on?
Yes, ma'am. I had my red and blue emergency lights on.
Now, when you saw the FedEx truck, can you just tell the jury what happened?
When I saw the FedEx truck exiting the driveway, I pulled my patrol truck in front of the FedEx truck with my lights activated, my red and blues, and I got out and performed a felony stop with my pistol drawn due to the gravity of the situation of it being a kidnapping, treated as a felony stop. Ordered the suspect to put his hands up and face away from me and placed him in handcuffs.
And was there any other law enforcement with you at that time?
Yes, ma'am. Wise County Sheriff's Office deputies were on scene as well.
Do you see the person in the courtroom today that you detained on December 2nd of 2022?
Yes, ma'am, I do. He's sitting right over there wearing blue slacks and a blue jean shirt.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witness did point to the defendant.
Record so reflect.
Now, at this time, you and the Wise County Sheriff's Office have handcuffed the suspect. What else did you do at that point?
So I conducted a pat-down frisk for weapons of the suspect, and once I was sure that there was no weapons, I reached in his pocket and retrieved his wallet and pulled out his identification to positively ID the suspect.
And what did you do with that identification or driver's license?
With that driver's license, I radioed it over to Wise County Communications Dispatch that he was detained, that driver's license was the individual that was detained.
And why do you guys do that?
It's a matter of keeping a log with our dispatch.
Once that part is done, at any point did you notify Texas Ranger Espinosa that you had found the suspect?
Yes, ma'am. I called Texas Ranger Joe Espinosa via cell phone.
And did he arrive on scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Once Ranger Espinosa and whomever he was with arrived on scene, what did you do at that point?
Once he arrived on scene, Ranger Espinosa told me that he had left in such a haste and requested that I hand over my body camera because he had forgotten his recording device.
So he took his brother's body camera?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At this point, did you essentially transfer custody of the suspect over to Ranger Espinosa?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay. We talked a little bit about this body camera.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you wearing a body camera the entire time that you were with the suspect?
Yes, ma'am.
And does your body camera record both audio and video?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you activate your body camera prior to meeting the suspect?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you had the opportunity to review that body camera footage?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, ma'am.
Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 34. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
It's my body cam video on a flash drive with my initials.
And this is the same footage that you have reviewed?
Yes, ma'am. That's
And
correct.
does it fairly and accurately depict the events where you detained the suspect?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers into evidence State's Exhibit number 34 that's previously been provided to the defense in discovery.
Any objections other than those previously tendered to the court?
No, Your Honor.
Those objections remain overruled and State's Exhibit 34 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, may I publish the video?
Yes, ma'am.
Josh, just to know, I'm going to ask you one quick question while there's no sound. Can you explain why there is no sound right now?
So the reason there's no sound is when the body camera is on, it has a 2-minute pre-record where it records only video and no audio, but once you hit record, it actually picks up the audio as well.
And so right now what we're seeing is you driving, and I guess, what is that you're looking at?
That is my cell phone. I'm using Google Maps to find the location.
Okay. Thank you.
That's the hit right there. Step out. Step out. Step out. Step out. Keep your hands up. Step out. Turn around. Turn around. Turn around. Face away from me. Face away from me. I smell marijuana. That's what we put at? What is this? What you got in your pocket? Keys? Tanner? Yes, sir. Okay. Yes, sir. 6417 Watts County. I got a DL for the one in custody. It's going to be Texas DL 26698029. Last name's going to be Horner. Good one. Is that your card? Okay. Yeah. Smell like weed strong. Yeah, when he rolled out of the van. I didn't think he was going to stop. My brother said that's all the FedEx truck to take it down. He's like, take it down. So, let me call him. Okay. Yeah, we got him.
Gabriel Espinosa, in the background, you faintly heard somebody yelling for Athena. Were you able to look in the truck for Athena?
No, ma'am. My concern was officer safety, making sure the suspect didn't have any weapons. There was Wise County deputies that actually made entry into the truck and looked around for Athena.
And was Athena Strand found in that truck?
No, ma'am.
We spoke earlier about you handing over the body camera to your brother Ranger Espinosa.
Yes, ma'am.
On that video, when you handed the body camera over, will it show you on that body camera footage?
Yes, ma'am.
And why is that?
Because of the 2-minute pre-record, it catches me taking off the body camera and catches me on video.
And will that body camera footage show, I guess probably your name on the body camera footage?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Other than handing the body camera over to Ranger Espinosa, did he have full control over that body camera as soon as you handed it to him?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 35. And do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
That's going to be my body camera video that Ranger Espinosa took.
And as far as your portion where you're handing the body camera off, does it fairly and accurately depict your role in that?
Yes, ma'am.
And then at that point, Ranger Espinosa is the one on this video.
Yes, ma'am.
Once Ranger Espinosa takes custody of the suspect, did you have any additional role in the search for Athena Strand?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you do?
Continue to search, was provided with a location. The best way I could describe it was a bamboo forest. We were tasked with taking the canine to that location to search for Athena, but were unsuccessful in searching that area and locating Athena.
So Athena Strand was not found in the bamboo forest?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Were you sent to a different location at some point?
Yes, ma'am. I was provided, I don't recall how I was provided the location, possibly the sheriff's office of Bobo's Crossing on the Trinity River. And we went to that location, but due to the nightfall and traffic conditions roadside, we decided it was unsafe to run the canine on that location.
And you talked about canine. Was this your canine?
It's Texas Parks and Wildlife Department Game Warden canine that's assigned to Texas Game Warden Sergeant Chrissy Thompson. It's her canine.
And you were with her on that scene?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
At that time, who all was there with you? And it was just you and the canine unit, and who else?
As well as Game Warden Casey Pentecost, Wise County Game Warden, and several other officers from the Wise County Sheriff's Office.
At some point, did Ranger Espinosa and anybody else show up?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell us about that?
Ranger Espinosa showed up with Mr. Horner, and Mr. Horner was able to inform Ranger Espinosa where he had put Athena.
And was Athena Strand found at Bobo's Crossing?
Yes, ma'am, she was.
And were you there when her body was recovered?
Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned earlier that you've been a part of many body recoveries.
Yes, ma'am.
Was this different?
It was completely different because this was murder and not just an accident.
Thank you. Judge, I'll pass witness.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, Officer Espinosa.
Yes, sir.
Just a couple follow-up questions. My name is Steve Goebel. I'm one of the defense attorneys for Tanner Horner.
Yes, sir.
You testified that you are trained in felony stops.
Yes, sir.
And you're trained in detaining suspects.
Yes, sir.
And you detained Tanner without incident.
Yes, sir.
And he did not resist.
Yes, sir. He did not resist.
And was not charged with anything like that for your detention of.
No, sir.
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Nothing further, Judge?
May Warden Espinosa be excused subject to any potential recall.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
Who do you have next?
Texas Ranger Joe Espinosa.
Good morning.
Morning.
Remind you that you were still under oath from previous testimony.
Yes, sir, Judge.
This witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. State.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ranger Espinosa, we just heard from your little brothers.
Yes, sir.
How many Espinosas are there?
There's 2 older and 2 younger, and I'm the middle one.
You're the middle child?
Five total. Yes, sir.
The middle child.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, it looks to me that we're going to be chatting with you a little bit over the next day and possibly tomorrow. Would you do us a favor and introduce yourself to the jury with your first and last name, and then give us a short summary of your law enforcement training up to today?
Good morning, everybody. Joe Espinosa, J-O-B, just like in the good book. I've been in law enforcement for going on 19 years. Started in 2007 with the Grand Police Department, then worked with the Pelican County Sheriff's Office as a patrol deputy, and then worked on a narcotics and major crimes task force until 2015. Then I was hired by Texas DPS as a state trooper, and I was stationed in Mission, Texas, on the Texas-Mexico border, primarily assigned to Operation Secure Texas for 2 years. I was able to transfer and get back home and spent the next 2 years in Mineral Wells as a state trooper there. And then in January of 2020, I promoted to the Texas Rangers in Company C, the Panhandle, stationed in Childress with the headquarters in Amarillo. In 2022, I transferred to Wise County, where I stayed until 2024. And I then transferred to Parker, Palo Pinto County, still under Company B. And now here we are.
So from DPS Academy to Ranger in 5 years?
Right at 4, yes, sir.
Okay. And when did you say you got promoted and made Ranger?
January of 20.
COVID Ranger?
Yes, sir.
Now, you talked a little bit about some of the other cases you worked. You said you worked major crimes and things of that nature. Have you ever worked any homicide cases prior to the time you made Ranger?
Yes, sir, I had.
Okay. And then since you made Ranger in January 2020, have you similarly worked homicide cases?
Yes, I've been involved in major crimes, unfortunately, all over the state of Texas, even in my tenure as patrol officer to a state trooper, and then obviously our primary function as Texas Rangers is to investigate major crimes, which would be homicides, ag assaults, robberies, bank robberies, kidnappings, sexual assaults.
And I've often referred to the Texas Rangers, and I've heard them referred as an assisting agency. Is that an accurate description?
Yes, sir, it is. We're here to obviously to serve the great state of Texas and support our local agencies in any form or fashion. We just come in and we are an extension of that office, working for that community or wherever community we get tasked to go to.
And for what we're here for today with regard to Athena Strand, was that your capacity at that point, is to come in as an assisting agency with the Wise County Sheriff's Office and the FBI and other agencies?
Absolutely. Just there to provide all the resources we could on a missing child.
And let me, just to get an idea, you mentioned the word resources. Are there things that that your company and the Texas Rangers can bring that the sheriff's offices in rural America may not be able to bring to bear?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Sometimes it's just a matter of funding for investigations, expertise in crime scene, maybe facilitating a trip to another location, out of state, contacting. The famous saying is, if you know one ranger, you know all the rangers, which means we're connected all throughout 254 counties in the great state of Texas. And we also have contacts all over the nation, so we can tap into those resources and contacts for those local agencies we're supporting at the time.
Okay, we're in Texas, you gotta slow down.
Yes, sir. Did she give me the look and I missed it?
You gotta keep the court reporter happy.
it sounds like what you're talking about is stuff involving criminal investigations. Do y'all assist in other types of occurrences, for example, major disasters, missing persons, rescue operations, potentially SWAT operations, things like that? Do y'all also help out with that as well?
Yes, sir, we do. So we have a special operations group. We also have which is our SRT, special operations group that does most of the felony warrants for local agencies. Like I said before, search and rescue stuff we can tap into, aircraft, and we have dive teams at our disposal. We have a lot of different resources that can supplement our communities.
And that's something that would you say that most rural sheriff's offices, they don't have helicopters and dive teams and things of that nature?
Not too many around this part of the world, no, sir.
And that's where you guys come in?
Yes, sir.
And in this particular case that we're talking about today, what was your role overall in the investigation into the abduction and murder of Athena Strand?
Initially, it was just that missing 7-year-old little girl. Hey, let me get out there, let me provide resources. Let me see if I can't call our partners in Fort Worth first for a helicopter. Let me see if I can get some troopers on scene. Let's find her, it's cold. It's late. That was just the initial response that I had.
And then at some point, and I'm just trying to make sure, are you the lead ranger in the entirety of this investigation?
Yes, sir, I am.
And so in that capacity, would you say that most things that are going on with this investigation are coming through you in some capacity?
Yes, sir. Yes. So basically, the way that works is when we come in and we're working with that agency, especially when it's something to this gravity or a big scene, we form a command post. And then when I tap into those resources, I delegate out essentially tasks. If I call in a resource, you're going to be given a task or a job or a duty, and then nothing gets done without getting funneled back through the command post. So there's nothing that went on in this investigation that I didn't have a good idea of what was happening or directed that to happen.
So we just heard from little brother, and he indicated that.
Objection, Your Honor. He is informing a witness what another witness had testified to.
Sustained. With regard to your little brother, you mentioned that you give people tasks and things. Now, did you give your little brother a task in this particular case?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what was that task?
On that particular day, my brother happened to be one of the closest marked units to the area where the FedEx van was located, and the driver, and I needed the driver detained. So I directed him to that location to detain that driver.
So when you're talking about these tasks you're handing out, is that an example of one of those tasks?
Yes, sir, it is.
Now, let's talk. I'm going to take you to November 30th, 2022. It's been a couple of years.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember when you first got notified that there was a child missing in Wise County? Do you remember when that was?
Yes, sir, I do.
Tell us about that.
I just actually got home from a training. It was pretty late at night, and I have, as the ranger for any area, I get notifications on my phone, state phone, which essentially says exigent things going on in the county. The notification on my phone was that there was a missing 7-year-old child. I contacted Wise County Dispatch and said, hey, what's going on with this? It's like, oh, they're saying this little girl wandered off from home and she's missing. So I then contacted the on-call investigator. I said, hey, what can I do to help? And he said, that she's wandered off before, maybe we can find her quick. I said, well, it's really, really cold tonight. I'm a father, and this is my county. Let's find her quick. I don't want her to be cold. I don't want her to be lost. I'm going to come out, and I'm going to provide resources.
And we've talked a little bit about resources that you might have available. So in this particular case, at that particular time, when you first get that call, what resources do you call in at that point to assist in locating little Athena?
So I was advised by the sheriff's office they had reached out to local fire departments. I tried to contact our helicopter at the time. They were unavailable, so we contacted Fort Worth PD's helicopter. And then I got every trooper that was working in the area to respond, just add more bodies to help look for her. And then contacted and put other rangers on standby just in case it was a prolonged incident, and went to the next day.
Did it end up going to the next day?
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to split this up a little bit so we can stay focused on what happens on each day, okay? So I'm going to stay on November 30th, 2022, okay?
Yes, sir.
So on that day, she went missing. You've told us that your role at that point, you were getting additional resources.
Yes,
right?
sir.
Okay. And it would to include helicopter and manpower. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, let me just ask you, did you yourself go to the scene where Athena went missing?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. And once you get there, what do you, I guess, inside, what are you kind of hoping is going to happen when you get on scene?
My initial thought to the response would be that we would quickly locate Athena with the resources provided, and then we would hopefully all go home and get warm.
Right. But when that didn't happen, and do you have any training experience being a ranger in missing persons?
Yes, sir, I do.
And let me just ask you, based on that training and experience, if a child is not located quickly, who are the most likely suspects in that?
It's usually family.
And is that was your thought in this case when Athena was not found quickly?
Yes, sir.
Now, this location, do you remember the address?
Yes, sir. The exact physical address was in Cottondale. I have to reflect to my report to give you the actual numbers.
If I told you it was on County Road 3573, would you agree with that?
Yes, sir. 268 County Road 3573.
And so you're there, you're on scene. Do you remember what time you got physically on scene?
I don't recall. It wasn't too long after she went missing.
Okay. And so I'm going to stay on that day there. You're getting resources. When it comes to parents and interviews, what are you doing in that aspect?
So my immediate thought is let's go ahead and lock everybody in on a statement and try to corroborate that statement with digital evidence, which would be cell phones, text messages. And my goal is to lock everybody in that night, especially the people that were in close proximity to Athena on that time. So that's what I started doing on scene.
And who all did you interview out of the family?
I interviewed Ashley Strand. I interviewed Maitland Gandy. I interviewed Jacob Strand. I interviewed Mark Strand. I interviewed Zach Strand. Just interviewed all the immediate people. Zach Strand's wife, I can't recall her name off the top of my head. A lot of folks.
And are you doing that then on scene when you arrive?
Yes, sir.
And so you interview all of those people, and let me just ask you, was there ever any evidence that a family member was somehow a part of Athena going missing?
No, sir.
Was there any other evidence that anybody else other than Tanner Horner was involved in her going missing?
No, sir.
And let me just get you to that point here. How did you go about making that particular conclusion?
During the course of my interviews, specifically with Ashley Strand, one of the things that really stuck out to me as an investigator is that I had essentially locked everybody in, corroborated where it was at. The only thing that kind of stood out, and stood out to her too, was that a package was delivered right around the time.
Objection, Your Honor, that's hearsay.
Overruled.
That a package was delivered around the time Athena went missing. So that's somebody that could have potentially seen something, witnessed something with Athena. So that immediately went into my notes as something that we needed to look at.
And as far as that lead with regard to the package that was delivered, did you begin working that on that first day, that November 30th, or at some time after that?
Yes, sir. At that point, we're going on to the next morning. Sun hasn't come up yet, but we need to start moving more resources. In my gut, I just knew we needed to shift this a different direction, which is that somebody had taken Athena. So I reached out to more resources.
And when you say more resources, let me, you said it's early in the morning. Would that be the next day, December 1st?
Yes, sir.
And at this point, have you been working steadily since you arrived on scene all the way until the sun rises the next morning?
Yes, sir.
What is going on with the search from the time that those resources arrived all the way until the sun rises that next morning, December 1st?
We're still looking. There's nothing's really changed other than I'm bringing in more resources.
Is the helicopter still in the air?
Yes, sir.
Are the search people still doing search things?
Yes, sir.
So we talked about this package, okay? And who are you working with on running down that lead on that package? Who are you working with?
So the next morning, just to elaborate on that, I called United States Marshal Service, DPS CID, the FBI CAS team. I got additional troopers. I got additional rangers, and I also got our Special Operations Group rangers to respond to the scene. And as I delegated the tasks, I was informed that there was FBI agents in Fort Worth that could be tasked with identifying who delivered the package to the residents. And my main objective was who delivered it? What did they see?
And that's what I was going to ask you next is, what kinds of information were you looking for from those assets that you brought in?
So again, like I said before, everybody was tasked, different tasks. The United States Marshal Service and DPS CID were tasked with a canvas, which would be essentially canvassing all the houses, registered sex offenders, anybody in the area. Troopers were tasked with the same thing. Texas Parks and Wildlife was tasked with water resources and canine resources. And the FBI was tasked with the digital evidence, and then that evidence on that package, or just essentially identifying where it came from, who delivered it, and what they saw.
And is that the kind of questions you were asking with regard to this particular package, this box?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Who delivered it? When they delivered it, things of that nature?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And just why is that important?
More than anything, to me, initially, it was just, it's another set of eyes, right? What did you see? What was there? Is there something that we need to be looking for that we missed? I need to know that from everybody in the area. That's the same thing with the canvases and everything. Is there something I'm missing here? Is there something we're missing? Did somebody see Athena? That's the main thing we're looking for.
So you and the FBI and these other resources are working on this. And were you able to identify through those resources who the company was that had delivered the box to the Strand?
Yes, sir.
Were you also able to identify the person operating the vehicle that delivered the package to the Strand?
Yes, sir.
And again, are those all things that you were going to be relying on at a later date when you continue this investigation?
Yes, sir.
So, can you tell us who the parties were that were involved in the delivery of this box to the Strand?
So, we initially found out that FedEx had delivered the package, but there was a company called Big Topspin that essentially contracted for FedEx and hired delivery drivers. And then so that kind of spun into getting hold of Big Topspin to see who actually was the driver that delivered that particular package.
And who was that driver?
Tanner Horner.
Okay. Is that the same Tanner Horner sitting in the courtroom to my right at the end of the table?
Yes, sir. It is.
Now let me ask you, as part of your investigation, do you know who was the first person to contact, either in person or by phone, Tanner Horner as part of your investigation?
Yes, sir.
And who was that?
Patrick McGuire.
And was he the one working on it from the FBI side?
Yes, sir.
Now, we stop right here. I'm going to ask you. So far, we are now midway through day 2.
Yes, sir.
You said the search is still ongoing.
Yes, sir.
So right now, midway through day 2, what has your investigation revealed at this point with regard to Tanner Horner in this case?
That he was the delivery driver that delivered.
Objection, Your Honor, that is all based on hearsay.
Sustained.
What do you know about the package that was delivered to the Strand home?
Objection, Your Honor, that's also based on hearsay.
That's sustained.
So what information are you acting on as part of this investigation to make determinations about the package being delivered to the Strand home?
Objection, Your Honor, that's also based on hearsay.
I'll let him answer that. Go ahead.
That essentially a driver from Big Top Spin delivered the package as a contract through FedEx.
So when you got that information, what did you think, what was your thoughts about when you got that information about the package?
We've now located who we believed was the delivery driver for that package. So the next course of action was, let's call him up, see what he knows, see what he saw, see what he says.
Now, at that point, you're not part of that. That's the FBI.
Correct.
So what was going on, and not necessarily getting into who told you what, but what was going on in the investigation? You said you contacted this company, Big Top Spin?
Yes, sir.
And they're the contractor?
Yes, sir.
Anybody else you're contacting at this time with regard to information from the vehicle?
Yes, sir. At that time, as we moved forward in the investigation, there were some key things that stuck out to me. Particularly, there was the driver, Tanner Horner, had made very detailed statements about a green van. So obviously, we have to act on any information we get. We put out a be on the lookout or a statewide bolo for that green van. We also, at this time, we had transitioned to DPS aircraft. I had them flying nonstop. They were tasked with also locating any green vans in the area. And then we also wanted what we called a stop delivery report for Mr. Horner. And then we were also doing tower dumps in the area to figure out what cellular devices were in the area at the time.
And at some point, did you come to find that there was camera footage possible from the vehicle?
Yes, sir. The first reason I asked for the camera footage is because of the green van. He stated a very detailed description of the green van. I'm like, hey, do they have video? Maybe we can see a license plate on the video of the FedEx van. And then I was advised that FedEx contracted with a company.
Objection, Your Honor, that's hearsay.
What other people told.
Yes, sir.
What was the name of the company that runs the camera system in the FedEx truck?
Velociter,
And do you know where Velociter is located?
North Carolina.
And who is your contact at Velociter?
My contact at Velociter, I have to look back on the notes to specifically remember.
May we approach?
Yes.
It's just a case report. Jim Becker.
And again, what is their role in this particular investigation?
They essentially provide the camera software for all FedEx trucks.
And during this investigation, I've asked you before about certain things you're relying on in your investigation. Was Velociter able to provide you anything that you were able to rely on in conducting your investigation?
Yes, sir. Jim Becker, with the assistance of the FBI, was able to provide us video from the FedEx truck.
And let me just ask you, how much video were you able to acquire at that time?
At that time, it was just 2 short clips.
Do you remember when you got those?
Yes, sir. As the investigation had shifted and we were in the process of detaining Mr. Horner, we received those simultaneously.
So, and that happened on December 2nd?
Correct, yes, sir.
So still back on December 1st, you've indicated at this point in time, you've got the FBI working on some things, you're working on some things, trying to get video clips. Is that what we're doing so far?
Yes, sir.
And you said we have identified Tanner Horner as a driver at that time?
Yes, sir.
So as the sun sets on December 1st, what's the status of the search at that time?
It's continued. We still have every resource available going. Everybody's still looking, and we still have aircraft looking as well.
At any point, up and until the time we're talking about the end of the day, December 1st, has that search ever been discontinued?
No, sir.
Okay. Helicopter still going?
Yes, sir.
Search team still in the air?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to move you to day 3. Okay. December 2nd. As the sun rises on day 3, December 2nd, 2022, where were you in the investigation into Tanner Horner?
We figured out and locked in the majority of the people we needed to speak to, which were bus drivers, school teachers, neighbors, canvassed everything we could, and there was things that really stuck out about Mr. Horner's statement. So we continued to work on obtaining video, and we continued to obtain more information on his stop delivery report that day and what his route was. And we also had the FBI CAS team working on the digital evidence for the FedEx truck in particular as well.
Now, at some point, was he detained as part of this investigation?
Yes, sir.
And what did you rely on to detain him, question him in this investigation?
One thing we figured out through the CAS team and the digital evidence, it showed...
Objection, Your Honor, that's hearsay.
Sustained.
What information did you act on in making the decision to detain Tanner Horner?
It was a combination...
Your Honor, that's also hearsay.
That's sustained also.
What time was Tanner Horner detained?
Approximately 3 p.m.
Were you involved in making the decision to detain him?
Yes, sir.
And so, were you present when he was, at least sometime when he was detained?
I arrived shortly after he was detained.
Let me ask you, do you remember what time you first meet Tanner Horner?
A little after 3 p.m. on December 2nd.
We've already said you see him here in the courtroom. Does he look the same as he did when you first saw him back in November of 2022?
No, sir. He's significantly skinnier, lost a lot of weight.
So once you have him detained, what do you do?
I talked to him.
Okay. You said you had gotten video clips.
Yes, sir.
What'd you see?
I saw that Athena was still alive and that she was placed in that FedEx van by Mr. Horner. And based on what I was seeing, it was exigent. And I felt there's a possibility that Athena was still alive and we needed to bring her home.
And according to what you witnessed, when did he take her and put her in the back of the truck?
On November 30th.
Now, let's talk about these two trucks and clear something up here. The truck that he was detained in on December 2nd, was that the same truck that he put her in on November 30th?
No, sir, it was not.
Okay. And were we able to acquire and locate the original truck that he was in on November 30th?
Yes, sir. As part of my investigation, we secured the original truck he was driving that day and had it secured at the Wise County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. The truck that he was driving that day, are you aware, and I'm just going to do this by license plate, are you aware of the license plate on the truck that he was in on November 30th?
Yes, sir. I have it documented as Nora Robert 4995, or that's NNR 4995.
And that's the truck that he was in on November 30th?
Yes, sir. That's the van that we identified that he was driving on the day that Athena was abducted.
So to keep this straight now, we have two vehicles at play here.
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
And we have the vehicle that she was abducted in on November 30th, and then we have the vehicle that he was detained in on December 2nd.
Correct. Yes, sir.
And I know you didn't conduct any of the CSI work on any of those vehicles, did you?
No, sir.
But did you make provisions to ensure that both of those vehicles were taken and placed in such a position that they could be forensically looked at and have CSI look at them at a later date?
Yes, sir. I made sure they were secured for processing.
And the other vehicle, the one that Athena was taken in, where was that at the time?
We had been in contact with Big Topspin, who told us that it was being operated by another driver at the time. So we instructed them that it was important that we get a hold of that vehicle and that it be brought to the Wise County Sheriff's Office.
And was that done at that time?
Yes, sir, it was.
Now, so now we have him being detained. You're making revolutions to get both the vehicles to the sheriff's office, correct?
Yes, sir.
You did say that you talked to him. We're going to get to that in a second. What else is going on in your investigation at the time that he is detained?
Again, at the time, based on the video that I saw, I believed Athena was alive. And under exigent circumstances in public safety, I had our special operations group, SWAT team, essentially, make entry into the Horner residence under exigency simultaneously as Mr. Horner was being detained, and pretty much let me know if she's in there or not. Same thing with the detention of him, is let me know if she's in the truck.
You used a term there, exigent circumstances. In law enforcement terms, what does that mean?
Exigent circumstances is anything for public safety. It can be even in reference to a weapon, a bomb, or in this case, a kidnapping. If it means preservation of life, it allows us to go in there and make sure that somebody isn't in danger, and that if we can effectively save them, that's what we're going to do.
And so does that allow you to detain people in furtherance of preservation of life?
Yes, sir.
Does it allow you to potentially enter a residence in the interest of preserving life?
Yes, sir.
And were both of those done in this case?
Yes, sir.
And with regard to entering a home, during that time. Whose home was entered and searched at that time?
It was Tanner Horner's family home where his grandmother and family resided
Where is that located, if you remember?
in Fort Worth.
And so you said that happened at the same time that he was detained.
Yes, sir.
That seemed to be something that's important to you, that we do it at the same time. Why is that important?
Based on my training experience, especially with kidnapping cases, if you hit something, or by hit I mean if you make entry into something sooner and somebody there can give a heads up if she's not there in that house, and then it puts that person in danger. So we have to do it simultaneously so nobody's forewarned and we can keep any phone calls from going out, because ultimately it's about preserving life.
So in this case, both the detention and the search of his home in Lake Worth, were those both done on that basis?
Yes, sir.
Now, with regard to the truck, was Athena located in the truck?
No, sir.
With regard to the Tanner Horner's home in Lake Worth, was Athena located there?
No, sir.
So at this point, if we press pause right here, we have Tanner Horner detained, and we have not located Athena.
Yes, sir.
So at this point, what are you hoping for at this point if we stop right here?
Objection or on relevance?
Overruled. I'm hoping to find Athena alive.
Now, you said as part of this, you arrive on scene and you talk to Tanner Horner.
Yes, sir.
Was all of this recorded?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How was it recorded?
At that time, based on the fact that I'd be conducting an interview or speaking to a possible defendant, I acquired Game Warden Espinosa's body camera. That way everything would be documented on audio and video.
You reviewed this body cam footage?
I have.
And let me make sure, because we're going to have a few videos here. You have body cam footage on your brother's body cam that you took on scene, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, it's my understanding that we also have additional videos from the Wise County Jail and then outside the Wise County Jail as well. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And so let me make sure that I have these videos correct in my head here. We have video of the body cam, and that takes us from, and I just want generally here, from the scene, and when does that one end?
To the interview room at the sheriff's office.
Okay. And then the next video would begin
In the interview room.
in the interview room and go until when?
Then it picks up from the interview room into another body camera. Wise County Sheriff's Office body camera to a field interview.
Okay. And then the next video would be from when to when?
The next video would be from the field back to the interview room.
Okay. And then at some point, did you have another interview on December 7th?
Yes, sir. Then there was another interview with Mr. Horner on December 7th.
Okay. So that's the videos that you're talking about here?
Yes, sir.
And have you reviewed all of those in preparation for testifying in this case?
Yes, sir, I have.
Let's take you back. You've got Tanner Horner detained outside Paradise. What's the first question you ask?
Where's she at?
What's the second question you ask?
Is she alive?
Let's talk about Tanner Horner's answer to the first question. Where's she at? What does Tanner Horner tell you when you ask him where's she at?
I can show you.
When it comes to the second question, is she alive? What is his answer to you?
That she wasn't alive when he put her in the truck.
Was or wasn't?
Was not alive.
Now, at that point in time, what do you know about the answer to that question, is she alive?
I knew that. I didn't know if she was alive or not.
You said you'd seen a clip on that day with her alive in the vehicle.
Yes, sir. I believed she was alive based on that clip.
But when the answer to the question is, she wasn't alive when I put her in the truck, what do you know about the answer that Tanner Horner gave you at that time?
I immediately knew that was a lie.
Because you'd seen it on the clip.
Yes, sir.
Now, in the first few moments, are you asking him any questions about what happened?
No, sir.
Why not?
That's not part of the public safety exception. The courts have ruled very clearly it's in furtherance of finding and preserving life, not questions on details of the case. At one point, he tries to say details and I stop him.
What did Tanner Horner volunteer to you without questioning had happened in that case, that happened in this case?
That she was deceased and that he had transported her to a location with a lot of bamboo.
Let me back up a little bit. What, if anything, did Tanner Horner tell you about what caused her to be deceased?
That he backed into her with his van.
Now, when he says to you that he backed into her with the van, what do you know about that statement as well?
I know that's not factual because based on the two clips that I saw, you can clearly see Mr. Horner putting Athena into the van.
But that's just not true.
No, sir.
So, got Mr. Horner detained, you're on scene, what do you do next?
We get in the vehicle along with Investigator Oliver and Ranger Briley, and we in turn have him direct us to the location where he put Athena, or stated he had placed Athena.
Now let me ask you a couple of questions about that. Who's driving?
Investigator Oliver.
Okay. And where are you sitting and where is Mr. Horner sitting?
I'm sitting in the back with Mr. Horner.
Okay. And you said you end up at a location, you say there's some bamboo there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, who is giving you the directions on how to get from where you are to where this bamboo is?
Mr. Horner.
And when he's giving you the directions, what level of detail is he able to provide you to guide you from your location where you are to the bamboo?
Descriptive turn-by-turn instructions on how to get there.
So is he able to tell you what roads to take?
Yes, sir.
Is he able to tell you what turns to make?
Yes, sir.
And he's able to tell you where he placed her body?
Yes, sir.
Now let's talk a little bit about this location. How long does it take you to get from where you detained him until you get to this location where he says he dropped the body off?
I'd have to guess, but approximately 15 minutes.
Okay. Didn't take you an hour to drive there?
No, sir.
All right. Is it still in Miles County?
Yes, sir.
So this location, and I want you to describe it a little bit, if you will, for the jury, where Tanner Horner took you to this location. When you drive up, what do you see?
We drive up, and on what appears to be the north side of the road is a heavily bambooed area, very, very thick with bamboo, and he indicates that that's where he placed Athena.
All right. When we say bamboo, are we talking like 10 feet tall, 3 feet tall? What are we talking about here?
It was 10 feet tall or more.
Okay. And so you arrive on this location. What has Tanner Horner told you about why this location is important to him? What has he told you?
He stated that somewhere where somebody might be able to find her.
Okay. And so is he able to give you a description of how far in the bamboo, how close to the road? Is he able to describe the exact point at which he placed her body?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
He stated at this time he's kind of giving us instruction as I'm walking him and he's pointing out a location in the bamboo, and he's stating that it was not too much further in there. It just essentially giving me an idea of where she was at in the bamboo.
So once you're there, what does law enforcement do once you get there?
At that time, we'd also been in communication with K9 additional resources because I wanted to search that entire area.
Did you do that?
Yes, sir.
And at any point in this, let me back up, strike that. When you get to this location, what are your impressions of this location?
At that time, I felt like I was being lied to again and that she was not there.
And based on your observations of this location on this road, why is that?
Yeah, just the amount of resources we had, especially with K9 resources and everything. It would, in my prior experience, especially if we're being directed to that area, we usually find, unfortunately, human remains or humans with the K9 very quickly.
Did that happen in this case?
No, sir.
How far off the road did Tanner Horner tell you he dumped her body?
I don't remember an approximate distance.
Okay. Did he tell you that she was way in there or close to the road? What was his statements to you as to distance from the road or anything like that?
His statements were she was in close proximity to the road, not too far in.
Why did he tell you that that was important?
He stated that was so somebody could find her.
You didn't find her?
No, sir.
So when you're out there searching, are you personally out there searching?
Yes, sir.
And I think you mentioned just a second ago that you had Mr. Horner out of the vehicle and had him pinpointing things to you as well. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that when he's telling you where she was, where he put her, so on and so forth?
Yes, sir.
And again, is all of this still recorded on your body?
Yes, sir.
During this time where you've been taken to this location where all the bamboo is, how many times do you think you asked him if this is really where he dumped her?
Numerous.
And each time in this that you ask him that, what is his response to you?
That's the location.
And what level of confidence was he giving you when you're asking these questions?
High level of confidence.
And in fact, was he able to point at some point to where he had put her?
Yes, sir.
Still no Athena?
No, sir.
How long do you think you stayed out there on the side of the road looking in this bamboo forest?
Us personally, I believe we were out there for about 30, 45 minutes.
You said at some point you end up back at the Wise County Jail, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Why do we go from the bamboo forest back to the Wise County Jail?
At that time, we exhausted resources as far as checking the home. We checked both vehicles. We checked, keep in mind this is day 3 also that we've been searching. At that time, I felt that he was lying to me and that I needed to take him to a controlled environment and conduct a custodial interview.
And was that based on all that you had seen up until that time?
Correct, yes, sir.
And being out there in the bamboo and looking and not finding anything?
Yes, sir.
And the canine not finding anything?
Yes, sir.
And so when you said you're going to do a custodial interview, what do you do differently now when you decide to take him to the Wise County Jail?
At this time, we're exhausted our public safety and our exigent circumstances. So at this time, I would Mirandize him, make him aware of his rights.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, let's stop for a few minutes. We'll take our morning break at this point. We'll come back at 10:35, 15 minutes. Stretch your legs. We'll call you back in just a few minutes.
Okay. Okay, so we're taking a break here. This has been fascinating testimony from this Texas Ranger. What do you think about it, Mike?
Yeah, it's exactly the type of testimony we would expect when they have not pled guilty and we're doing the full-blown trial. This is the sort of, it's both foundational but also very interesting, talking about how the investigation went, how they identified their suspect, and then just kind of building up. What I find interesting is just some of the back and forth between the lawyers during the testimony, objections to hearsay, completely normal. However, a little strange that we're arguing about hearsay and contesting some of these issues when we have a plea of guilty. And you would think, because the defense pled guilty, we're not going to contest this stuff. We're just going to move forward. The defense has been objecting. I found that a little surprising. But of course, as a defense lawyer, you've got a job to do.
Do you feel like you've got to do it? I mean, or is it just like muscle memory for you guys?
It could absolutely be muscle memory. You try cases dozens, hundreds of times, and it's very rare that you're trying a case like this, what we call a slow plea, where it's essentially a full-blown trial, but you've pled guilty. Those are rare, and so it is certainly possible that the defense lawyer just kind of falls into the pace of objecting.
Because that's what you would normally do.
Because that's exactly what you do, because you can't let hearsay come in without objecting to it.
Right.
So you have to object. On the other hand, why do it if you're pleading guilty? It could be that the defense lawyer thought, look, I want to send a message that just because we're not contesting every little bit of this, that I'm just going to let you do whatever you want.
Right.
And I'm going to let you put on testimony.
This isn't going to be no holds barred here.
Exactly. That you can just get away with things that the court wouldn't normally let you get away with, and I'm just going to let you do it.
Right.
That could have been it. And frankly, that may have worked, because after the first 2 or 3 objections to hearsay, the judge overruled those, meaning, no, it's fine, he can testify to this. But on the, whatever it was, 3rd, 4th, 5th, the judge started sustaining objections. So clearly the judge was saying, hey, yeah, Mr. Prosecutor, you can't just go into this.
Is this like the judge's way of saying knock it off?
Basically, yeah, basically. I think so. Either to the prosecutors who were directing this witness, or to the witness himself, saying, hey, you should know, you can't just summarize what you found out from a source that would be hearsay. Hearsay being a statement that was made outside the court. The idea of Joe said the light was red. No. I can't say that Joe said the light was red. Joe needs to come to court and say, I saw that the light was red.
Right.
So, it's one of these little things that it is a foundational part of our trial system. It is a little strange that we're having this fight.
Right.
So I don't know. We'll see how that goes.
So for you folks that may have joined us late, so we're in day 2 of the Athena Strand coverage of the Athena. Let me get talk here. We're in day 2 of the trial of Tanner Horner, who has confessed, who has pled guilty to killing Athena Strand. And so we're in the punishment phase. And so this morning we've been hearing from Texas Ranger Job Espinoza, talking about his interactions with law enforcement's interactions with Tanner Horner, walking us through step by step, describing him taking law enforcement to find the body, and talking about his questioning of Tanner Horner. And I assume at some point we're going to see these videos. In fact, I kind of thought we were already going to see them, because we saw the body cam of him being taken into custody, which unusual thing. We had the brother, who's the Parks and Wildlife game warden, who's a brother of the Texas Ranger, testifying at first in order to get that body cam in. And then now he's
because
asking,
the Texas Ranger forgot his body cam. The older brother forgot his own body cam and had to ask his younger brother, the game warden, can I use your body cam? It's one of those funny things that it's kind of It's a little funny. It's a little sweet and touching. You've got this brotherly moment of, hey, little brother, I forgot my body cam. Can I borrow yours? It's something you don't expect.
Well, I don't think we're going to get a lot of touching moments in this particular trial, unfortunately.
No.
It's a very sad one.
Yeah.
But, he asks, or he talks about the questions that he asked. The ranger talks about the questions he asked Tanner Horner. And he asked Horner if Athena Strand was alive.
That's right.
When he put her in the truck, and he says no.
Yeah, and this is so
which he knows is immediately a lie.
He knows it's not true because he's already seen enough footage to know that that's not true, and so this is for those of you out there wondering, he pled guilty. Why are we going through all this? Well, this is the prosecution's beginning of laying out. This is how he lied. Right. This is the beginning. This is the first lie. He has layered
well, it's not the
lie
first
after
one.
lie.
Well, there's some lies before that, but this is probably the first lie when they actually have him into custody.
Right. Yes. This is the first lie, I guess, that they capture. Now they know this is a lie, and this is going to make them start looking deeper and deeper. So this is, I think, part of the strategy of saying this is not somebody who deserves any sympathy. This is somebody that there is no mitigating fact. He is manipulative. He is sophisticated. He is dangerous. And if given the chance, he would have tried to get away with this.
Right. And we do have these special questions, these special issue questions, and of course one of them is ongoing danger.
Yep.
And then the second one, of course, is whether there was anything that would mitigate him getting the death penalty. And so, the jury has not, because we didn't have a guilt-innocence phase, they haven't heard all this stuff.
Right. Right.
So in order to be able to answer the ongoing danger question,
you need to know enough about what he's accused of doing, but also how sophisticated was he? How manipulative was he? Did he just immediately, say I did it and I'm so sorry, or did he try to cover his tracks? All of these things are important pieces for the prosecution's case.
And how much? I guess I'm struggling here about I want to see the video, right?
Mm-hmm.
We live in the reality is we live in a video society.
We live in a video world, yeah.
And so I want to see him say these things, and I want to see those interactions. Talk to us a little bit. One of the things the ranger said was that he was being very careful in what they asked him. He talked about the public safety exception. Explain that a little bit.
Okay. So the public safety exception is that the law enforcement is given more leeway if there is an active public safety emergency. We are searching for a live person. We are trying to locate a kidnapped live person to prevent anything bad, any additional injury.
So you don't have to do
death.
Miranda at that point.
Exactly. And so they get more leeway. They don't have to read him his rights. They don't have to tell him he has a right to remain silent, etc. However, the second they find out that this maybe live person is not live, that public safety exception ends, and any additional questioning about how that person died, what the suspect's role in it, if you ask those questions, you are now outside the public safety exception, and you are violating that person's Miranda rights. So the officer there, the Texas Ranger, is trying to establish how careful he was to stay within the bounds of that.
I actually appreciate the fact that he was trying to be careful.
Yeah.
That he's not trying to play the game,
Mm-hmm.
because we've seen that sometimes where they don't, Mirandize. I mean, Miranda exists for a reason,
Yep.
and it exists to protect all of us.
Mm-hmm.
And when they say that what you say can and will be used against you, they are not joking.
They mean it. Yeah.
I'll be honest with you. If I was ever, don't plan to commit any crimes, but I wouldn't give a statement to law enforcement whether I was innocent or guilty. That's just a reality for me.
Right.
Because I would want to consult an attorney, whether, again, innocent or guilty. That's just a good lesson to learn, because I have seen how, in cases, how statements can be taken out of context.
Yep.
I've read arrest warrants where pertinent facts are left out. You know, I've seen a lot of things in my career, and so I'm wary. But anyway, I appreciate the fact that all that to say, I appreciate the fact that the ranger is following that, attempting to follow that rule. And I think he also understood that this is a really important case. We've got a 7-year-old girl, and you don't want to do anything to mess that up.
Right. You can look at it as, what a good guy, he's doing the right thing. You can look at it from that perspective, and I'm certainly not saying that that's not true. The other side of that is that it's in his interest. The last thing you as a law enforcement officer want to do in order to quote unquote get the bad guy is break the rules, and then you don't end up getting the bad guy because you crossed a red line that you're not allowed to cross. And so you don't want to contaminate your own investigation by crossing any of these kind of bright lines. And so it is both the right thing to do and also just good, smart police work and good for the prosecution to make sure that you stay within those bounds.
Right.
The more you start pushing up against the line and smudging the line in the sand, the more at risk you are of a case being thrown out. And so it's definitely within their best interest to follow those rules.
Somebody sent me Candy sent me a Facebook question, and I'll just read it. It says, "It seems to me that just about every piece of evidence that is introduced, the defense objects. Is this normal in the punishment phase of capital murder?"
Yes and no. I think the amount that they are objecting is a little bit surprising. At the same time, we talked about this earlier for those of you who are joining later in this, that death penalty cases are different, and the defense is held, rightly so, to an extremely high burden. And you, as a professional, want to make sure you are dotting all your I's and crossing all your T's. One of those I's and T's that have to be dotted and crossed is if you don't make an objection, you can't later come back and say, hey, the judge did this wrong. In order to preserve that error, you have to object. And so the defense lawyer is probably thinking, look, can I let this go? Probably.
Right.
But if I do, I don't have any chance, my client doesn't have any chance later of appealing some issue. I haven't preserved it for appeal. And then B, kind of what I was saying earlier about trying to send a message. If you give a witness or the other side a little leeway, I'm not going to object to these things, and they start pushing further and further and further, you may realize, oh God, I didn't mind that one issue a while back, but now it's an hour later and they've done 10 more or 20 more, and now all of a sudden it's kind of too late. You don't want the appellate court coming and saying, you kind of opened the door to all this by not objecting in the first place. So it's a difficult, I want to be really fair to the defense, it's a difficult thing to balance. You're trying to not waste the jury's time.
Right.
You're trying to not upset the jury because you don't want them mad at the defense.
Right. It's a real balancing act.
But you have to know that later an appellate court is grading your paper, and there are lawyers in the appeal process whose literal job it is to throw you under the bus and say you didn't do what you should have done.
Right.
And so you have to balance all that, and you have to kind of please everybody all at once.
What do you think about just hearing the description of how they kind of got him into custody and began walking him through it, and it's a little bit of serendipity that they get those video clips kind of simultaneous, right?
Mm-hmm.
To getting him in custody. Oh, okay. I think they're about to come back. I think we're about to see them come back into the courtroom here in a bit.
Yeah, it looks like
they took. It's basically what's happened here is this is what we call the mid-morning break. Yep. This is pretty common. Courts. There we see. We're about to see Tanner Horner walk out here in a few minutes. Here in a second.
For everybody's sake, the judge generally likes to try to keep a pretty set schedule. We're gonna break about mid-morning. We're gonna break about noon. We're gonna break about mid-afternoon. That way, everybody knows. The jury knows hey, I can hold out 10 more minutes to get that drink of water or use the restroom because I know they're going to break about 10:30. So I looked at my watch, it's 10:30. It makes sense. He broke about 15 minutes ago. You want to give everybody enough time. They can, stretch their legs and it's important that you want them really focused on the facts and really listening to the testimony. So you've got to give the witness, the lawyers, the jury all time to reset.
Okay, we see him back in the courtroom. And can we bring the mics back up?
Everyone may be seated. For 27 years I've been watching juries coming in and out, and it's so fun to see who kind of likes to move around and who likes to sit in the same seat. So we are ready to proceed. Mr. Stain.
Thank you, Ron. Mr. Espinoza, we were talking, I think we ended where you had now Mirandized Mr. Horner, and you're heading back to the jail, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And is that also recorded on the body cam that we talked about before?
Yes, sir, it is.
Now, during this time, are you having a conversation with Tanner Horner during this time while he's in the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And just to make sure here, when you're coming back to the jail, is it the same parties that are still in the vehicle?
Yes, sir, it is.
And that would be who still in the vehicle at that time?
Be Investigator Joseph Oliver and Ranger Danny Briley, myself, and the defendant, Mr. Horner.
Okay. And so during this time, what kinds of questions are you asking him on the ride from this location he took you to back to the jail?
Just asking if he was sure about the location where Athena was, and just kind of recapping what we talked about previously.
At some point, did you ask him any questions about the condition of Athena's body when he dumped it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at that time, what did he tell you her condition was when he dumped her body?
I believe at that time he stated that she had some bruises on her body.
Okay. What about whether or not she had any clothes on or not?
I believe he gave a clothing description, but I can't remember any other details other than that.
Let me just ask you, when you asked him, did he tell you she was clothed or not clothed when he dumped her?
Not clothed.
Now, again, all of this is recorded here. Were you there at the scene when her body was recovered?
Yes, sir, I was.
And during this time that you're talking, in between the time that you went out there, you got the body cam, during this initial conversation, if you remember, what was Tanner Horner concerned about or worried about that he expressed to you at that time?
In which interview you speaking?
In the first interview, the one from when you initially detained him all the way back to the jail. What was he communicating he was worried about?
I don't recall.
Now, during this time, what was Tanner Horner's demeanor during this time when you're coming and questioning him at the roadside and you're coming back to jail? What was his demeanor?
He was pretty composed for the most part. He was articulate. and he continued to speak to me.
You remember when you, at the point at which that you make the decision that I think you said you're not able to find her, this isn't working out, what does Tanner Horner offer to you as a possibility that something had happened to her?
Potentially somebody had picked her up, or
and again, looking into the future, where was she when you were interviewing him at this time?
she was at Bubbles Crossing in the river.
Now, we talked a little bit about whether it was things were audio and video recorded. Judge Rand?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 35. Can you tell me what that is and whether or not you've reviewed that?
Yes, sir. This is Joshua Espinoza, the game warden's body camera, and it's labeled Field Interview 1, and it has my initials on it.
And what do those initials tell us?
That I've reviewed it.
And is that true and correct depiction of what you saw and witnessed on that first video we talked about from the detention until you get back to the jail?
Yes, sir.
Jeff, we'd offer State's Exhibit 35.
Any objections other than those previously given to the court?
No further objections, Your Honor.
Those objections remain overruled and State's Exhibit 35 is admitted.
I'm ready. Let me publish, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Listen, where's she at? No BS, where's she at? That's the most important thing right now. Come on. Where's she at?
I can show you, I don't know what the word is called.
She left?
She was in a black record.
Okay. Listen to me, let's stop right there, okay? Let's go find her right now. Take me passenger side. Close. All right, brother. Let's get married. We'll worry about the rest later. Can we get go 21, 23. So I say, you want to, Bradley, Bradley, can you hear me? Right here, or further? You sure you want to in there? Because that's not broke down in there. Right here. Are you sure this is close? Yes, sir. Let's go back here. Listen to me. Now that we have a general idea where she's at, all right? Listen, that's the most important part. We're going to make it where you're right, real quick, all right? You have the right to remain silent, make any statement. Any statement you make will be used against you in court. You have the right to an attorney, and you have the right to have an attorney present. You can't afford an attorney when be appointed to you. Do you understand your rights? Yes, sir. Okay, you have the right to terminate this interview at any time. You understand your rights? What was the last part? You have the right to terminate this interview at any time. Yes, sir. Okay, listen to me. This was the hard part. We're over the hard part, okay? So now with that, the most important part is just make sure we're here. We're good? No? Where's she at? That's right here. That's right here? Are you sure? Are we just missing it? You're saying it's right here. This is this spot. Could she get another spot that looks just like this?
I mean, she could be a little bit further down, but this is where.
Well, they're checking here. We're going to drop them down. There's a trash can in the mailbox here. Let's go. So, you need me? Do this work? Good. We just want to make sure we find her. If she's alive and go somewhere, that's even better. She's not? Okay. We'll get into all those details later. Are you sure she's not this way down? Your father, she's in there? My feet. Can you go this far down? Yeah. No, nothing. Yeah. So where did you go in from this side of the road? And would you say you went like right here? You said 5 feet.
get the dog over here. Hey, I'm gonna get you a location. Can we get you and the dog over here? All right, bye. Tell me where about? Right there? This big gap right here? Pull it.
That's about how far she was. So, let's just say, was there any confusion about where you might have put her? And she's not alive? Okay. Yeah, you know what, let's just go up. We're on either side. That's all that's important. You understand that? Yes, sir. That's all that's important. Yes, sir. Trust me. You can trust me. Okay? Yes, sir. There's always a reason to everything, right? There's too many times we get worried, we get all fixated and, you know what happened, but there's always a why. All right? We'll get there. Right now's not the time. Right now, let's just get her home. That's the very most important thing. You agree with me? Yes, sir. Okay, perfect. We're just trying to get that's what we should here. We gotta go. I know this is, you didn't turn around or anything. You know these rights for your luggage, your FedEx driver, right? Yes, sir. So you're 100% positive it's right here? Yes, sir. No ifs, ands, or buts? Yes, sir. Okay. Thank you for being honest. We'll talk about all that here. Remember what's important. Stay, keep your eye on that, okay? We're staying focused on finding her, okay? That's what's most important right now. Let's find her, and we'll get into more, any of that stuff. I'll answer all your questions, and I'm sure you got other questions right? Yeah. It's just. You what? Well, you know. Now, listen, if she's right here, we're gonna find her. If you're being truthful with me, and you're being honest with me, which I hope you are, we're gonna find her. If you're being 100% honest with me, this is where we're gonna find her. Then we'll just find her, and then me and you are gonna go sit down and we're gonna talk, okay? And then we're gonna get all the details and get into some of that, why, as opposed to the what. And then we're gonna get all that put in front of us, and then we'll resolve all that stuff. Then we'll let you start making some phone calls, fiance, whatever you want to do, okay? I promise you that.
Would you be able to get her to
Yeah. Absolutely, yeah, man. That's a small picture, right? That's a small thing. We'll get to that. We'll get you that phone. Time's on our side. We got to do the time. Okay? Just be patient with me. This is priority number one. Okay? Thank you. Thank you for being honest and getting here. Okay? I just wanted that. I just wanted to go on. That's it. Just a second, DD.
Yep. What do you think about that?
we didn't put it too far in.
Yeah. What time of day was it?
Dark.
Yeah.
It was dark when I backed into her.
Do you think we'll find her here?
She could.
Did you know we figured this out? Yeah.
My main fear the entire time after I even hit the road was like, I'm a FedEx driver. This has been my career. You know what I mean? Like, I have a fucking 1-year-old. Like, if I lose this job, I lose everything at this point. I was scared. I didn't know what to do.
Yeah. How many times have you been to her house before?
I honestly just get stuff on the truck and I go move forward, so I have different like routes every time I work most of the jury, obviously, sometimes, people driving this up, they get their confused, you're like, heck, I do it, and how you want to know where I'm at, but,
Stop here, Peter.
okay, so you're 100%, but I'm saying if it doesn't pan out or doesn't work out, we're gonna go through your entire look right here, but I think it will. If you're telling me it is, then I'm gonna take a look for it, okay? That's right, okay. All right, I trust you. We got some resources coming that are gonna be able to find a faster than this, okay?
He's a good dude. The guy you're talking to there, good dude, man. He can tell you straightforward. And then tell you something that it's not, I think you doing the same with him is probably the most valuable thing you can do, honestly. Just been doing this like 25, 26 years.
Most of my life.
Yeah.
I'm not a bad person.
No, you're struggling, dude.
I'm panicked. Didn't know what to do.
Yeah. That's a normal thing, it's just not. Not something that, you never set your life on this is what we're gonna do, you're trying to make a living out of it. What areas do you deliver most of the time?
Here in Spring County. One of the Spring County routes isn't so bad. Because, it's relatively, it's high volume and it's kind of, like, I know it pretty well because I'm a casual. But the other one, it's like over in the, it's the whole road. I'm feeling that this southern road, I just, then sometimes I work in the Goshen area.
The what area?
Goshen.
Oh, yeah. The guy running, or?
Yeah.
I don't even know who that is.
Dude, she should be right there.
Any other, I'm not familiar with any other cartels on this road?
I can think of, this pretty much just goes from 51 to 114.
How far is 114 from here?
About a mile back that way. That's fresh face.
You scratch face?
No, just that.
Oh.
know visually where I'm at, but I can never remember actual like names out here. Because it's all county road this, private road that. We're good with remembering numbers.
I say just whatever you have to say, just make sure it's your reality. Does that make sense? It's your reality, your truth. That's probably the most important thing when we're talking to Joe. This was my reality. This is my truth. This is what happened. It's a less exhaustive process for you than anything else. I was watching you when Joe walked up the truck and asked you, where's she at? And your response was really good.
Doug just beat.
No, he didn't.
Is it weird that even right now I just want to pet the dog?
No, it's not weird.
Sorry, I deal with dogs a lot when I'm doing this.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
You were like breaking down his discs or something like that?
No, just kind of tossed her in.
Okay.
Like, we're going way too far back. That's what we're trying to say, is that she wasn't that far in. They're going way far back. Like, I didn't even get in the game room itself. I would love to know if they're going too far.
Yeah.
Hey, they're going too far. Hey, y'all are going too far. Too far? Yeah. I didn't even get in the game room. I just kind of tossed her in. Right.
What are your hobbies, Tim?
Music, video games. Lately, I haven't had time to deal with either of those things for the most part. My main goal has just been to get out of my grandmother's house. So me and my fiance can go to some back, but I don't even know when I'm going to see my son again.
If we weren't looking in this area, where would we need to go?
I mean, I'm 100% sure I was here.
Okay. Seems like this many people that would find her, right?
I mean, it should have been like easy, just step in a couple steps and find her.
Where did you get back into her?
I think it's her dad's house, I think they were saying.
Pretty dark when you did it? Yes, sir. It was pretty dark. Is that really all good? You're confused?
No, sir. Like I said, I stopped by this exact little rush area and picked up things sometimes.
I'm thinking about pulling them out and just let them walk it. What do you think?
Yeah, man. Will you come this way?
Yes, sir.
So let's just start like right up here.
Oh, hang on a second, actually. I think that boat's still running.
Oh, okay. Once we find it, it's a good idea.
And I see that, we're talking about this, maybe, confusion.
Yeah, no confusion. I mean, he's gone up to 100% on this.
Okay.
He talked much on it.
Just stop right here on the side.
You stopped on this side?
Yes, sir. Clear out, and I can just do it just straight.
Okay.
How many cars pass by?
And how long ago was that?
So 2 days ago, we're talking the 30th. And it was about what time you were at the time, just so figure out how back it was.
Maybe about 6:37-ish.
6:37, okay. So sun's really down at 6:30 or 7.
Well, sun starts going down around 5:30. It's kind of dusky.
You all right?
Okay. Who's fine? I just need to. I mean, it's fine right now. Like that. Yeah, a little too good. A little too good. Yeah.
Worked anywhere else before? Worked anywhere else besides FedEx before?
Let's see, FedEx, before that I did Amazon. I've done several ever since my son was born. Just, during my 20s, I fucked around a lot. You know what I mean? When I was young, didn't have any kids, all that stuff. Now I'm 31, I was ready to settle down, I had a kid, and I fucked it all up.
get it out, and you can get over it. Just, just give these guys what you know, and,
Realistically, what am I looking
I don't know, I mean, for example, I'll give you a scenario, say you're saying she's here, she's not, because you know she's somewhere, it's just hypothetical. Those kind of things will go against you, in terms of punishment, if they keep screwing them off for, 3 hours at a location he knew she wasn't at. So, if that's not the case, or if it is the case, I would say, kind of stop now, let's go with where she is if she weren't here. You want to do everything you can to be truthful, to minimize the impact on yourself. So that's what I do. I encourage people to, kind of like a chaplain, hey, let's get it out here so we can minimize the impact on yourself.
Still technically didn't answer the question.
What are you looking at? Because your question was, what are you looking at? I'm like, I don't really know, because we haven't found her. We haven't found her with the information you've given us. Do you think we will find her here?
You should. I'm surprised I'll have her already.
Yeah, she could be right.
Like, literally just tossed her right there.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, is there anyone else that would know?
Hey, I think we're going to go. So we can figure out security check. What do you think?
I want my truck to play. I get something.
Go ahead. Go ahead and go get it. Yes. Yeah. Continue. What you said, probably over here? Yes, sir. If you want, we can retrace the steps. Okay. Because I can tell you how to get to places, but I can't tell you. But being in the past, being in the passenger side of it? Not really. No. Like, I tossed her right in, man. Like, I don't know why I haven't found her yet. Choice.
You're going?
Yeah. What do you think? Yeah, we're here. Okay, well, we're going to start, we're just going to go to the end of this road and then come back like we're done there, okay? Me and Pete both this.
Past this dumpster for sure?
Okay, let's turn around. Hey, hang on a second, pull right up here. I'm going to ask this fellow something. In case.
When you went in there, did you get cut by any thorns or anything, man?
No, sir, I just give it a toss around.
Toss her in head first, feet first, or?
First. We're going to get some help, so what's the grant one? scratch, right? About this, 'cause this is kind of tough, right? We talked about where you want this, but there's a natural, but it wasn't. You didn't go from the sideways, did you? So we drove this way, right? And you're certain you are 2123, it's 2123. I'm percent sure. Yeah. Turns into something else, but. Before the middle post, so right in that area. He's unlocking. Anything looking familiar? Yeah. And because it turns into a curve right here. Did you go this way after you jumped the rope? Okay. Drivers. I wish I used to sell it, you know,
right back there?
I'm good.
I adapt to most types of temperature anyway.
Now, you were talking about 30 for you over the other night.
Oh, I was sleeping in it.
Oh.
Yeah, I kind of live in a shed in my grandparents. That's why the sun's not that big.
Okay. You live in the shed at your grandparents' house?
Yes.
Where's that at? Am I correct? Where's your son staying?
Tanner, did you keep any of your clothes or anything like that?
No, you didn't. Okay. Hey, you remember this new house and all that? You drive out of town, right? And you went past this. Okay, go top. Put that out of the way, make some phone calls for you. I'm going to talk first, all right? I'm sure you want something to drink. You're really thirsty. I'm going to grab water here. Got some office. No? You don't think that's people? Germs? Yeah, I don't blame you. I work that pretty good. Okay, what from long here?
No, it's got a low battery. You can go out and turn on the battery, but it's up, you can.
That's good. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Yeah, we already discussed that. Oh, that's just like guys that we trying to figure out. I'm gonna, let's get to you. When we get moving it, we're working on one relationship. And that's how we tell each other the truth. And we don't keep things from each other. So that's what me and you are doing right now, right? You ask me, I was truthful with you. I'm not interested in anything that we're putting in. Okay, if you got questions, let me answer them, all right? So that's what it is. We're just trying to figure out how we're going to get a group of people out there to try to facilitate money. Okay? So I just want you, I hope
Shannon. I know you're telling me the truth. You feel that you're saying nothing. I don't know why you just thought you're right. What's your favorite flavor? I've never even heard of the Miami before. It's supposed to taste like Pepsi. Does it taste like what? I don't know what RC call it. How do you still make that stuff? Is that a Walmart too? They can make money. I think they sell a little thing, there's just a big can, right? Smoker? You smoke also? Oh, really? Does it smell better? Did I do something right for you? Show me. I don't know which is worse, cigarettes or pain. We'll get it through. What is it? Okay. All right, you got to take it. You took it this morning? Okay. So we're good as long as we get it to you before tonight. You should take it out today? For the morning, I should say. Now, can you go this way? I go this way. Yeah. Oh, really? This far north, I should say, or? We're just north of the border. We're not under Decatur, man. back, right? You swear to them? Yeah, we'll back there and go through the fire chief office. Yeah, I think that's a little get rid of that. Biggest thing on the liver, Tanner? What's the biggest thing on the liver? Is there a certain one? Size? Or is it pretty much anything? Pretty much anything on the liver. Oh, that's I'm just so tired of FedEx. So I thought full seven truck tires done on FedEx. Where am I on the internet? Tires are a pain in the butt. Let's say that, tires are a pain in the butt, because they're just hard to work. Oh, I know, they take a lot of space. Oh, yeah, especially when it's like a foil or like a set. Yeah. One tire, it's multiple tires, you're good. I've done it twice, one for a pickup truck, and then I had a Challenger for a while, so I over the space, so four tires. So 20 four tires will take a lot of room. Yeah, my son told me this. I know I covered it. I try to get better than what it's like. Hey, every girl named Croc was that. So you ain't alone on that. And you didn't cry in mine, let's say you didn't cry. Well, it's not my medication. Right now, the medication I'm on kind of makes it more on this level. What's the word? Relax? I don't think you can say relax. It's a serotonin. Even killed. Almost not me a little bit. Yeah, even killed. Even ill. Like, you don't get too excited. You don't get too excited. You don't cry. You're not too much. Yeah. The reason I have to get put back on the medications because I went through a suicide episode. That's. How long was that? I would say about 5-6 months ago. I've actually been meaning to talk to my That is all they're doing. She's doing, I got another book with me.
Take a hard look and get that. Right back here. Okay. You got your fault, so
Call it chief.
no, it's not here.
And I'm a,
Well,
well, I've got my.
I have it in the truck. Let's start right here.
All right, Mr. Berry, let's stop for right now. We will take our afternoon, our lunch break. Your lunches are here. We'll start back up at 5 after 1, okay? All right.
What happened?
All right, so I think they're going to bring our mics back up. I'm not completely clear what's happened there. Oh, maybe that we're about to get to the part where they're gonna find her body. That may be what's happened here.
Yeah.
That we had made a decision that we would go to a slate if they were about to find her body, and that may be what's happening here. So Mike and I have been Mike. This is Mike Howard, who's our legal expert today. I'm Tanya Iser, the senior investigative reporter here at Channel 8. We've been watching with you guys this body cam video. I just like you folks in the chat, a lot of it's been very difficult for us to understand. But he's taken them initially to this area that's like high bamboo, and from what I'm gathering, he's misleading them. This is not really where she's been taken, and they're trying to get to the right location. Is that kind of the way you understand it too?
Yeah, it's there again. It's very hard to hear, but there was some back and forth about, well, is she here or is she not? And he said, well, I said she might have been. So I think the defense can try to argue he was a little unclear, that he thought this may be where she was. Of course, where it ends up being discovered is a completely different location. So if I'm the prosecution, I'm going to say this is yet more evidence, right? This is lie upon lie upon lie. This is more evidence that he is playing games, that he is manipulative, that he is not telling the truth. Therefore, he's just not trustworthy in general. So yeah, that's what this has been, and for those of you who are having trouble hearing, like Tanya said, we're having trouble hearing, and this is very common with body cams.
And he's not wearing it. That makes that if the ranger had it on him, I think it would have made a huge difference.
Yeah, a body cam in and of itself is of limited audio quality, right? It is a camera, not.
Okay, now we have the answer. They went to lunch.
They went to lunch.
Okay, and I guess that got by us. Okay, so that answers the question. Okay, we're not at that point. I didn't think we were, because I was given to understand that they were going to go longer. I texted Rebecca Lopez, our senior crime and justice reporter, who's at the courthouse, and to try to figure out what was happening. And of course, I now have the answer. They've gone to lunch.
Because we were listening to the video. We were probably just a few seconds behind because of the delay, and then we never heard, we're going to break for lunch. But it makes sense, because this is a long video, and I'm sure the judge is at some point saying, all right, everyone's hungry, nothing's happening, let's break for lunch.
That makes sense. And so they're trying to get Rebecca Lopez on for a video call to kind of give us the rundown of what's been happening, what she's seeing and hearing there at the courthouse. And
because she's been hearing it a lot better than we can.
I think she's got headphones on. But even the folks who've been listening in the chat have been struggling to hear. We have. It has been really hard, and this is difficult for jurors, because they're trying to listen. They're trying to listen much the way we're trying to listen. They would be coming out over speakers in that courtroom, and
you would hope. I've certainly seen lawyers not think about it, and they just play it from the laptop or from a tiny little speaker. If a lawyer is really being thoughtful about this, they are going to go into a courtroom and test it out. How well can you hear it? Can you not? Okay, well, let's get in some big speakers. You can get big Bluetooth speakers, and you want to try to make it as easy as possible for the jury because.
Oh, okay. We have Rebecca Lopez, our senior crime and justice reporter, joining us from the courthouse. Rebecca, talk to us about your thoughts about what we've heard and seen this morning.
Yeah, we were expecting it was going to be kind of a lengthy day of watching this body camera footage and what Tanner Horner was telling the troopers and also the game warden. And it was kind of hard to hear. We were probably able to hear it a little bit better than you guys were, but there were times when they kept asking Horner, "Is this where she is? Are you sure?" And at one point he says, "Well, I just tossed her there on the side of the road. She should be there." And so he's very chatty with the troopers, and he's just talking, and they keep asking him. But it's almost like he's also leading them on a wild goose chase because he swears that's where he put her body, but they obviously don't put there. And what we're going to see, I think, next is they take him back to a location. I think it's the sheriff's department or somewhere like that, where they then ask him some more questions into an area where they could do a better interview and see if they could get more out of him. And then eventually, we do see where they find him later on.
What's your sense of how much more? What's your sense of how much more video they're going to play in the court today?
Well, there's still a little bit of this one left, and then I believe there's one other one. I mean, I was told that it was going to be about 4 hours worth of video today.
Wow. So we've heard.
And what I don't think we're going to see or hear today is the audio from inside the van. There was obviously video inside that FedEx van, and he covers the camera up, so we don't get to see what is inside, but we are going to hear what is happening inside, which is an hour of him, according to prosecutors, trying to kill Athena.
And you think this video is going to take up most of the day, or do we have a sense of what might come after this?
Yeah, I feel like the video is going to be pretty much all that we're going to see and hear today.
Mike, why do you think why do you think they're playing the whole thing? And I don't know if Rebecca has any questions for Mike too.
It's really hard to say because it's a strategic decision. Sometimes lawyers worry that if I don't play everything, the jury will be suspicious. They'll wonder, what are we missing? I have always felt that can be easily addressed by just telling the jury, hey, there's a lot of nothing on this video, so we're just going to skip to the important parts. Then it's on the other side. They can come back and say, no, we think you're cherry picking. We want to play the rest of the portion that was missed. So I don't know. It's hard for me to guess why a lot of this video where they're just clearly sitting in the car and not a whole lot's happening is being played.
Yeah, Rebecca, what do you think?
Yeah, and then, one of the things that I did notice is that they read him his Miranda rights at some point. They've asked him some questions before that. I think they've asked him, well, where is she? What'd you do with her? Where is she? And then he mumbles. It's hard to hear what he's actually saying. And then they read him his Miranda rights. So I don't know. And that's after they've obviously cuffed him. So I don't know at what point they decided that was what they needed to do. Maybe Mike can answer that.
Yeah. So, up to a certain point, they're operating on that community caretaking kind of function. Once he's in handcuffs, he is now under arrest. He is not free to leave. And so any sort of discussion that's had at that point is subject to Miranda. And that means that he has to be given a warning that he has the right to remain silent, that he has the right to an attorney. Anything he says can and will be used against him. And if you slip up and you ask him a single question, then you violated his Miranda rights. And if the answer to that question leads to somewhere really important, like a confession or where the body is or whatever, then that confession is at risk of being thrown out. So, it's incumbent on the officers to try to Mirandize as quickly as they can when they think, okay, this person, we're arresting him, they're in custody. It's a balancing act, and from a prosecution's perspective, I think they probably want to project to the jury that everything about this investigation was above board. We followed the rules, we protected his rights, and therefore you can have confidence. So then you play the video so that they can see. You don't just say we read him his rights. No, let's play the video and let them see that. That may be what they're thinking.
Okay, Rebecca, are we getting a sense of what time did they say what time they're coming back from lunch?
I believe he said 1:05.
Oh, that's a very
the judge
precise.
usually just gives about he 1:05. He usually gives just an hour. So that's when the jury is expected to be back. We did get a little bit of a late start today, also because one of the jurors not shown up. So, but also what I noticed, and I don't know if you guys could hear it, but in the video, you can hear Horner talking about his life, about his child, about his son, and about how he wanted a life with his son, but now he's messed up. Well, I cleaned that up. He actually said something else, but dropping the F-bomb. But so he says that, and you hear him sort of lamenting about him, and that kind of goes to what they were saying in opening statements about woe is me, it's all about him, and oh my gosh, my life is over, while he took the life of this little girl. Very selfish, and you hear some of that in this video, and people at home are able to hear what we could hear, but he's definitely like, oh, woe is me, my life is over.
That makes a lot of sense to me, because if I'm the prosecution, I want to play that video first so I can frame that my way, the way Rebecca just explained, that it's selfish, that it's woe is me, it's focusing on him and not the awful thing that he's just done. If you don't play the video, if you say, oh, this video, there's a lot of nothing in this, we're not going to play it, then the defense gets to come back and they play it, and then the implication is, look what the prosecution tried to hide from you. Here he is showing remorse. Here he is talking about the impact it's going to have on other people, on his own child, and so they get to then spin that in a much more positive way. So I think from a strategic standpoint, the prosecution says, all right, we feel that this clearly shows selfishness. We can paint this in a very negative light. So let's play it first. Let's shape the narrative. And that way we control it, and the defense is then on their back foot trying to argue, oh no, that's not selfish, it's actually good, when we've already kind of rung that bell.
Right. Okay, Rebecca, we're going to let you go to lunch because I know you're there at the courthouse. We really appreciate you joining us, and we hope to see you a little bit later today. Thank you so much.
Okay, you're welcome.
Okay, folks, we're going to take a break. So Rebecca said that the judge has said that he wants everybody back at 1:05. We'll come back about 10 minutes ahead of that. So we'll come back about 12:55, and Mike and I will talk. So just to give folks who joined us late a bit of a rundown, this morning they've been playing body cam video. They've had a Texas Ranger on the stand, Job Espinoza, they've been walking through this video where Tanner Horner is taking them initially to a location which turns out to not be the right place, and they've been interacting with him, and obviously, and then at some point they read him his rights. But we're expecting this video to go on at least a couple more hours, potentially. And we've been given to understand that at the end of this video, they will find her body. And so, and again, as I said earlier, when that happens, that is a portion of the video that we're not going to air because it's just not something that people need to see. There's a reason why the jury needs to see it, but we don't need to see it.
For the family's sake, for everybody's sake.
For everybody's sake. It's just it's such a sad situation. But anyway, we'll be back about 12:55. Thank you for joining us. Good afternoon. I'm Tanya Iser. I'm a senior investigative reporter here at Channel 8. I'm joined this afternoon and today, all of today, by Mike Howard, who's our legal expert for today. And we've spent the morning mostly with this Texas Ranger on the stand, and they are playing body cam video from law enforcement's interaction with Tanner Horner as they are looking for Athena Strand's body. And we've been monitoring the comments, and there's a lot of discussion in the comments about what we're not going to air, which is that, let me be clear here. The issue is we have been given to understand that at the end of this body cam video, they will find her body in the Trinity River. And, that's obviously a very, for many reasons, that is not something that we would want to show video of on a live stream. Obviously she has parents, she has family, she has friends. And so we just won't be showing the video of that. And so we'll briefly, when we get to that point, today, because of this, we've put a slight delay on this of just a few seconds so that we see it, or so that we are aware of it before it actually live streams out. And also in addition to that precaution, the cameraman in the courtroom has also been instructed to turn the camera away. But we're trying to make sure, take all the precautions we can to be sensitive, and because Mike has kids, I have kids.
Yeah.
We all want to be sensitive. So
out of respect for everybody. Yeah. So
if the photographer in the courtroom isn't able to do it quickly enough, then we'll make sure we do it here back at the station. But this video has been very interesting. A lot of it's been really hard to hear. Mike and I have struggled to listen to it. Rebecca was able to catch a little bit more of it, but he's taking them to this this bamboo, this tall weeds location, and it seems like what they're saying is that he took them there, took them to the wrong location, and I think they're going to say that he did it on purpose. They were trying to.
He's leading them on a wild goose chase.
Right. And
I think there's that. I think they want to get part we couldn't hear, but Rebecca could hear very well in the overflow courtroom, is that he makes a comment about a very kind of dismissive comment. I think the prosecution will argue that, well, I don't know, I just dumped her over there, or I just tossed her, I think was the word he used, tossed. I think as a lawyer, if I was the prosecutor, I would certainly want the jury to hear that. I would want the jury to hear the word he used, tossed. I would want the jury to hear the tone of voice, and I would argue how unfeeling that was, how little regard for humanity, for basic human decency. I mean, that would be a major point for this video. And then I think also again, very hard to hear, but Rebecca before lunch told us that part of the video is he's talking about how he's messed up his life, that he wanted to be able to be with his child, and this has now messed up his life. And I think you could, as a prosecutor, you could paint that as very self-serving and uncaring for what he's done.
Somebody's mentioning another station stream. I just want to be clear. We're all using the same stream, folks. So there's a pool camera in the courtroom, and so we're airing the same stream that anybody else, Court TV or anybody else is airing. It's the same stream. But what you can get here is play-by-play, us kind of walking you through what we're seeing, what we're hearing, why it's happening, and that's something that we do here at Channel 8 on major trials. We did it in the Uvalde trial. We've done it in other police officer-involved shooting trials, and it's something we really try to do to. Because, even just the way this trial started with his guilty plea, okay, there's a curveball. Try to explain to folks, okay, well, he's pled guilty, so why we got to hear all this stuff? And we've been trying to explain that, yes, he has pled guilty, but if they had left just life in prison without parole, then we would be done.
Right, because in a capital murder case, there are two possible outcomes. So capital murder is the only charge under Texas law that is possibly eligible for the death penalty. Only people who are adults, so a 17-year-old, if they commit a capital murder, they are not constitutionally not eligible for the death penalty. So if an adult commits capital murder and they are not, what used to be referred to as mentally retarded, and in some of the case law it still is, but intellectual deficit, disability. So if a person is of not intellectually disabled and they're an adult, then they're eligible for the death penalty. At that point, if a person's found guilty, then there's two possible outcomes. Life in prison without the possibility of parole, meaning no matter what, they're never getting out, no matter what, or the death penalty. And so, generally, if the defense is going to enter into a plea agreement, they're going to say, yes, let's plead guilty. They're going to do that for some benefit, for some bargain. That's why we call it plea bargaining. And so often you would expect, well, we're only going to do that if you take the death penalty off the table, which is not what happened here, which is why I think the prosecution wants to lay out their case pretty much as normal, so that they feel confident that the jury is getting the full context and can make the decision when it comes to these special issues.
Right, and that's the thing, is that it's because the jury hasn't heard all this. They have, and so you really just have to operate as if, almost like it's a guilt-innocence part of the trial. And so you might leave some of it out, but you're going to largely do the entire case. So, and because clearly they're trying to walk the jury through all of what they've called, the prosecutor called the lie upon lie upon lie. And we started to see them untangle some of that and walk folks through that. And folks are also asking about from the video and audio from the FedEx truck. They haven't played that yet. There is some video in that FedEx truck, but there's also a part of, this is what they've talked about, but they haven't shown it, that there is a portion of that video, or that where the video is covered up and you hear audio. And what the prosecutor said in his opening statement was that he said something to the effect of, be quiet or I'll hurt you. And clearly there is some video, because we saw that screenshot from the video where you can see Athena Strand in that delivery truck. And that's important, because that shows that, contrary to what he said, she is very much alive.
Yeah, and at that time not injured, because his initial story was, I accidentally backed over her, and when I put her in the van, she's either dead or severely injured. And then, of course, the prosecution is able to show that's not at all true, because they show the screenshot of her looking physically okay. She is clearly conscious, her eyes are open, she's kind of looking forward, she doesn't appear to be gravely injured. So clearly that initial story he gave was not true, which feeds into the prosecution's lie upon lie upon lie kind of narrative.
And folks are commenting that I didn't catch that they had gone to lunch. I have to tell you guys, when you're watching a live stream, sometimes, because I'm not sitting in that courtroom, sometimes stuff does get by me. All of a sudden something will happen in the courtroom, and it's not the first time that we've had that happen, where we're watching a live stream and we're looking at each other going, wait a minute, what did we miss? It happens so quickly.
Wow.
It's funny, because when you're sitting in that courtroom, it's like you can, it's just a different feeling.
It's a very different feeling.
You can see how the jurors are taking in the evidence.
Yeah.
When we're watching it from here, we're seeing what y'all are seeing.
Yeah. And sometimes we're especially because we've had trouble understanding the audio, sometimes we're backing up the live stream to say, hold on, what was that was just said? And so I think that's what ended up happening, is I
was trying to listen, trying to go back.
Yeah, we ended up being
stuff.
20 or 30 seconds behind. And so when we found out they had broke for lunch on our screen, it was still the video playing, because we were behind. Yeah, because we were trying to get it right.
So that's our explanation. But this is not like pre-produced TV. We're very much just rolling with it, and this is, and we've I think this is my 6th or 7th trial to do this with Mike. So we're expecting this video to go another 2 hours. We were told initially it was about 4 hours. And they played it, maybe an hour and a half this morning? So maybe
another 2.5 hours.
We have quite a bit left. Why do you, I still struggle with the need to play all of it, because there's so many parts of it where I could not make out anything. Why not pick the major clips where you can make something out, or could they have, because you and I were talking about this when we were chit-chatting, could they have somehow taken the video and, done some audio work on it to where you could actually hear it better, because there are ways, and I know this because here at Channel 8 we can do this, where you can, if you have a video where there's like a consistent noise, you can filter that out.
Yeah, and I mean the answer is yes. The law allows for the lawyers to present, if the evidence is admissible, if the judge says yes, I'm going to let this video in, I'm going to let this 911 call in, whatever it is, you can play some or all or none of it. What the law is called is the rule of optional completeness. So if I choose to only play 5% of a video, the other side can come back and say, wait a minute, he's being unfair, he's cherry picking, we want to play the rest, or we want to play this other part that puts that in context. And so I definitely, and lawyers I know that think about this, want to present something that's as compelling as possible. They don't want to lose the jurors' attention. They don't want to bore people. And so you try to only put on the parts that you need.
Right.
And you try not to, you say all the time to the jury, I don't want to waste your time. And then, strategically, if I'm the prosecution, I almost dare the defense to play the whole video, because then they're wasting the jury's time, and that makes the jury mad at them. So it is surprising to me. If I was the prosecution, I would have said, here are the 3 or whatever things I really want you to get from this video. I'm going to play you this 30 seconds. I'm going to play you this 3 minutes, and then let the defense complain about it if they want to.
Somebody was asking here, so could the defense have objected to that and forced them to play the whole thing? I don't know that.
Yes, so that's the rule of optional completeness. So again, just in this made up scenario, let's say I'm the prosecutor and I choose to play only a portion of the video. The defense can't stop me from playing only a portion. I get to control what my evidence is and what I want to put on. But then what the defense can then come back and say, yeah, but he didn't play the whole thing. There's context. There's something else we want you to hear. There's something they're trying to hide from you. Then they get to play the whole thing. I think sometimes lawyers, and this is on both sides, prosecution, defense, civil, whatever, they get in their own heads and they overthink it, and they start to worry about, well, what if the jury thinks we're hiding something? I don't want them to think that, so I'm just going to play the whole thing. And then so you're balancing, and it's difficult. You're making 1,000 of these kind of game time decisions in the moment, second by second, and you're trying to balance all that and say, how do I present a compelling narrative? I don't want the other side, I want to take away any sort of gotcha moment they might get me with. You're trying to do all that and put your best foot forward.
Yeah, it's interesting. I covered a trial one time where this was a federal trial, so obviously there's no live streams, and I was in the courtroom, and there had been some agreements. There was some of it that the prosecution couldn't play, right, because of different motions in limine, and the defense ends up playing more of it, and it opened the door to a whole bunch of stuff and actually made their client look terrible. It was, I remember sitting there going, oh, this person has not been being well represented at all. But
you got to think really carefully about what you play, and especially when you're the defense, there's that idea of opening the door. So what that means for our non-lawyers out there, that the judge has made a ruling, this doesn't come in. Right, and so generally for the defense, you're like, we think that was going to confuse the jury, or we think that was going to paint our client in an unfair light, or whatever it is. So we're glad that's out. But then you end up doing something that opens the door to, now the judge says, well, now that you did that, I'm gonna let the prosecution counter you with that thing I wasn't going to let them do anyways. And the idea there is you can't leave the jury with a false impression. So if I say or argue something that makes it seem like a false impression, and that video or that audio or whatever that otherwise wouldn't come in can clear up that false impression, then it's coming in. So yeah, that's a situation where the defense, they didn't think hard enough about whether we really want to play this.
Okay. We'll take our mics down. We see Tanner Horner entering the courtroom, and we will watch as they restart here after lunch.
Waiting on me, you're back.
We're gonna have to use that one on him.
All right, everyone may be seated. Good afternoon. We are ready to press on, okay? Mr. State.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Ranger, we got through that grind of a video for an hour or so. Apologize for that. I'm glad we can ask you some questions about it now, and we'll move on. Let me ask you, that video that we were watching before from your brother's body cam, where does that video terminate geographically?
It ends at the Wise County Sheriff's Office.
And is that where you told me before that then the video from the Wise County Sheriff's Office then takes over? Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
All right. So the next video in the chain here that we're talking about is now at the interview at the Wise County Jail.
Yes, sir, that's
Is that
correct.
Okay. Just want to clarify, we've got several videos here. I want to make sure we're on the right one. All right. Let me go back a little bit. Some of that video we were watching here, some of that stuff was a little hard to hear. And I want to clarify a couple of things when we talked about that. Let's talk about the discussion about Athena's clothes. From that video, what was Tanner Horner's first statements to you about whether she was clothed or not?
In that incident, he stated she was clothed.
Okay. And then what did he then later on in the video tell you about her clothes?
That she was wearing a t-shirt and jeans.
And what did he tell you he had done with those? If you remember.
In that particular video, he didn't say anything, that he'd done anything with the clothing.
All right. So let's talk a little bit about the story that Tanner Horner told you about the incident that led to him killing Athena Strand. What was his story throughout this first video about what he had done to her and how she ended up in the truck?
The initial story was that he had hit her with his FedEx vehicle and ended up taking her because of that.
So what do you know about the statement to you from Tanner Horner that he backed into with the truck? What do you know about that statement?
I knew that to be a lie.
With regard to his statement to you that she was deceased when he put her in the truck, what do you know about that statement?
I also knew that to be a lie as well, based on the video.
How long did this wild goose chase in the bamboo go on?
I believe almost 2 hours, close to 2 hours.
All right. And so we heard on the video there was a lot of discussion about, I think I heard you ask several times, is she in here? Is she in here? Right?
Yes, sir.
And is that what You were describing before in the first part of your testimony that you guys were all out there on the road looking and then having conversations with Tanner Horner as you're looking. Is that what's going on?
Yes, sir.
Some of it was hard to see, you know, in and out of the truck. Okay. So when you're out there and you're searching, do you take any resources that are looking for Athena and bring them to this bamboo area?
Yes, sir. At that point, we had other resources in other places, K-9, additional officers, and I went ahead and concentrated those into that area since that's where he was telling me she was at. I felt obviously we needed to check it and confirm that she was or wasn't there.
So during this entire hour, I noticed on the video that you guys drove up and down the road several times. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you guys, it appeared to me, and I couldn't see it all, that either you or some other people went into this bamboo area multiple times.
Yes, sir. Several officers went in and out of the bamboo, including myself, including Investigator Oliver, several Wise County deputies, game wardens, agents. Everybody was in there trying to find her.
And is it correct that Tanner Horner's story to you was that he just kind of barely put her in there a little ways and you should have found her? Is that right?
Yes, sir, correct.
And what was the word that he used multiple times with regard to what he had done with her body? Do you remember the word that he used?
Tossed.
Tossed. And did he tell you whether he tossed her head first or feet first?
In that video, he stated he tossed her in head first.
Now, I noticed on some part of this, there's some discussion with Tanner Horner about y'all's desire to get the truth. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And is it also correct that you had told him that in the beginning that you just want to know the truth?
Correct, yes, sir.
And in this particular situation, at this location at the bamboo forest is what I'll call it here, because that's kind of what it looked like. When he's telling you that she's in there, what do you know about that statement?
That was a lie.
Because where was her body eventually located?
At Bubba's Crossing.
Which is that anywhere near this bamboo area that we're talking about?
No, sir.
Now, one of the other things that I asked you about, and again, it's kind of hard to hear due to the road noise and stuff, is that did Tanner Horner make any statements with regard to things that he was concerned or worried about during this situation?
Yes, sir. He stated he was concerned about losing his job. He was also concerned about seeing his child and concerned about what was going to happen to him.
But at this time, when he's expressing those concerns, had you even found Athena's body yet?
No, sir.
But this is what he was concerned with?
Yes, sir.
So this next video we're going to look at from the jail, okay? Is this a continuation of your interview from before?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And let me ask you a few questions about it. Pardon me. So this particular interview at the jail, who is participating in this interview?
Present during the course of the interview is myself, Investigator Oliver, and Ranger Danny Briley.
And throughout the majority of this interview, are you conducting the interview or somebody else?
I'm conducting the interview.
And do you know about what time you got back to the jail?
I believe around 4 p.m. approximately.
Okay. And so you get to the jail. I'm going to fast forward a little bit. Is there an interview room or someplace in the jail where you interview suspects?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Most of the interview rooms that we conduct our interviews in are audio and video recorded in a controlled environment where we can have a table, chairs, board to draw on if needed, things like that.
Okay. And so when you get to the jail, are y'all in that interview? Is that where this interview room, is that where this takes place?
Yes, sir.
And so when you get in the interview, what's the first thing you do when you get in the interview room?
Go ahead and advise Mr. Horner of his rights.
Again?
Yes, sir.
And this is in addition to what you told him when you were on the roadside?
Correct, yes, sir.
So you're in there and you're conducting this interview. About how long do you think that interview was in the jail?
Almost 2 hours.
Now, if I, help me, correct me if I'm wrong here, we had the interview in the jail, right, and when that's finished, or at least a stopping point, where do you go next?
We go back out into the field to try to locate Athena again.
Back to the bamboo again?
Yes, sir.
So we have an interview at the jail, that goes on for some time, and then you elect, we're gonna go back out on scene. Is that the progression of events?
Yes, sir.
So let's go to the jail interview, and I'm gonna hit a couple of things in here. In the jail interview, once you get him in there and start talking to him, what was Tanner's story as to why he was at Athena Strand's home on November 8th? Why was he there?
To deliver a package.
And what was his story to you with regard to his contact with Athena Strand?
That he was there to deliver the package. He hit her with his vehicle. He panicked and he took her with him, asked her to get in the vehicle.
Okay. So I'm going to break that apart a little bit here. He said he hit her with the vehicle, said he panicked, and then you said he asked her to get in the vehicle. That's what he told you?
Yes, sir.
Now, we know before, you testified before, that one of the very first things you asked him was, what?
Is she alive?
Is she alive? And what did he tell you then?
That she was not.
Okay. But now, what's he telling you now?
That she was alive.
Okay. And that you're saying, he says, I'm going to get this correct here, that he asked her to get in the truck. Is that right?
Yes, sir. To the best of my recollection.
Now, with regard to whether or not you asked her to get in the back of the truck, what do you know about that statement?
That's a lie.
Now, with regard to Athena's physical status, her whether or not she was injured or not, what did Tanner Horner initially tell you in the interview that we're fixing to watch here about what her physical status was at that time?
I believe he stated a few bumps and bruises.
Okay. But not dead like you said before?
No, sir.
Now, with regard to any communication between Tanner Horner and Athena there at the Strand home, what did he tell you with regard to whether or not they had any communication at that time?
When I asked him if he communicated with her, he stated that he did, and she told him her name and also asked him if he was a kidnapper.
That's coming from Tanner Horner?
Yes, sir.
Now, let's talk a little bit. When you're talking to him and you are asking him, does Tanner Horner blame anyone for all of this happening?
At one point, he tries to say that the van didn't have a backup camera or a sensor, so he believed that contributed to this happening.
Okay. Anybody else?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. Now, I'm going to ask you to, I'm going to try to make this as detailed as possible here. At some point, do you ask Tanner what he did to kill Athena?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And to the best of your recollection, what did he tell you he did to kill her?
During the course of that interview, he stated that he first attempted to break her neck, and then he strangled her with 2 hands.
Okay. How many times did he say that happened to you?
I can't remember the exact amount, but it was numerous times that he stated during that interview.
Okay. That he had done that?
Yes, sir.
So he says that he attempted to break her neck, didn't work, and so that he used his hands.
Yes, sir, correct.
And he said 1 hand or 2 hands?
I asked him whether he used 1 hand or 2 hands, and he stated he used 2 hands.
2 hands. So and I just want to make sure, so now we're in this second interview. What is he now telling you that he did with her body once he killed her?
He stated that he had her in the back of the van for a short period of time and then took her to the bamboo.
Now, during this interview, what are you trying to do during this interview?
I'm just trying to find Athena. That's just trying to figure out where she's at.
Now, as far as after he, according to him, after he dumps her body in the bamboo, we've talked a lot about that. Where does he say that he went next after that?
He stated during the course of that interview that he went to the Loves to get some cleaning supplies for the truck, and then he went back to the station.
So just for those of us that don't know, is it Love's a convenience store?
Yes, sir.
Is it also a truck stop?
Yes, sir.
And is there a Love's in fairly close vicinity to where that would have been happening?
Yes, sir.
Do you know where that one's located?
I can't remember the approximate address or location, but we had investigators follow up with that location as soon as we found that information.
All right. So a Love's truck stop, that's what he said, to clean up the truck. What did he tell you that he was cleaning up?
He stated that he was cleaning up vomit and feces.
Okay. Whose vomit?
His vomit.
Whose feces?
Athena's.
During the course of your time being a ranger and being in law enforcement, have you ever heard the term used with a suspect when you're interviewing that they're playing the victim?
Yes, sir.
That term? Okay. And what does that mean to you?
Essentially, there's no accountability. It's just blaming everybody else.
But then?
Correct, yes, sir.
And in this case, when we were talking about Tanner Horner in his interview, does he take on that role during that part of that interview? Playing the victim?
Yes, sir, he does.
And just give us a general, we're going to be able to listen to it, but give us a general overview of what he does from your recollection to play the victim, so to speak.
Just never any accountability as far as what transpired. Obviously, I knew a lot of the facts in reference to this investigation, including some facts that I was collecting during the course of that interview. So throughout that course of that interview, I know he's continuously lying to me, and it's very self-serving because he knows if he tells me the truth.
Objection, Your Honor, that calls for speculation as to what Mr. Horner may or may not have known.
Sustained.
Without speculation.
Correct, yes, sir.
Say your question again.
I said, without speculating, is anything you can finish your answer if you want to.
Just a lot of blaming everybody else and no accountability.
And as part of this, when you say that he's blaming other people, you said that he blamed possibly FedEx for not having a working backup camera, right?
Yes, sir.
Which, from what you're telling me, would have led to him backing into her, right?
Presumably is what he was implying.
Right. Which you've already said that's a lie.
Yes, sir.
And so, with regard to any other place where he laid blame for being responsible for Athena's kidnapping and murder.
Yes, sir.
Was there any other person, place, or business that he laid blame for causing her murder?
Not that I can recall, other than him blaming his long hours and his work and some of the things going on in his life.
All right. All right. So I'm going to ask you to tell me about Zero.
During the course of these interviews, Tanner implied that he was sometimes referred to as Zero. which through the course of my investigation and through the time that I talked to Tanner, it was something he made up, that an alter ego that he made up for himself, and stated that sometimes he would be referred to as Zero.
And so during this investigation, that's when this person, alter ego, comes up.
Correct, yes, sir.
And at what point during the questioning does this made-up person come up?
Yes, sir. Throughout the course of these next couple of interviews, the name Zero and that fake personality or alter ego comes up.
Did he tell you how he made it up and how he created it?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about that.
He stated it was something that he and his wife had discussed in the past, and he named it after one of his band, and actually had a tattoo on his arm that had Zero on his arm.
So he created it and he named it.
Correct, yes, sir.
He made it up.
Yes, sir. To the best of my knowledge, yes, sir.
Okay. And so during any of this, when we're going to hear this, how does Zero come up in the course of your investigation?
At one point during the course of this interview, he writes something on the board. When I step out of the room, I asked him what that was about, and he stated it wasn't him, it was Zero. We talked briefly about it, and then throughout further course of the investigation, when I was hitting roadblocks, again, all I'm trying to do is find Athena. I played his game, and I spoke to Zero.
So during this course of interview, all you had to do was just start talking to him like that? Is that what you're telling us?
Yes, sir.
And did you miraculously get answers when you started talking to him like that?
Yes, sir. At that point, I did.
All right. And how long did he play this game?
Until after we recovered Athena's body.
Okay. And I know we've said that there are multiple interviews that are done, including one that's a re-interview on December 7th. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is he still playing this Zero game all the way until December 7th?
Yes, sir.
Did you believe any of this?
No, sir.
Then let me ask you, Ranger, why play into it if you don't believe it?
It's obviously a common technique that we use to maintain that rapport and to play into that, because ultimately it's about locating Athena and getting the truth. And if whatever he wants to be called, I'm willing to do that, as long as it means actually getting to the truth.
So what you're saying here, you'd have called him Yogi Bear if it got to the truth. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir. I'd have called him anything as long as I could find Athena.
Okay. Now, during this interview that we're going to see here in a minute, tell me a little bit about Tanner Horner's ability to understand and answer your questions. Is he able to do that?
Yes, sir. He is.
And when I ask that, what I mean is that you've indicated that you're going to ask him some questions in that interview. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And his answers to those questions, were they responsive to your questions?
Yes, sir.
What I mean by that is, if you ask him what happened next, right, was he able to explain what happened next?
To a certain extent.
Okay. And so during this interview, when you're going through it, whether you're talking to Tanner or this person he made up or what have you, is he able to understand those questions and provide answers?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then also, let me ask you, during this interview, what's his demeanor during this interview?
His demeanor through the course of these interviews was very laid back. I mean, he wasn't worked up, had a cool, calm demeanor, cooperated, spoke, was articulate, joked around, made jokes at times, made jokes inappropriately sometimes. And again, I was able to maintain that rapport and continue to talk to him.
When you said he made jokes, do you remember anything he was joking about during this?
There's not a particular joke that I recall, but obviously when we watch the video, it's very apparent when the jokes come out that are not appropriate.
Judge, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Show you State's Exhibit 36. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is that?
This is the interview from the Wise County Sheriff's Office interview room, and it has my initials on it.
And when you put your initials, what does that mean?
That means I've reviewed it.
And is that a true and correct copy and an accurate depiction of the interview that you've been speaking about today?
Yes, sir.
Judge, we offer State's Exhibit 36.
Any objections other than those previously brought to the attention of the court?
No, Your Honor, no further objections.
Okay, those previous objections remain overruled and State's Exhibit 36 is admitted.
Is that published?
Yes, sir.
Ready? Okay.
All right, give me a second. Here we go, Ken. Yes. You got it. Running to you outside the road is going to be this. Alright, Tanner? Alright, let's get them handcuffs off you.
Or at least in a position that's not like.
No, we're going to get them off
Like,
you.
I had to, like, get dressed in, like, wonderful.
No, we're going to get them off you.
So what was
Hey,
what's Romans 13?
Oh, sure, I'll read you that here in a second, alright? Now, let me back to where you're arrested real quick before we get started. Running to you outside the road is going to be the same thing, okay? It's, you got the
You have the right to remain silent, not making any statement. Anything said can will be used against you in court. You have the right to have an attorney present to evaluate prior to any question. You can report an attorney when we appointed to you. You can stop this interview at any time. Do you understand your rights?
Yes, sir.
All right, Tanner, we're going to get some kind of formality, so to speak, out of the way, right? We're going to start off with today's date, which is Friday, December 2nd, 2022, and it's Friday, it's 4:40 p.m., and we're here at the Wise County Sheriff's Office, all right? What's your full name and date of birth?
Tanner Warner.
Tanner.
1991.
Hang on, Tanner Lynn, Lynn?
Yes, sir.
Horn?
Warner.
Horner, Horner?
Yes, sir. Little Jack Warner.
Okay, and what's your birthday?
August 8th, 1991.
August 8th, 91. All righty, what's your physical address?
7628 Somerville Place Road.
Somerville Place Road?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what's a good phone number?
817 449 7991. Tell me another my phone number.
It's just something I do for your number in case I want to get hold of you later on or something else. I get your phone number. So let me ask you something. Let's start off with what we've already talked about, okay? On when you got the little girl. You went to that residence to deliver a package?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then what happened?
When I was trying to get myself situated to where, I have an easy way to get out of the property, I kind of backed up and hit her.
Okay, and then what happened?
She seemed like she wasn't too incredibly hurt, but it was a panic.
Okay.
I didn't know what to do. My main fear was I could lose my job, lose my source of income, the way, everything was on the line. I didn't know what to do.
Okay. So then what did you do? Look her up in the truck?
I listened to this dumb little voice in my head that told me, just grab her and go, and I did.
Okay. So you said you didn't hurt her too bad, you just kind of bumped her, or?
I mean, she had some bruises.
Okay. So she's still talking to you and everything. What'd she say?
She was worried that I was a kidnapper.
And what'd you tell her?
I told her no. She kept asking where we were going. I didn't know what to tell her, so I would just talk to her about random things.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't.
Sorry. It's okay. So you didn't what?
She was a sweet kid.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you were in fear of, hey, I'm gonna get in trouble for hitting her with my truck. That was your biggest fear. Okay, then what happened?
I was driving around for a bit just trying to figure out what I was going to do about the situation.
And what's she doing?
Asking questions, we're just talking at this point.
Yeah, is she sitting down? Is she standing up? Is she in the passenger seat? Where's she at?
She's standing up. She's in the back.
Okay. What's she asking?
Just random things. Like, I just had her talking.
Mm-hmm.
It was, I don't know.
And then where'd you go?
We went down this private road and I listened to that little voice again.
What did it tell you this time? Remember what it told you?
I heard it.
200. And you listen. Then how'd you hurt it? It's okay. It's alright. It's alright. How'd you hurt it?
No, it's not alright.
Well, no, it's alright to tell me. It's okay to tell me. You gotta get it off your chest.
you gotta get it off your chest, okay?
Listen again.
Okay, if you don't want to talk about how you heard her in detail, just write it down. And then let's talk about how she ended up after you heard her. Where did you take her?
Sat on the private road trying to figure out what I was going to do from that point. I didn't know what I was going to do. So I just started heading back to the station. And then when I was driving back to the station, I saw the bamboo and tossed the body in there.
Okay. Obviously, if you tossed her there, we're going to find her. So is she fully clothed? And you mentioned she didn't have any shoes on.
No, she didn't have shoes.
Okay. Wearing socks, barefooted?
Socks.
Okay. Do you remember what clothes she was wearing?
I mean, I think like shorts or jeans or something.
Okay.
There was a lot going on through my head at the time, but I didn't.
Is there any voices telling you anything at that time after you, just to get her out of the truck or anything like that, or was that just kind of a decision you made?
I just tossed her in. Like I couldn't just keep running around with a kid in the back like that. I just tossed her in the bush or whatever you want to call that.
And you sure she was not alive at that time?
I was relatively sure.
Okay.
I mean, I didn't check her heartbeat or anything, but I'm relatively sure that she wasn't alive.
Okay. So, let's backtrack a little bit, okay? To that private road that you went down. And when the voice is telling you to hurt her, how did it start? Did you say anything to her? Did you explain that you had to do what you had to do? I mean, can you give me something on that?
I just told her to turn around and
You choked her? One hand or two hands? Two. Like, was she facing away from you while you were choking her?
and started off, I tried to.
Oh, you tried to break her neck?
I tried to break her neck, make it as quick and painless as possible, but it didn't work. She started crying. Sorry, I'm trying to calm down. I'm trying to calm down.
It's all right. Hey, listen to me. What I tell you earlier, right? A lot of the time we get you fixated on what, right? On what happened. So now we know a little bit of what happened, right? We know that you hit her, bumped her with the truck. You got scared, right? She not telling you. So you got her in the truck. When you got her in the truck, let's talk about that. Did you just pick her up into the truck, or did you ask her to get in?
I asked her to get in.
Okay. So she listened to you, got in the truck, and then you drive from your route immediately, start kind of headed back to the station, right?
No. After that, that's when we went down the private road because I was trying to figure out what I was going to do.
Okay. What do you think the time frame was from there? Like,
I don't know.
not very long, like 5-10 minutes, 30 minutes?
I wouldn't know how to.
Okay. No worry, we're not going to get
Unless I'm like sitting there looking at the time, I have no idea how much time has passed.
Okay, so.
I don't even know how long it's been since you guys stopped me after that delivery.
Yeah, okay, so your perception of time is not too good. So you get in the truck, she's standing up talking to you. You gotta drive down the private road, and that's when the voice tells you, hey, you need to hurry her, you need to get rid of her, right? Am I right? Correct me if I'm missing something. And then you ask her to face away from you, and you try to break her neck at first, but she started crying. When you said try to break her neck, did you like try to spin it? How did you do that?
Try to spin it.
Like spin like one hand on the chin, one hand on top of the head, hand on the side of the head, or how?
Like.
Okay, and that didn't work?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, but she was facing away from you when you did that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so then...
I didn't want her to see it coming. I didn't...
Okay. So then...
I couldn't take it if she was sitting there in pain. I wanted to do it as quick as possible, and it didn't work. And sorry.
And now, we accomplished that, trying to find out where she's at, right? We haven't found her yet, or that I know of, so, and now we're gonna get into some of that why. Why did you mainly hurt her because you didn't want to get in trouble for hitting her with FedEx, or legally, or what?
Essentially, I was panicking, I didn't know what to do, and then it almost seems like it was a dream. For the most part, it just kind of seems like I wasn't, you know what I mean? Seems like I wasn't behind the wheel at the time.
Out of body experience, so to speak.
Almost.
Okay.
Almost. Like, stuff like that's happened my entire life, where like I'll have these like out of body experiences, mostly when I'm like getting in a fight with someone or something like that. But sometimes I'll kind of like phase out and not know what's going on. Other times I'll just kind of be in the back seat almost.
When you were talking to her, did she tell you her name?
Yeah.
What's her name?
Athena.
Okay. Did she tell you her full name, or did she just know her first name? Did she tell you her last name or anything?
No, she didn't tell me her last name.
So she just told you her name was Athena?
Which I actually thought that was pretty cool because, I like mythology and stuff like that.
Yep. So let's go back to, I know you don't want to, you have a hard time, rightfully so, kind of recall a little bit, but, and I'm going to go back and touch on it a little bit. And you try to break her neck, she starts crying. When you start choking her, facing away from you, like you stated earlier, how long did it take her to essentially pass out or stop crying? Was it long, or was it a short period of time? How long do you think?
It was probably about a minute, but it felt like so much longer.
And then she just stopped moving, went limp. I mean, were you all on the ground, or was she standing up still? Was she standing up when you were doing it, or did she, obviously at some point when she passes out or whatever, you had to come to the ground?
She started off standing and then kind of after a while just went down.
Okay. Okay. And then did she move at all after that?
No, sir.
Okay.
That's when I started heading towards that, I guess, it's a county road, the one right across from 2123, and that's when I threw her in the bush.
Okay. Now, what was that little voice specifically telling you? Do you remember?
That we needed to stop her from pretty much telling anybody.
Okay. So that was the main concern. That's the whole reason why.
Everything was at risk. My job, my family, everything. I didn't.
You didn't know what to do. You panicked. Right? Tanner, again, we'll get, we're not going to get jammed up on what happened. Obviously, the why is always more important. But there are some details that we need to know. Obviously, and let me explain this to you, because you're a smart guy, you know how things work. Just talking to you the little bit of time I have, you're obviously into mythology, you're into superhero movies, you know how things work. You're not, so to speak, a recluse. You know the things around you that go on. So
I mean, it used to be a really bad recluse, but that's
a long time ago. I mean, so by that saying, you're exposed to things and you know how things work. So obviously, when we work these type of investigations, right, a medical examiner's body looks at the body, right, to determine how this person passed away. So we're going to know some of the what, right? We're going to be able to essentially corroborate what you're telling us now, right? So is there anything else we're gonna know? Because I don't want you to lie to me now. Because I'm gonna shoot you straight, just like I want you to shoot me straight, all right? Put yourself in my boots, so don't lie to me, because you know how it is. Do you like being lied to?
No, sir.
Okay. So
I think I know what you're about to ask, and no, I didn't.
what am I gonna ask?
You're gonna ask if I sexually assaulted her, and I did not.
You didn't sexually assault her?
No, sir.
So everything's gonna tell me that you didn't sexually assault her?
With my medication now, I don't even really have much of a libido.
Okay.
Like my fiance will even tell you that it kind of pisses her off most of the time.
Okay. So this, whenever the doctors or whatever examine her body, they're gonna tell me that she wasn't sexually assaulted?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's go back a little bit into the private road. Was it pretty close to where she lived?
Relatively, it's like, okay, so.
Hang on, let's go right here. We got a board to work.
Yeah.
Okay. And it sounds like you're pretty good at this. So.
Okay, so say this is 2123, this is that road, right? Then we
Hang on a
have
second. Let's label. This is what?
2123.
Okay.
So there's different ways to get to the,
Sorry.
There's different ways to get to the, how should I put it? Okay, so here's the store over in Cottonville, right?
Yeah.
Here's a road up here, then it goes to Spring Valley, which, named a road that's easy for me.
You know that road, 35, 55. So 35, 55 right here.
And then there's this like little area, right? I went up through here, through 2123, it came down, and the private road is over here. And there's like multiple houses back there. It's actually a pain in the butt to deliver to.
And they're older or newer houses?
Definitely older. There's like a couple different private roads down that private road.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, hang on. Now let's get into, okay, so where's her house at in proximity to this? Okay, so that's 3573. 3573, so put 3573 there. Okay.
Also, this is bugging me. This is a lot closer to.
Oh yeah, that little road. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. It cuts back. So let me do this. So her home has kind of like a long drive, right? Do you remember that?
Yeah, my phone so we can get a map.
Okay. So we got that long road here, and then this is the home. So when you come in to deliver your package, you come in this way, you turn in, and then you take a right here into her house, right? Property. And then there's a house in front. That's where you left the package, if you remember it. So you get out, you drop the package, right? Walk me through that part of it.
Okay.
So you get out, you're out of the truck now. You don't necessarily have to draw it, you can just kind of tell me.
Yeah, so I went in through here, pulled that way, and then that's when I backed up and I hit her.
Okay, so you're backing up?
Yeah, I went this way, backed up, and I hit her. So I grabbed the package, left it. At first I thought I had a dog. But then I saw it was a girl, and...
What'd she say when you hit her? Was she crying or anything?
Yeah.
Okay. What'd she say?
She was just crying. I was trying to calm her down.
Okay.
And after about 10 seconds, that's when I started panicking, started realizing the implications.
Okay.
The particular truck I was in doesn't have a working backup camera, so it's kind of a pain in the ass most of the time.
Okay. So then what do you do after you hit her? You started panicking, you said it's about 10 seconds. What do you do with her?
Tell her to get in the back of the truck, we're going to go on a quick ride, and then, we're talking the entire way.
Okay. So when she gets in the truck, does she jump into the driver's side, passenger side, or where?
The back of the truck.
Oh, the back. Okay, because you got it open, because you got the package out. So she gets out, you shut it. Again, I don't want to put words in your mouth. What, do you go in with her and shut it that way, or do you go around?
Yeah, I shut it through the back.
Okay. And then you walk around and get in the driver's seat?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The side door on that truck doesn't work.
Okay. And then now show me your route out.
So I was up in that private road.
From right here. So you go.
So I went
this. Yeah. You come
and
back.
I went through it, and went through the private road.
So you go back this way on the private road?
Yeah, the private road itself, say this is Can I see that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so here's Spring Valley.
So I had the two, sorry. I had the two roads up right there, yes, 100%.
So, where were we? Crap, okay, there's Spring Valley. Okay, so the private road is right here. I went to I was in this area.
Yeah. So we're here, 35, 75. Which road did you come up? It comes up 35, 55. So you come up 35, 55.
Yeah, I came up 21, 23, I came in through here.
Okay, so you came the back way then?
Yeah.
Okay, and then you come in and you go up to, it shows private road 3549? Yeah. So EBT, what is that, 3539? 3549. 3549.
I'm sorry, I don't know that.
No, it's all right. Hey man, it's part of it. So you come around, you come back down this road, which is, what is this one? What did we say? 3555. 3555. Okay, so you come around, come 3555 to private road 3549, and then you go all the way to the end of it. Is there like a little cul-de-sac, no houses there, or what?
It's weird. So there's just like, okay.
I'm sorry, I can turn the rotation off. Let me see if I turn the rotation off. Oh, you know it's okay.
Okay, this is an iPhone.
Yeah, let me see if I can do that settings. Are you trying to, so let's just say, we're looking at it though, just private road, so this is where you are at, and you're there how long, you think?
Probably about 20, 30 minutes.
Okay. So 20, 30 minutes there.
At first I was going to try to leave the body down there, but people kept driving past.
Okay.
So I was just like, maybe not right here.
Okay. So you were going to dump her off right there on that private road, but decided, hey, I need to go further.
I wanted to put her somewhere where someone could find her easy.
Okay.
In all honesty, man, I'm a parent. Like,
yeah.
I want my kid found.
Yeah, that's what happened. Look at me, man, I'll tell you this. This is what I'm trying to do right now. I want to bring her home. That's why we're going through this, because I want to bring her home. Okay? So look at me. You got to help me bring her home. Okay? You going to do that?
Sure.
Okay. There you go, Tanner. That's pretty much on that.
Okay, so like the way the private road is, it's okay. You go back, and it's a hell of a drive. This is like a hill right here, but right here is about where. Oh,
it's all right. You can leave that pin there. Okay. Is that the right pin, you think, or should it be on the other side?
It's somewhat, and I was trying to pin it on the road itself.
Let's do this. You got this one out. And then try again.
Well, I was trying to get it on the road, but I don't think that will work out too well. But
that's about the closer you can get right there. Yeah. Okay.
So we were there. I was sitting there, like trying to figure out how I was going to get rid of the body. And then after I remembered that bamboo bush, that's when it's just like, that's where I was going to drop the body. So I started heading out. Oh, okay, there's 21, 23. Started going through here.
So you're going 21, 23, and you walk me through it to me the next road we did. 51?
Yeah, 51, and then
51. And then you go right over to 51, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this is 51, and obviously it's not to scale here, so you jump it here. Okay.
So that's where the bamboo brush is.
Okay, so the bamboo brush is right here. And where did you park your truck? Like right on the road, off the side of the road? So you're on the road here. Okay. And then did you have to go through the back to get her out, or did you access her through the front?
Yeah, I got out through the back.
So you popped the back door?
Yeah.
Okay. You made sure nobody's around, I guess, is that what you're gonna say? I don't want the words in your mouth, is it?
I mean,
Okay. And
I'm
then,
not exactly the dumbest person in the world.
yeah. Okay, so this is kind of like a little lot here. So let me actually label it. And then this is the bamboo. And then, you said, so when I say this lot, I'm drawing it here, because from here to about here, and then the T-posts start right here. Right?
Is that what those are called?
Yeah, T-posts, yeah. The green posts? Because the top of it is like a T, so, or if you look at it from the top, it's like a T. So, and then you said you like, I mean, you didn't even walk in far into that bamboo here?
I didn't even really walk into it, I just kind of stood like right in front of the bamboo and tossed around.
Okay. And then what do you do from there? Let's talk about what your next course of action is.
Got the truck, I sat for a minute, thought about everything, I ended up throwing up in the back of the truck. Like, it was...
Did she bleed or anything in that truck?
I don't know.
Okay.
Possibly.
Okay. Is she gonna have any like cuts or anything like that on her when we find her?
I mean, I did kind of throw her in there as possible.
Oh, so you're talking about just cuts from the bamboo or whatever, not from something you did to it?
No.
Okay.
I'm not some psychopath, so... Because I don't think I am.
So then after you dump her, she's fully clothed, right?
Sure.
Okay. Then what's your next route home? And you can draw that down here. And obviously, if it's too complex, we don't have to. Just kind of explain it to me.
So I went 114 pretty much all the way. I had to stop a couple times because...
Where'd you stop?
On the road.
Okay, just on the road?
Yeah.
What'd you stop for?
Throw up.
Okay. Did you throw outside the truck, up outside the truck or inside the truck?
A little bit of both. At one point I got it on the side of the truck. And then I stopped at Love's to kind of clean out.
Okay.
Yeah, the truck still smells like throw up.
Okay. And then, so that's 114.
Yeah, 114, I stopped at the Love's / McDonald's, put in M for McDonald's, L for Love's, and then I headed back to the station.
Okay. What time did you get to the station?
I have no clue.
Really late, later than normal?
Later than normal.
Which would be after 8, before 9?
I wouldn't say
after
that.
9.
I wouldn't say that late. I don't think.
Okay. At some point in this deal, did you ever turn off your phone? Did you ever get off the radar or anything?
I mean, my phone died there for a bit.
Okay, where'd your phone die at?
I don't remember.
At some point during this, your phone
Yeah.
died? Okay.
After you got her, after you picked her up?
Sir.
Okay, so your phone dies, and you put it on the charger, I guess?
My charger was kind of broken.
Okay, so you put it back on the charger and it powered back up, I'm sure.
Yeah, I had to fuck with it a little bit.
Okay, so when you get home, what do you do?
Well, my fiance picked me up from work and then just went home and went to sleep.
Okay.
Took my sleeping medication, watched Game of Thrones, and out.
Okay. And then what time do you wake up the next day?
6 o'clock, ready to go to work.
Okay. Did you make it to work on time?
Mm.
Late?
Cassie likes to kind of drag by when she's...
Oh, so she's taking, you can sit back down.
You say Cassie, who's Cassie?
My fiance, the mother of my child.
Okay, so she's taking you to work, so she makes you late essentially.
Every once in a while, but she works at FedEx and she works as one of the package handlers.
Okay. What clothes were you wearing whenever this happened?
Jeans.
Jeans, those jeans, different jeans?
Different jeans.
Were you wearing those shoes?
Yes.
Okay. That shirt or a different shirt?
That was a different one. I have multiple FedEx shirts.
Okay. So you don't remember exactly what time, about what time did you get to that house, her house?
I think you actually have the timestamp on when I did that delivery. I'm not sure.
Okay, so whenever you delivered that package or whenever that package was dropped off is when you were at that house?
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Now, did you take anything from her? You didn't. told, because I asked you earlier, I said, did you take any of her clothes? Did you take anything from her?
I mean, not that I can think of.
Okay.
I mean, I might have found a sock on the thing, but I just kind of threw it out.
Okay. Is that a maybe, or did you find a sock?
I did find a sock, but that was just...
Was it one of her socks?
I think so.
Okay. But that's...
Unless it was just some other driver's sock.
Well, I mean, you would be able to know if it's a little girl's sock or a driver's sock, so you don't know either way you found a sock. It's just random.
They move them around a lot.
Okay. So you don't have one particular truck assigned to you?
Yeah. No, like today I was in, like, normally we're driving in like cutaways and stuff, but today I was put in a box truck, which I hate because you don't have that kind of thing right there to go back and get packages. You have to open it up from the back.
Okay. So the truck was the bigger truck or a small?
One of the bigger trucks.
Okay.
We have 3 different types of trucks. We have cutaways, step vans, which I prefer step vans because I'm tall and I hit my head on everything, and the weird box truck thingies.
Okay. But you're one of the bigger ones, you said. Okay. And it has, describe that to me. Describe that truck to me. What's the back look like? Does it have a side door and a back door, or is it just one back slide?
Yeah, all of them have a side door and back door.
Okay. So all of them have that. That's what it is. And the cab to the front of the truck, is it connected with the bed? Obviously.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But again, that's.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. By the way, I do think she pooped herself. Also, when I really don't want to say it, but you get what I'm saying.
When you choked her. And here's the deal, Tanner. Remember, we're going to be completely honest to each other. All right? So, honesty and transparency means that we talk to each other and we don't hold back from each other, and that we talk to each other direct, right?
Sir.
You respect that, right? You told me earlier that's what you expect of me.
Yes, sir.
And I think I've proven that thus far, have I not?
Sir.
Okay, so that's what I expect. So don't hold back from me, man. We're in this now, right? So these details and these small things and things you say to me, okay, they're not so small because there's a bigger picture. Remember, I keep talking about that bigger picture, all right? So we have to be honest with each other, and we can't hold anything back, all right? This is the time to get it off your chest. You can't keep any of this bottled up. You can't keep anything from me, because if you do, it'll tear you up inside. Okay? You understand?
Yes, sir.
Are you leaving anything out on that, on her? You said, do you think she pooped herself while you were choking her?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so while you're choking her, she pooped herself. It wasn't like she's still there alive and then she pooped herself.
No, she pooped herself.
Okay.
How do you know she pooped herself? I mean,
I smelled it when I was moving her. Some of it got on the floor.
that's
There's a little bit of poop, a little bit of pee.
In the truck, so some of that stayed in the truck?
Yeah, I cleaned it up. When I stopped at Love's, I got sanitizing stuff and cleaned it up with my throw up.
What'd you pay for it at Love's when you bought that stuff? Did you pay for it in cash or
Oh,
card?
no, I didn't pay for anything. I just asked them if they had any cleaning supplies.
So you asked the store person if they had some cleaning supplies? And they provided you some?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what the person that you asked for looked like?
Not really.
No, just an employee there at the store.
male or female?
No.
Hispanic male, white male, black male? Don't remember.
I think maybe Jew. I wouldn't
Maybe
quote him
what?
on that, but he did kind of look like he might be part Jewish.
Okay, why do you say that?
God, this is gonna sound terrible. He had a decently big nose.
Okay. All
And
right.
I know that sounds so terrible, and I'm sorry.
Again, where we at?
I know.
Open line of communication here, all right?
I know,
That's
but
what-
still, I try not to discriminate because it's just kind of shitty. This is 2022, so like,
You're not discriminating, you're describing somebody with their features. So don't feel like you're discriminating about it. Just like if you're talking about me, you're gonna say the fat guy that's bald head, that's brown, right?
I mean, when I have a tan, that would probably describe me.
So,
I'm not going home.
No, you're not. Remember, I'm gonna be honest with you, you're not gonna go home, all right? You can't, obviously, with what you're telling me here, we're gonna have to, we're gonna talk about that here in a little bit too, okay? But.
Am I gonna go home at all?
Not, obviously, there's a process that goes through with it, and I'm gonna explain all that to you, but like I said, I want to get to this because what's the most important thing, right? We want to get her home. We're going to get her home. Hang on, listen to me for a second. Let me tell you this, all right? At any point in that, did you think about just letting her out?
I did.
Okay, why did you do that?
Bruce was telling me not to.
Are you 100% telling me the truth about where you put her? And I know I keep harping on that, but it's important because I want to get her home, right?
Yes,
I want to make sure that, you know, you're not leaving out in detail because you think it's you know, going to mess something up or whatever.
Sir, that's where I left her.
Did you write about it? Did you do anything to kind of get it off your chest?
No, sir.
No? You just kind of kept it inside?
It's just kind of been fucking with me a lot. Can I?
When those police officers came to talk to you, those agents came to talk to you, did you ever think about telling them what happened? You did. I was told you got emotional. Tell me about that.
Dude, I heard a kid. There's a fucking child. Can y'all just...
Need a minute?
Can y'all just shoot me in the head?
No, we can't do that. We can't do that.
Please.
You need a minute?
No, I just want to be with my family.
You'll get a chance to talk to your family and kind of explain it to them, okay? And tell them what's going on and fill them in. We're going to give you that opportunity, all right? If you want to do that tonight.
We were just... We're finally getting our shit together.
Where are you staying at now? Who you living with?
Grandmother.
Okay. Who's all
I'm
in
a fucking loser.
Who's all in the house?
My mom, my little brother, and my grandmother.
Okay.
And me and Cassie.
Which is your
And
grandmother?
several annoying dogs.
What kind of dogs?
Itty bitty little ankle biters.
What's Cassie's full name?
Cassie Marie Waite, W-A-Y-T.
Okay, and what's her birthday?
February 17th, 2001.
Okay. Is Cassie C-A-S-E-Y?
K-A-S-S-I.
A.
Listen, can I... How does the attorney thing work?
I don't give legal advice. I'm not going to give you legal advice. Okay, that's something that's up to you to research. I can't give you any type of legal advice. Does that make sense? Okay.
What's you said that's Cassie. What's your mother's name?
Melissa. She's still, like, even though her and my dad have been split up for a while, it's...
So she's your stepmother, but you call her mom?
No, she's my actual mother.
Okay. What's her last name?
Horner. Her and my dad are split up, but she still has the last name.
Yes.
They
And
never got a divorce.
what's her mom's name?
Jackie.
Is it Jackie's house you're staying in? Yeah.
And her last name?
Hardison.
Harrbison. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You said somebody else was living there as well?
My little brother,
What's his name?
Nick.
Is it Nick or Nicholas?
Nicholas, but he goes by Nick. He hates when people call him Nicholas.
I got it.
So I call him Nicholas all the time.
I wouldn't understand. And it's Warner, correct?
No, Voss.
V-O-S-S?
Yes, sir. He has his dad's last name.
Ah, interesting. How old is he?
10 years younger than me.
And you are 31, you're
31.
31. So he's 21? shed out back? Okay. Hey, are you the only one staying in that shed?
Who?
You the only one staying in the shed? Or is it you and Cassie?
Me and Cassie, our cat, and an annoying little shit named Draco.
What breed is Draco?
Not sure exactly, but he's part Chihuahua.
Okay.
Part Chihuahua, part annoying as shit.
Hey, there's something that clicked to me real quick about when you said you found the sock and when you were cleaning the truck. Did you find the sock at the Lowe's?
No.
No, it was
I
on
thought I
FedEx.
found it when I pulled over to go for a while.
On South Road. Do you remember where that was?
Somewhere on 114.
Yeah, and then you just threw it out there on South Road or what?
Yeah.
Okay. I tell you what, this is a lot for you, and I can tell that you kind of probably need to catch your thoughts for a minute. So give us just a second.
I need nicotine.
Nicotine? I'll tell you, I can do that. Let me get you a cigarette or something. A cigarette or tobacco? Chewing tobacco? What do you like?
Cigarette for sure.
Let me find you a cigarette, and then we'll talk a little bit more. Okay? Hang tight. Obviously, you can't go anywhere, so stay in here for me. Okay?
Did y'all grab my stuff out of there?
Yeah, I got it. Yeah. And I'll get your phone and all that good stuff, okay?
Mr. Espinoza, I'm gonna pause this video for a second. Hang on.
I'm just saying. Okay.
Yeah, Coach. Yes.
Mr. Ranger Espinosa, I'm showing you what we marked State's Exhibit 223. Can you tell me what that is?
That's a picture of the board from that interview room with the writing from that day.
Let me ask you a couple of things. Is that what we just saw, this board? Is that what's on the left of this video?
Yes, sir, correct.
And I noticed on part of your video you were talking about locations and maps. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And is what you wrote and what Tanner Horner wrote on that board?
Yes, sir.
As far as the maps are concerned?
Yes, sir.
But I noticed on there he got up and he wrote something else.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Now, what he wrote, is it also on that?
Yes, sir, it is.
And is that a true and accurate depiction of what you saw when you're in that room just now as we watched?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. Judge, we'd ask to admit States 223.
No objection, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 223 is admitted.
Ranger Espinosa, would you read what Tanner Horner wrote on that board?
He wrote in red, "He's going to hurt me, please help."
And was that the first time that he had indicated to you something about somebody else being involved in this whole thing?
Yes, sir.
And is some of that what he's reflected on there? Do y'all discuss that with him later on in this video?
Yes, sir. During the course of this interview, at some point, I bring this up.
Okay. And is that where this whole zero thing comes out?
Yes, sir.
And is that where y'all talk about it?
Yes, sir.
And is that what I asked you before? This is where it originated from?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I'm looking at this video and things, and I want to make sure here, you're sitting fairly close to Mr. Horner during this time. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, I am.
And during this time, when you're asking him questions and you're drawing maps and things of that nature, does he appear to be distressed to you?
No, sir.
Does he appear to be able to answer your questions, at least the questions you're asking?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does he appear to be able to answer them appropriately?
Yes, sir.
And I noticed on here, does he appear, at least at this point when he wrote that on there and then sat down, to be in any type of distress?
No, sir.
And then later on in this interview, does he indicate to you that he's under any kind of distress whatsoever?
No, sir.
And does he maintain the same or similar attitude that he has now in demeanor throughout the rest of the video?
Yes, sir.
May we continue with the video?
It appears that the video has about 30 minutes left. Do any of the members of the jury need to take a break, or do you want to try and finish with the video? Try to finish? All right.
Okay.
All right, Tanner, I got working on the smoke for you. You heard Danny Riley, he's also with the Rangers. Obviously, he's been helping me out on the steel case, so and he had a couple of questions for you. Obviously, we're trying to remember, like we've been talking to you on the side of the road, and here we were trying to just clear up a few things.
Yeah. You know, you've been from the get-go, just like straight up, you know, you're cooperating. We don't want this to be a long ordeal. We want to let you know what's going to happen here. You want to know what's going to happen here. We want to go ahead and take her back home, like they were saying, right? I mean, that's our goal, right? All of us, I think. Let's think about anything we've left out that's kind of holding this process up. Just think about that for a minute. What is that? What would be holding it up in your mind?
No.
Okay. Something. You feel like there's something that's getting in the way of this?
I don't think so, sir.
Okay. Why would you not think so?
I told y'all where I put her. I told y'all all the details of everything that happened. I don't
So the details you're providing, I wasn't around, right? So I don't want to. Sure. I don't want to go on and on, but you took us down the road earlier, right? We crossed over. We were on 21, 23. We crossed over 51. We know your phone was turned off. Can you explain that? Like, turn it off.
Died.
Okay.
Died, my charger was messed up. I couldn't get it back home for a bit.
Okay. How long was that?
Probably about 30, 40 minutes. That's my guess.
Yeah, and it's at the time of when? What's happening when your phone is not on?
What do you mean?
Like, what are you doing at the time that your phone is not on? I want you to be truthful about
Finding the
that.
body.
Okay. And just because you and I will both be truthful with each other, I want to give you everything I got. I want you to give me everything you got. I want to test your truth, okay, for a moment. The phone was turned off because you're hiding the body. That's what I would do. That's what you did. Correct?
I'm more receiving information right now.
Okay. So receive that, okay? And as careful as you can, I want you to tell me why you're doing that.
So, I'm gonna go ahead and do all this. I'm glad this is still up here.
Thank you.
So when I came in here, I went like this, and then I backed up, and then I hit the girl. She was on the ground crying. I felt bad about her, tried calming her down. This voice in my head told me, dude, we're gonna get in trouble. I had to do something with her. So I told her to get in the truck, and for a long time I was trying to figure out what the hell I was doing. I didn't know what my next step was. Was I just gonna drop her off somewhere? I don't know. We went through this private road, and I parked for a bit, was talking to her on the way there, and all this other stuff. Fill in the blank for me on that, please. I don't like saying it, but
Well, you don't have to say it very descriptively. You say what you did to her, though.
I killed her. So I was trying to figure out what I was going to do with the body. So we left here and started going down. Like I was heading back to work. I remembered the bamboo brush area that was across 151. Or 151, that was across on the other side of 51. So I stopped there, waited for a couple cars to pass, took her out of the back, and I put her in there. Just kind of tossed her in. Sorry.
And the phone was turned off where?
I'm not sure exactly when I died. Sometime when I was driving over to here, I think.
Over where you saying you're at?
I'm trying to remember where I died. I wasn't really paying attention to my phone. I was worried about other things at the time.
What kind of cigarettes do you smoke?
Lucky Strike.
Lucky Strike?
Red 100s. Phone was off for a bit.
But the phone was off because you were hiding the body?
I really...
I heard you say earlier you were hiding having the body, and that's why the phone was on.
That's why I didn't try getting it back on.
That's why I'm.
That's why I didn't try getting it back on.
Oh.
Normally my phone dies, I'm just like, oh shit, my phone's dead, and I try to bring it back really quick, but I wasn't too worried about getting the phone on as soon as I could.
So we're still, that's where the body should be. What we're probably gonna do, is we're probably gonna hop back in the truck and we're gonna drive out there again, okay? Does that work?
Sure.
So we can walk you through it again. I think that's some of the folks that are trying to get her home, that's what they want to do. So that's what we're gonna do. So we'll probably let you get smoke and do that. Does that sound like a plan?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Danny, do you have any questions you could ask?
When we were talking earlier, you were 99% sure she was there.
Yes, sir.
We talked a little bit more and you were 100% sure. So, I mean, there is some changes in your percentage, so I'm just trying to see.
I was saying the exact, like, right there.
Okay.
Like there's like maybe, what, 30, 40 feet of that stuff?
Yeah.
So that's where the 1% came in.
Okay. Is it possible you went further in there than you think?
I didn't even technically even go in there.
Okay.
I was right outside the edge and just kind of tossed her in.
When you say tossed, are we talking like a hard toss, like as hard as you can in there far, or is it like right there?
Like right there.
Okay.
Well, did you try to hide her?
I tried to make it to where somebody would find her.
Where somebody would find her? Now, how did you do that?
By not throwing her too far in.
Why would you want her to be found?
Because I'm a parent. I wouldn't want to know. I would not want to know.
Okay. During the next couple of days, you didn't return?
No, sir.
Why? You're a parent.
I didn't want to know. I didn't want to know what was. I was hearing updates about this constantly.
I was just going to ask you that. Did you see it on social media? Did you see it on the news?
My grandmother, she sent me stuff about it at one point. Then, I was passing that road yesterday and I saw a bunch of people down the road, so I kind of already knew what was going on.
Well, you met with FBI the other day and you didn't tell them you're a parent. And you didn't tell them the truth. Right? They were looking for her then and you're a parent and you didn't tell.
That wasn't
So,
me.
That wasn't you. What do you mean?
That wasn't me.
What do you mean that wasn't you? They didn't talk to you?
They talked to me, but they didn't talk to me.
Okay. Interpret that for me.
What'd you write that for on the board? When we stepped out, you wrote that. Why'd you write that?
Because if I say too much, I'm going to die.
Why do you say that?
Zero's going to hurt me.
Who? Who's going to hurt you?
Zero's going to hurt me.
Zero? Like Z-E-R-O? Okay. Well, listen to me. We need to know some of these things, all right? And we're here, we'll protect you, all right? We'll get you the help you need. So you got to trust us on that. Okay?
How can you stop me from hurting me?
Well, there's several ways to do that. We're capable of doing that, for sure. We have the resources, the capabilities. We're in a controlled environment. We can keep you safe. Okay? Are you gonna trust me? Are you gonna continue to trust me?
I trust you.
Okay. I want
He
you.
doesn't.
Okay, listen to me. I want you and Zero to trust me.
He's telling me this is all a trap.
There's no trap. There's no trap. We're gonna get you some cigarettes, and we're gonna find her. Well, in order for me and you to keep this trust and this open line of communication, and for me to be able to get you anything, for me to be able to let you talk to your family, to do anything and move forward, smoke a cigarette, we're gonna have to keep on the same page. Okay? You agree with that? You need another water or anything? You do? Okay. We'll get you another water in a second, all right? But what we're gonna do is we're gonna try to get you back out there and look at this location, all right? You good with that? Yeah, and you smoke a cigarette on the way. We'll go in my truck, more likely. I'm gonna get some things to facilitate that, and then we're gonna do it, okay? Danny, you got any more questions for me?
No, I just think everything's gonna be fine. Okay? I told you to trust this guy.
I just want to go home.
Yeah.
Give us just a second, all right?
Can you pop out with you?
No, whatever you need to do.
So, if he's gonna get you some more water, we'll take another ride. You know? It's just about doing the right thing. And it's hard to do the right thing, wouldn't you agree sometimes? So.
I didn't know what to do when I hit her.
I don't know.
Honestly, my head kept telling me I needed to get rid of her.
Yeah.
I just wanted to leave her there and hope that she wouldn't tell anyone.
Yeah. I want to find her, not what.
Can you show me?
Oh no, man, this is something that can be overcome. This is something.
I'm gonna miss out on the best parts of my child's fucking life. Okay? I can't.
Well, I don't know how I would say that. I mean,
This is one of those probation things. This is one of those I'm going away for a long time things, and I'm gonna miss out all of my fucking son's life. I would rather die.
it is, this is a hard thing. It is a hard thing, but I'll tell you this, Tanner, you're gonna be okay.
No, I'm not.
Why do you think that?
I'm gonna miss out on all my son's Christmases, his birthdays, him growing up. I'm gonna miss out on everything. All because I listened to some stupid voice that isn't probably even there.
A lot of people have done that. You're not alone. You're not alone in this.
But you're not sitting disagreeing that I'm gonna be away for a long time. I'm gonna miss out on everything. Thank you.
I'm smoking cigarettes right now, right?
I think what we're trying to figure out is if there's anything that you're not telling us, you know, based on what we know. See what I'm saying? I think we're trying to help you, and then we're trying to figure out how much you're trying to help yourself.
Can I try that? Sorry, I wouldn't go on. I was
Yeah, no
getting the shit out
problem.
of me.
No problem, man. We want you to help you and for us to help you. Helping us is beneficial, right? Our expectation with where you took us is that we're there, we got her. That hasn't been what has happened, so it leaves us curious.
I understand that. But I left her there. That's where I put her. I don't know how you guys haven't seen her. Like, I did not throw her in there far, dude, like, at all. She should be, like, almost visible.
You thinking something maybe not visible?
Zero saying we need to speak to an attorney. I don't know the implications of that.
Yeah. Well, we'll,
Also, I need to pee.
okay. I think you're trying to get your cigarettes. So as soon as they do that, we'll get you up and out of here, and you can have cigarettes. And go to the bathroom. Do you need to go to the bathroom real bad?
Yeah, I kind of got through an entire bottle of water in a little bit ago.
Okay, hang on just a minute. Let me see. I'm not from here. Let me see where the bathroom's at. Just have a seat. I'll be with you just a minute, right? All these guys will.
Bathroom? Holy shit, that was quick.
There's a process here, okay?
Whoa! Is that one for my dick? That was terrible.
This is more of a comfort thing, okay? So what we're going to do first is we're going to put this one on here. So turn around, face that way, one. Okay. We're just going to do one hand here on this side. Is that too tight?
No.
Is that too tight?
No.
Okay, we're going to go up here like this. Okay, but you got to pee, so what we're going to do for now is just lift it through there and just hold it like that. So just hold, do that. Just keep one hand, because you got to pee, all right? Right? Didn't you say you had to pee? You can't exactly pee. Okay.
Oh, there's an ankle shackle. That's actually pretty good.
Yeah. You go walking around with those. Alright. You want your water, right? Hang on a second, actually. DB? Can you right tight right here for a second?
Ranger Espinoza, now that you're aware of this conjured persona, this zero person, what is your plan to do with that at a later date?
Obviously, it's something I'm going to put into my toolbox based on my training experience. That may be something I can utilize to elicit the truth. Essentially, utilize it to gain further rapport and potentially find Athena.
And was that the case in this case?
Yes, sir, it was.
And so this video, when it ends, I notice where you're still in the interview room that you described before. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then where do you go next?
We go to my state-issued pickup, and we go back to drive the routes to see if we can jog his memory.
All right, let's pause, take our break. We'll come back in about 5 after 3, okay?
Okay, Mike, so we've been watching this testimony with folks on the live stream, and that's hard to listen to. Repellent. It's a lot of words that I can't say on a live stream. It's hard to listen to somebody talk about in such almost like you're talking about a baseball game terms.
Yeah,
about a child.
What makes it hard for us as human beings is exactly what the prosecution really wants the jury to hear. It really wants them to hear the language used, that he tossed her. He kept using the word tossed
over and over.
And I thought the law enforcement officers, the Texas Ranger, did a really good job of encouraging him to keep using that word. I definitely noticed that they kept asking him about tossing her. They wanted him to say that more, because I think as law enforcement investigators, but also as human beings, that struck them as just so callous and awful that they thought, let's get him to keep saying that. Yeah, let's lean into it. And so that just level of callousness is something that, if I'm the prosecutor, I want them to hear, because it makes it just so concrete and real for the jury. I mean, it's always awful. A child is murdered. It's a tragedy. It's awful. But it just, the levels, the depth of how awful it is hard to imagine until you actually see a video like that and you realize, as bad as you thought it was going to be, it's actually worse.
Yeah, and he holds to this story that he hits her with the vehicle, and apparently Zero made him do it now, right? Zero, made him grab this little girl, and then sort of the play-by-play of how he tried to break her neck and then strangle her.
That is truly awful and horrifying. The both the graphic level of detail, but also just, it would be one thing if somebody started giving that level of detail and broke down in the middle of saying it because they, in their own mind, heard what they were saying and realized how awful, not only the act is, but now that I'm hearing myself say it, it's even worse. But the fact that he just kind of nonchalantly says, I tried to break her neck with 2 hands, and how long did it take? Well, I don't know, a minute. It felt like longer. I mean, if you think about that, a minute is a tremendous amount of time, and I don't know how accurate his estimation of time is, but it kind of doesn't matter. The fact that he thinks it was a minute, oh boy. And the mental health aspect of this, I think it's going to be really interesting for the defense to have to deal with this, because, again, if you're the prosecution, they get to go first, so they have a major advantage. They get to shape the narrative, and so we haven't heard anything from the defense yet. But as the prosecutor, I think it was really smart to play that video all the way, because Tanner does some things that are part of popular culture. This idea of like a a multiple personality disorder, split personality. It wasn't me. It was the
Right.
it was the other personality in my head that I don't have control over. Well, the thing is, that's in movies. It's in pop
Right.
culture, but it has been completely debunked as an idea that someone could just close their eyes and open their eyes and now there's
Right.
a new person that they don't have control over. So, the fact that there's this multiple personality aspect, if I'm the prosecution, I want to paint it as that. If I'm the defense, I think there's, I'm a defense lawyer, so I can make an argument out of this that I think is valid, which is he's not saying multiple personality disorder. He's talking about a voice in his head. That's schizophrenia, schizoaffective disorder, very real, very
And they are real
documented.
disorders.
Yeah, mental disorders where you hear a voice in your head, and
Right.
you can have command hallucinations where they tell you to do things. Sometimes people that are hyper religious think it's God or it's the devil telling them to do something. So it's going to be interesting. Right now, I just as a non-lawyer human being sitting here watching this, I would say that it doesn't come across as very credible at all. This he's going to kill me written in red and talking about zero, and
That was wild.
Yeah, it almost seems like The Shining, writing red rum on the mirror. But if I'm the prosecutor, I want to lean into that because he got that from a movie. He's just making this stuff up.
Yeah, because he's trying. I think what they're going to argue is he's trying to spin a story.
Yep.
Well, it was the voice in my head, and they made me write the thing, and they made me do this, and they made me do that. I'm not accountable for anything.
Right.
And so, yeah.
Yeah. And I think it's a very good argument to make. It's as a prosecution case, I think it's a strong case because I think it's impossible to watch that video and not be repulsed by it. Not just by what awful thing he's describing, but the way he's describing it, the language he's using, all of it. And if I'm the prosecution, I want the jury as angry and repulsed as possible.
Well, you saw me get mad because
Yes.
I'm a mom. I have a 14-year-old son, and I'm just sitting here, and I have nieces and nephews that are around that age, and just. Oh.
Yeah. Tanya definitely was having difficulty. I was
struggling,
lawyer,
struggling to listen to it.
Yeah, she really was. I as a criminal defense attorney, it's like being a ER doctor. You see it and deal with such awful things that it stops affecting you the same way.
Well,
but if it's affecting me, I know it's affecting everybody in a really profound way.
Well, and I have, I've been in criminal justice for 30 years, so I have definitely seen and heard way more than I've ever wanted to see sometimes. But there are just things that are particularly horrible. And this is among those.
You just can't prepare yourself for.
Yeah.
Yeah, even you go into this case knowing what it's about.
Oh, yeah.
You have a good understanding of what the facts are going to be. You prepare yourself, but there's nothing that can prepare you for that video.
To listen to that man. And then he says, I couldn't keep running around with a kid in the back. I mean, it's just like, if you were a lawyer, you're thinking to yourself, boy, dude, you need to shut up.
Right.
Like, it's time to shut up and ask for an attorney. Oh, and then he says at one point,
how does this attorney thing work? That's when I lost my cool and started shouting at the screen because I'm like, if you're asking the police officers how a lawyer works, maybe you should have shut up an hour ago and not gotten to this point. But yeah.
And then he talks about that he was worried about how he was going to miss his child's Christmases and birthdays and
the combination of how he only seems to care about his own family, his own child, how he's going to miss out on things, combined with this. I would never want to drive around with a child in the back. I wanted to toss her in a place that would be easy to find because I'm a parent. I just think that level of trying to, if I'm the prosecutor, again, I'm going to try to be fair to both sides. If I'm the defense, I'm going to say, he's being taken out of context, whatever I can. But if I'm the prosecution, I have a lot to work with, because I'm like, this guy, his own words are sealing his fate. It's making it super clear that he's trying to present himself as a caring person, as a parent, as somebody who would never do something awful. He's trying to present the best light, but in so doing, he's just highlighting how bad he is.
In watching this, are you understanding more about why they chose to plead guilty and just go ahead and go into punishment? I mean, does it feel more reasonable, or are you still kind of with the perspective that you still go ahead and do guilt innocence?
I think I still do guilt innocence. I'm not in their war room. I'm not talking to the client directly. I don't understand all the ins and outs, but my just first blush is, you preserve all your rights, you make sure that you're set up for appeal, you even if it's going to be a losing battle, you fight that, because you just never know. Maybe somebody on the jury has a unique level of mental health experience, and they lock the jury up, and you get a mistrial. I mean, there's all sorts of, you're losing all of those possibilities by pleading guilty. So I wouldn't have done it, but I think they have to have a strategy there.
Well, and I will say this, that we have seen that happen. I think you were with me on the first Shamir Mir trial?
Yes.
So
yes.
Shamir Mir, I can't for the life of me remember his first name.
Billy
Shamir Mir. Okay, Billy Shamir Mir was a serial killer, and he had killed multiple women, elderly women, basically suffocated them. But the case was circumstantial, but it was this was the kind of circumstantial case where it was like,
there was a lot there.
There was more than enough. There was plenty. There was no way he didn't do it.
He had excellent lawyering.
Very excellent. Yeah. So the first trial, hung jury.
Yep.
Second trial, he's convicted. But I did see that.
If I remember correctly, he even grieved his lawyers after they got him a hung jury, which seemed pretty shocking to me.
Yeah.
But
I don't know about that, but it's possible. I wouldn't put anything past somebody. But but it was, it did happen, and it wasn't as if the prosecutors didn't put on a good case that first time. It was just you had one juror,
right?
One juror who had decided, I'm not going to convict on a circumstantial case.
Maybe it's because of and so like in this case, maybe it's because I'm not going to convict on a circumstantial case. That's probably not this. Maybe
because this is definitely more than a circumstantial case.
Maybe it's strong feelings about mental health. Maybe it's I'm really opposed to the death penalty, and I know where this is headed, and so this is the way I can do that. I can just lock this down and create a mistrial. You just don't know. There are kind of activist jurors in any one case. The lawyers on both sides, this is their worst nightmare. The judge doesn't want that. We want people to go into it with an open mind and be open and fair and follow the law and all those things. But the reality, unfortunately, is, and if you're out there, please don't do this, but people get onto a jury because they have an agenda. And whether that is pro-death penalty or anti-death penalty or pro one side or the other, it's not right. It's against the law. But there is that possibility.
Well, you'd have to admit to it. And I wouldn't admit to it, obviously. And so let me ask you this. So what do you think about the job that the Texas Rangers did in interrogating him?
I thought that was a masterful interrogation. I thought they clearly assessed him very quickly and realized that they didn't need a bad cop in this. They didn't need to go hard on him. They were very nice. They were very understanding.
We're going to get you a cigarette.
I'm going to go get you a cigarette. Here's some water. Telling him, hey, the hard part is over. We know you're trying to do the right thing. They were playing to his ego. They they heard him saying these things, trying to make him sound like a good guy. So they leaned into that and said, yeah, you know what? I know you're a good guy. And they got on his good side, and then that helped pull him out.
Like, we're basically friends, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the whole, hey, you want me to be honest with you, I need you to be honest. That's what we're doing here together. We're both telling the truth. It was a very good job of
keeping him talking.
Keeping him talking. And this is why, as your friendly criminal defense lawyer, I would tell you to don't talk to the police without a lawyer, because they're better at it than you. And if you did it, especially, but even if you didn't do it, because you don't know what's going to happen, and so yeah, just definitely the best thing to do is don't get an hour and a half into your interrogation and ask, how's that lawyer thing work?
What's the most infuriating thing he said?
I think I tossed her, but not that hard, because I'm a parent and I wanted her to be found. I'm stitching together several things
Right.
he said, but that was the gist of what he was saying, and just thought, oh, you tossed a human being.
A 7-year-old.
Yeah, a 7-year-old, just like they're a sack of potatoes, but you want me to believe you're a good guy by, I didn't toss her that far, and I want her to be found. Oh boy.
I know. I will say this. I know. Whenever I interview people, like if I'm doing a story and I'm interviewing, or I'm hoping to get an interview with somebody who's perhaps maybe not the good guy in my story, or they're somebody that's I'm investigating. My tactic is what I'm always going to do is give you every opportunity in the world to talk. I'm not going to default to confrontation.
Right.
Because in my experience, I get the most out of someone when I can keep them talking to me.
Yep.
Keep them talking, and that to me is exactly what the Texas Rangers do. And it's I would say it's an interview technique that I do too. Where I'm not going to say you're my friend, but and I'm not going to lie to them.
Right.
But I want them to, as best as they can, dig their own hole, so to speak.
Yeah, feel comfortable enough to keep talking and dig their own hole.
I remember a number of years ago there was a guy who was he was arrested for killing a little girl. At the time, the little girl was, I want to say she was like 2 or 3, and I think my son was the same age. And I asked for a jail interview, and I went down to the jail, and he just, of course, he gave a self-serving account of what happened, right? Oh me, oh my. But I just let him talk, and never showed like what I thought, right. In my head.
Yeah.
Okay, we're starting to see. Let's bring this. Okay, bring it back up. We're seeing Tanner Horner come back into that courtroom now, and we are. This means they're going to get back underway. I assume we'll obviously still have the Texas Ranger on the stand, and they'll continue this. And I believe that we'll have more beyond this interview. I think there's actually also. Okay, let's listen to the judge.
Jump drive.
Order!
Everyone may be seated. We are ready to proceed. Mr. State.
Thank you, Judge. Randy Espinosa, and again, I'm trying to keep all this in order. The next location that you go to from the jail is where?
This next interview will be from the Wise County Sheriff's Office to my pickup, and then driving his route, Horner's route, in my pickup.
And so your first destination when you leave the jail in your pickup is where?
driving the route to the bamboo location.
Okay. So let me back up and ask you a couple of questions. Was this your plan to go back and drive the route?
Yes, sir.
And then who gave you directions to get back out there to get to the location?
The defendant did.
And is this the same location you were at an hour or so before you got to the jail?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. So he took you to the same place that he took you before?
Yes, sir, which was County Road 4599.
All right. So out on County Road 4599, is this the same bamboo location that we talked about?
Yes, sir. That's the first location he took us initially, telling us that that's where Athena's body was. We were again directed to that location.
So he's telling you the same story as he told you before and took you to the same location?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. Now during this time, you go back out to the bamboo. What do you do when you get back out to this location? And let me ask you, ask you one question before that. What time was it when you got back out to the bamboo?
I can't give you an approximate time. I've been going all day. The sun was down. It was nighttime. It was sometime after dark.
The second question is this the same place that you had been before?
Yes, sir.
And then when you get there, who all is, when I say y'all, if you will, who is the y'all that gets to this location on 4599?
At that time, with me in my vehicle is myself, Tanner Horner, Investigator Oliver, and Ranger Danny Briley. At the location, we have multiple resources still there searching the area.
Okay, so let me make sure I've got the scene here. You guys have been at the jail for an hour or so, maybe more, maybe 2 hours doing this interview?
Yes, sir.
And you have resources that are out on 4599 doing search for Athena, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And what kind of resources were being used out there at the bamboo?
I still had all the resources. I didn't let anybody off the hook, so to speak. I still had air ops up. I still had our special operations group out. I had multiple rangers out. I had the Wise County Sheriff's Office, all personnel there. Game wardens were still helping us. We had still K9. We had every resource that I had initially asked for still actively looking.
So you get back out to the bamboo where Tanner Horner sent you the first time. And what are you asking Tanner Horner when you get back out there the second time?
I'm again going back through, direct me, show me where she's at. What am I missing here? We're searching this area. Are we missing something? Are we missing the drive location? Are we missing something? If we drive it back, is it going to jog your memory? Again, let's bring Athena home. We need to give family closure. We need to bring her home.
And what is his response to you asking those questions again?
He continues to give me the same answers and responses as before. She's there. That's where I put her. That's where she's at. Same lies over and over. When we do overviews, it's the same things that I know to be lies.
Now, in this particular area, what level of detail about where he put her body is he still providing you at this time?
He's still providing the same details as before.
Has anybody located any trace of her body out there at all?
No, sir.
And so with regard to that statement at that time, he's telling you again that she's out there. What do you know about that statement?
I know that's a lie.
Now, during this process, we had talked about some of your questioning of Tanner Horner. At some point, do you change tactics when you're out there at the bamboo and you're questioning Tanner Horner?
Yes, I do. At that point in my investigation and throughout the course of the interviews with Mr. Horner, I knew that I was going to have to play his game. And I knew that I was going to have to address him as zero in order to find Athena.
And let me just ask you, at some point, do you do that?
I do.
And let me ask you, When you do that, does he respond?
Yes, sir, he does.
And when you do that, is there any change in his attitude or demeanor when you do that?
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
At the time when I made the decision on the side of the road, keep in mind we've got tons of resources out there. I make the decision to do this and make another attempt at getting some truth out of him. When I tell him that know what I've been missing is that I've been talking to the wrong person, that I needed to be talking to zero. His physical demeanor changes. His head goes into a sideways motion. His eyes roll into the back of the head, and he pretends to turn into zero.
All right there in front of your eyes?
Yes, sir.
Like magic?
Yes, sir.
All you had to do was ask?
Yes, sir.
So this goes on. He has this change in body language and everything else. Where do you go from there?
At that point, I ask him to take me to Athena, and he says that he will, and we get into my pickup, and he directs me to Bobo's Crossing.
So after 2+ hours, at least or more, of him telling you a story that she was in this location with significant detail, now he's telling you, oh yeah, I know where she is now. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. It was more like a combination of 4+ hours.
Okay. And so once this goes on, you go directly to where her body is located. Is that right?
Yes, sir. He then directs me directly to her body.
And the location, what's it commonly called?
Bobo's Crossing.
And do you know the actual county road that it's on? Are you familiar with that?
Yes, sir.
And how long does it take you to get from the bamboo scene over to the Bobo Crossing location?
If I recall correctly, I was driving pretty fast to get there. I think it didn't take me long, maybe 15 minutes, maybe less.
So at this point in time, what are you hoping for at this time?
To find Athena and bring her home.
So you get there to, and I'm just going to say Bobo Crossing, okay? Does that work for you?
Yes, sir.
You get there and you get on scene. Is Tanner Horner able to tell you the various details about how he went about dumping her body there?
Yes, sir, he is.
Okay. Let me, Judge, if I may.
Yes.
Mr. Espinosa, I'm going to show you what I've marked. This is State's Exhibit 39 and 40, a couple of maps there. Do you recognize that location?
Yes, sir, I do.
And is one of those kind of a 1,000-foot view and then one of them's a little more zoomed in?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that the location you were talking about as where Tanner Horner directed you to where Athena's body was?
Yes, sir, it is. County Road 4668.
Okay. And by looking at that, are you going to be able to explain and tell the jury where he parked, where he dumped the body, and things of that nature?
Absolutely.
Judge, we'd offer States 39 and 40.
No objection.
States 39 and 40 are admitted.
Well, Mr. Berry's working on it. I'm going to ask you a couple more questions. This location we're talking about, Bobo Crossing, what is the closest main thoroughfare to this location?
As far as what the
Highway, FM, what's the closest one to it?
I think it's the road that goes back up north. I think that's still 51, I believe, back to the west.
Okay. We'll show you the map here. So in this particular map here, the road we see going through the middle, is that what you're referring to as the Bobo Crossing Road?
Yes, sir. It goes east and west.
Okay. And you get to that from another farm to market road, right?
Yes, sir.
And so as you get here, is this where Tanner Horner directed you to go?
Yes, sir, correct.
And did Tanner Horner give you specific directions on turn by turn on how to get from where you were to this location?
Yes, sir. From the bamboo location to there, he gave me directions on how to get there.
Okay. And at some point, did he explain to you why he knew this was this location was here in this area?
Yes, sir. He stated that he passed it every day on his way home.
So in this particular map here from up above, we see what is looks to be a creek or a river there going north and south. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And do you know what that creek or river is?
Yes, sir. It's a portion of the Trinity.
And so we get here. I'm going to show you the zoomed in version here. And I just want to make sure where we are. Same as before, just zoomed in?
Yes,
Is
sir.
that correct?
Yes, sir.
And where did Tanner Horner tell you that he parked his truck at this location?
If you look at your first 4668 marker there, if you go up, there's a rail that goes across. You can't hardly see it too much from the picture as it depicts, but there's a guardrail that goes essentially north and south. He told me he backed his truck there, and then from there he took Athena to the edge and put her in the river.
Let me slow you down a little bit and ask you a couple of questions.
Okay.
The little dirt spot we see just on the north side of the highway, that's what you're talking about, right?
Yes, sir, correct.
And then as we see, and if we were to walk down through there, and I think we'll see a little bit of it on your video, but as we walk down through there, you said there's some form of barrier that one would have to cross to get from the parking spot there to the actual river. Is that correct?
Correct. It's like a guardrail to keep vehicles from going further down.
Makes sense. And so at this point, did Tanner Horner say that he pulled in straight towards that guardrail or backed in, or how did he say that he parked his vehicle?
I believe the initial statement was that he backed in.
So he told you he backed in there, and then what did he tell you he did in order to retrieve Athena's body from the back of the truck? What did he do?
He told me he grabbed her and drug her down to the creek.
And let me ask you a couple of questions. This vehicle on the back of it, does it have a door that we would open, like a back of a van door, or does it have some form of roll-up door?
On that particular truck, it's a roll-up door.
And so he told you he would have rolled up the door and removed her body from the back of the truck. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now let's talk about what he told you about how he got her specifically from that area over to where the water is. I think you used the term drag. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How did he tell you that he drug her body from the back of the truck over to where the water was?
The exact statement that he made, obviously we're going to see here in a little bit, but it was in fact that he drug her body to the creek.
Okay. Now, let me ask you just a little bit here. I notice on this, there appears to be a little clearing here on the other side of the guardrail towards the water. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And it looks to be there are a couple of trails and other things that go around that.
Yes, sir.
Where did Tanner say that he went to put her body in the water?
To the left of that flat white spot that you see there on the north side of the road, right off the river, right to the left side of that, there's a drop down into the river.
And this is what I would believe, I guess people would fish from there or something else. Is that right?
Correct, yeah. You could just access it by walking down, which would make the river accessible to you for whatever recreation you were taking part in.
So the distance between where he started dragging her body on one side of that barrier, all the way down the trail, down the side, and down to the water, how far is that?
I can't give you an exact measurement, but it's got to be at least 30 yards or more.
Okay, so 100 feet or more?
Yes, sir.
And then down to the water?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this terrain that's there, is it smooth and flat like a sidewalk?
No, sir. It's rocky, rough. As you're walking in, it was muddy at that particular time. So no, it was not easily accessible, especially not at night.
And so his statement is that did he tell you if he drug her by her feet or by her arms, or how did he drag her?
I don't remember the exact statement. I'd have to reflect back to the video.
Okay. And then we get down to the water. He's now drugged her down to the water, and what does he tell you that he did once he got her to the edge of the water?
He told me he dropped her right there over the edge.
Okay. Let me ask you, so you get there, you're there in your truck now.
Mm-hmm.
Ranger Briley is there with you. Investigator Oliver is there with you. Tanner Horner is there with you.
Correct.
Does he give you directions to go down where it was? Do you go with him? What is the process by which you got down to where he dumped her body?
We get to that location at Bubba's Crossing, to the guardrail portion of that location, and I pull him out of the truck, and he physically directs me down to where he put her body.
So he takes you all the way down to there?
Yes, sir.
When you get down there, tell me a little bit about the water conditions and the depth of the water when you get down there.
Obviously, that portion of the creek, the water goes approximately 1 foot and gradually increases to the middle of the creek. So it goes from shallow to deep. The water's very murky. At that time it was stagnant, so it was hard to see.
And let me ask you, when you got down there, Ranger Espinoza, did you find Athena?
I did.
Tell me about, was she in the water?
Yes, sir.
How deep was the water that she was in?
I'd say approximately 3 feet where she was at.
Were you able to see her clearly walking up on it?
I wasn't initially, so when I first walked up to the edge of the creek, he told me she's right there. That's where I put her. And based on the water visibility, it was dark. I had a flashlight. I angled the flashlight at different angles, and I was able to see her nude body buoyant beneath the water.
Now, when you could see that, did you see the entirety of her body or just parts of it?
Partial.
And how were you, what did you have to do to be able to see that? What was the manner of means you were able to have?
I had to adjust my flashlight in a certain way where I could see, but it was very clear she was there once I did that.
Right where he finally told you she was?
Yes, sir.
Now, in the water, what is her position in the water, if you remember?
Based on my location, I could see that she was obviously buoyant beneath the water, and it appeared that she was face down with her arms at her side.
Time out. I'm glad it's not just me.
Thank you, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. State. Thank you, Judge. So now you've located her in the water, you've now used your flashlight, you've spotted her. You said that her body had no clothes.
No, sir.
let's talk just a little bit of that and take a short detour here. At some point during this, you had told me before in your testimony today, you had a conversation with Tanner Horner about her clothes and whether or not she had clothes on. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And at some point, did he tell you that she had her clothes on?
Yes, sir.
Is that true?
No, sir.
Now, at some point after this, after you located her body and after you've done what we'll talk about in just a second, do you have another conversation with him about her clothes?
Yes, sir.
And what does Tanner Horner tell you he did with those clothes?
He eventually ends up telling me he kept her clothes, and she was in fact nude.
Now, about how long is this video from when you leave until you've now found her body?
I would say maybe 45 minutes.
And once you find her body, what do you do in response to locating her body?
There's obviously everybody following me because they're wondering where the heck I'm going. So I'm able to maintain everybody up top and immediately maintain the scene integrity, which was everybody get the heck out of here, shut it down, hold it, let's secure the scene, and let's get crime scene here to process the scene.
So at that point, you've secured the scene, and so your role as far as the scene is concerned, you're done. You're going to bring CSI in and whoever else is to handle that part of it.
Correct. Yeah, it's part of some of the resources I already had on standby, which was the Texas Rangers crime scene team, Wise County crime scene, and FBI ERT, which is their crime scene team.
And I guess what I'm saying is, for questions with regard to CSI actual recovery of Athena's body, those are those people we would be talking to. Is that right?
Correct. Yes, sir.
So you've got the scene secure. You still have Mr. Horner with you. What do you do next?
I load him back up in the truck, and I take him back to the Wise County Sheriff's Office, continuing to get, some more details, some more facts.
Yes, sir. Let me show you State's Exhibit 37. Similar to before, have you reviewed that?
I have.
And how do we know that you've reviewed that?
It's got my initials on it.
And what is that?
It's going to be essentially what we deemed body recovery or the field interview.
And that would be from the jail as we saw leaving all the way until we located her body?
Correct, yes, sir.
And is the actual location of her body contained on this video to some extent?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I don't know how clear it is based on the fact that it's on a body camera, but you'll be able to kind of see what I just walked you guys through.
Judge Rudolph states 37.
Any objections, any additional objections other than those previously brought to my attention?
No further objections, Your Honor.
Those objections previously brought remain overruled, and State's Exhibit 37 is admitted.
A minute. Hold on to my clothes on, I guess. Sorry. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Well, just want to FedEx truck, you have to get out and do it. Me and one of the managers.
I mean, what's getting hurt really? It's a metal truck. I mean, are these fabric or are they vinyl?
I think they're I was vaping there for a little bit, but then I got sick with COVID like 2 weeks ago, and I switched back to smoking because I didn't need all the fluid on my lungs, because a friend of mine had like serious lung damage because he was vaping while he was sick.
Yeah.
That kind of stuck with me, so I kind of...
Well, they say there's more chemicals in vape stuff than nicotine. I mean, there's a lot of chemicals in nicotine, but they say it's like double what's in vape or vapes.
Well, with the vapes, really all it is vegetable glycerin, some nicotine, and flip.
It smells good sometimes.
Like the juice I make on is maple syrup flavored.
Ah.
It makes me crave pancakes.
Smell of syrup makes me crave pancakes and waffles. Man, find a good waffle, that's hard.
Well, I go to the city a lot, and Waffle House is always a good go-to.
They're chocolate chip pancake waffles. They don't overdo the chocolate chips. So I used to get like a grilled chicken sandwich and a chocolate chip pancake waffle. That was good stuff right there.
See, I get the chocolate chip pancake waffle, but I also get an omelet and like 2 sides of hash browns.
Woo. I knew
cheesy hash browns, greatest thing.
Oh, cheese and with onions, and sometimes capped. Little mushroom.
I can only have the onions if they're like caramelized. Otherwise, I'm like
too much freshness. Well, aren't you? I got you.
Yeah, kind of. That's what this thing is.
I didn't used to eat onions until I got about 30 years old, and I started realizing I like the taste of onions, especially purple onions.
Surprisingly though, they're actually not called purple onions, they're called red onions. Isn't that weird?
Yeah, I know.
It's definitely...
I still call them by what I see. I'm just that way. Yeah, talking about Waffle House making me hungry. I'm a big boy.
Okay.
Somebody was talking about a patty melt earlier, and I'm like...
Whataburger? Oh.
Yeah, Whataburger patty melt. I was like, what? Whataburger patty melt, some fries, and that strawberry shake.
Have you tried the Dr. Pepper shake?
Not too much of a fan, honestly. I like Dr. Pepper. Yeah.
See, I don't like regular Dr. Pepper, but I will drink the Dr. Pepper shake.
I mean, I like Dr. Pepper, but their shake just doesn't seem quite right to me for some reason. So, I don't know if it's just me or what. Oh man, I'm just thanking the Lord it's not 30 degrees right now. It's crazy though. Goes from 28 degrees to...
My conversations with God right now are a little bit different.
I do understand. This is not a great situation. I appreciate you being honest with us. So,
what happens if I get an attorney right now?
if you get an attorney right now, I mean, that's your choice, your legal right.
And I
But
don't know what happened.
you're still going to go through the process of going to jail, you're still going to do all that. So, I'd like you to be honest with us and finish this out. I mean,
But I've told you guys pretty much everything at this point.
oh, I know you have.
I was going to grab the cigarettes and like light up another one.
Did you stick them in his pocket? You sure did. That dirty dog. Oh, I'm sorry. That dirty dog. It's not down here.
What a letter on...
Oh, you good. We got trustees that, you can toss it down and swap it out. Because we got trustees that come out here and clean up, and they'll find it and they'll take care of it. Because
still, it doesn't feel right. But...
I understand. So,
you know, the last time I was in handcuffs was like 4 years ago. First suicide, that was fun.
what'd you do to attempt suicide?
Tried hanging myself.
What happened?
I didn't tie a knot, I just kind of tied it around my neck and yeah. And then
Did you hang it from a door?
The door opened a little bit after I went unconscious and
Okay, yeah, I've actually seen that.
Yeah, I woke up with a big old fucking knot on my head when I hit the floor.
Sure, a big headache too.
I had like a constant headache. I'm like halfway convinced I have a tumor in my brain.
I mean, people happen sometimes, man. You ever get checked out?
Nah, I'm the kind of person where I don't go to the hospital until the very last second, which, you know, that's probably not the best thing in the world. Like, I have, like, random heart palpitations and stuff because I drink a lot of energy drinks. Like, I even had a mild heart attack, like, a year ago. Like, that's... Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know what happened to him.
Yeah, those too.
Did he take him?
Good.
The other guy.
No, he's good.
You got the cigarette?
I think I put him on truck. Hang on.
Hey Joe, taking your truck out? You want my windshield camera mount? Sure. Oh, never mind, I'm not in my truck, Jesus. I'm sorry. If I had my truck, I'd give it to you. Yeah. 5-star review, remember that, 5-star review.
I had 6, if I could give my 6 stars up.
It's free too.
Yeah.
Free.
How was my driving?
Not as bad as the cops report were.
Come on in. What do you take a shot there, man?
I got you, brother. Let's stick that one around. Somewhere. Nice truck. Oh, it's all right. It gets from point A to point B.
You can slide back in. I got plenty of room.
Alrighty. I forgot to push the button. Thank you. Can you let the guys that are out there looking, let them know we're coming back out?
Yep. I'll let them know. Or I'll let our guys know.
Oliver, did you do the same? Because I think the 01 was the one asking. Guess I'm not going to be able to make it into work on Sunday.
That makes you work Sundays?
Yeah. Right now we're going through peak season, which, to be honest, it's kind of a pain in the butt.
Late hours, back to work.
Oh yeah.
cold out there? It's a little nippy. Cassie is waiting on my call to come pick me up from work.
Yeah, what's the latest you usually call?
About an hour ago.
Okay. Well, let's just get this kind of thing behind us and then we'll go from there, okay? Don't worry, you're usually a good driver.
Technically, I'm still employed with him. We're not.
So is that your money?
Yeah, I just didn't like the whole being a 1099 thing.
Oh, really? I didn't know it was that.
Yeah.
I thought it was big enough for they.
You think, right? But now, like, even after all these years, they're still doing the whole 1099 thing, which I think is ridiculous.
Where we're at now, we're fixing to hop on 51 south.
Not really. I don't know anything.
So this is right south of Decatur. You come in on 51, you're right south of Decatur. You not take 51 into your routes?
Not really.
No?
I mean, if I'm picking up stops off of another person, sometimes I'll take 51. Normally I just cross over 51.
The thing about 51 too is it's very busy. So where did you drive Uber at? Just around Fort Worth?
Yeah, Fort Worth. I tried to stay out of Dallas, but I know it was better money, so sometimes I would go to Dallas.
Keep me honest, Oliver, on is it 2351?
Sorry, what?
Which road are we going to?
We're gonna turn left on 114. Or go back to 4599?
Yeah, we're gonna be crossing right where he showed us the bamboo.
Yeah. So we'll just turn left on 114, then right on 51 again, and then 4599, be right across the
What is it? You kind of recognize where we're at now, Tanner?
maps? Oh, never mind. Don't worry about it.
What you trying to do?
I was just trying to pull up a map. It's alright. It's alright. Yeah, no, I'm good. I just wanted to kind of give them a visual as while we're doing it. Get you another cigarette too when we get out here. Roll the windows down, let you smoke. Does that sound good? Yes, sir. Tell me if you see something familiar, you recognize something. I'm trying to jog your memory here, okay? It was dark. You were worked up, so.
Was it dark when you tossed her in there? Yes, sir. Sorry? Yes, sir. Do you think the darkness could confuse you a little bit? Nah, I pass by that railway thing all the time. Like I said a couple times before, I literally stop and be in there sometimes. Okay.
Traffic's pretty backed up.
Been waiting for it to be this bad now. It's actually about the right time. Right on there, you're gonna drive this way every day. Been done by now. 14's a different story.
So this is about the time, right? You're set? This is about the time you put her out here?
I think so, yeah. Oh, you're texting and driving.
Well, I'm actually looking and driving, but it's just as bad. So.
Nah, just have to listen to it.
It's alright, you can do that.
I appreciate that, Tina.
What, was it back to you?
No, I was supposed to call.
So he doesn't give me a hard time. Everybody gives me a hard time, though. Okay, so we're getting pretty close to 114, obviously. Is this jogging your memory at all? Crossing the bridge, we're approaching 114. We're going to take a left on 114. Right here, like, we're less than a mile and a half from it. It just, you run across this railroad crossing, and then it's 114. There's a couple of bridges here.
I really don't know.
114th right here. I just want to keep you aware of your surroundings, that way if ever gets jumped.
I think I know this area. I think I've delivered here a couple times. Is 51 that way?
51's this way. No. Yeah, oh yeah, I'm sorry. You go around and then it turns into 51 South around that little bridge. So 51 South and then 114. Is that what you meant?
Yeah. I didn't even know that like 51 went past the bridge.
Okay, so we're 114.
That's going back way in.
Okay. Do I need to turn on 50? Yeah, I need to go 51, don't I? Yeah. Okay. So remember you cross-track.
Technically, you don't even have to take 51. There's also a turn in.
Off 114, but we want to retrace your steps, so we're going to cut off 151 and go that way.
Okay. What happens when I get an attorney?
Sir?
What happens when I get an attorney? I don't know the legal system very well.
Yeah, like I told you earlier, I can't really give you legal advice. Obviously, you know, it's just the same thing as when I explained to your rights earlier. Just that's basically the rights you have afforded to you. Okay, we are like right at a mile from that road. Is there anything jog your memory?
I mean, I didn't go on this part of the road.
Okay, yeah.
I just passed over 51.
Okay, but you usually do that on a regular basis, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's right here.
Yeah. So this is where you crossed.
Yes, sir. Actually, at the time, there was someone being pulled over. I think they're getting a DOT inspection. And they were pulled over like right there.
Okay. Now we're on the road. Thank you. Okay, so now we're on the road. And we are I'm going to slow down a little bit just in case something comes back to you, okay? So are you going normal speed, I guess? And anything out of the norm? Or I guess that truck has monitors and stuff in it that keeps your speed regulated, right?
I mean, I don't know. I think if you go over speed limits, it like might ding something, but we never get told anything about it.
Okay, so now we're approaching here, right? Okay. Anything?
I know where I put her.
Remember this intersection, obviously, 'cause you gotta make a stop.
A couple times I've run this not noticing it when I'm heading the other way because it's kind of a little bit hidden. And it's at a weird spot.
Okay. You remember this house right here?
The one being built. I've actually been watching that one being built for a while.
Okay.
Sounds like Cassie's dog.
Okay. You still good with it? Okay. And you remember this house right here?
Yeah. I stopped right past the bamboo so people in the house couldn't see me.
Okay. So we're here now, right?
Yeah.
All right. We're driving here. And then you get to the spot right here. Do you stop before the bamboo or after the bamboo?
A little bit after the bamboo.
Okay, so tell me where you stop approximately.
Forward more.
We're gonna rewalk your steps, okay?
That's further.
Further?
Yeah. I did it judging based on
Okay.
how I could see the house. A little bit more up.
Okay.
And there.
Right here?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you don't have to hug me.
One of those? Okay. Let's walk your steps first, okay? Okay, can you kind of reenact that? Show me.
I was looking forward, looking back to the rear.
Okay, and you think she was pretty close?
Yeah.
Like pretty close to the,
Yes, sir.
okay. Walk in about how close you think she was.
Not like this.
About right there? That close to the road?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Are you sure it wasn't this side, or
Yes, sir.
you're 100% positive about it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, let's put some light on it now. And I know it's kind of dark. Now shine it that way. Okay. And now shine it back. And you think it was right there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You can't do the question. Okay. Show us.
About right here.
Where were you standing when you crossed her? Straight? Oh, sorry.
You remember that hard tree being there? That bigger tree in the middle of that?
He'd be in this spot.
This spot?
That's where I lost it.
Why are you saying that? How do you know that's what you're talking about?
I'm just saying this spot in general. I can't move my arms around very much. I'm sitting around this.
So about this tip is what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
What do you believe it's this spot?
Because this is where I park.
I understand.
I park just enough to where the house will be okay.
Okay, let's go back over to your truck, smoke a cigarette real quick. Back up. There you go. Is there any way you could be confused?
No, sir.
No. If we go to your house and look or anything like that, is that going to change anything?
No, sir. My fiance lives with me.
Okay, so
But there's no way in hell.
so you wouldn't take her back?
Wasn't they say you don't shit where you eat? Or something like that?
Yeah. Okay.
Where you? Why don't you drop her over there out of curiosity?
Like 3 or 4 cars like in a row went out. And I think that would have been way too obvious versus on an open road like this.
Gotcha. So that's kind of a dead end down there?
Like people are gonna remember a FedEx truck parked on a private road.
I gotcha.
Something like this, people will just think, oh, they're just trying to get their next package out.
Yeah. Makes sense. Makes complete sense.
I'm smarter than a lot of people give me credit for. A lot of people think I'm dumb.
Some people are pretty judgmental, man. So. Am I right? I just want to go over one time. Too expensive for that.
Imagine the fuel alone is pricey.
Oh, I've heard about the fuel cost of those things going up for a little while. Going insane. Well, yeah, this economy's kind of going crazy right now. Doesn't have to be, but.
I try not to blame whoever's in office, but it's hard not to.
Well, they sent $91 billion overseas. It's kind of hard not to blame them. And they can't track 20 billion of it. You didn't know that? They've been trying to track it all. They lost track of 20 billion. Don't know where 20 billion went.
$20 billion.
American dollars. Money your money. 20 billion of it. Yeah. And when they ask about it, they're like, yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Oh.
Now, who made the money?
Who made the money? We don't know. I mean, it's just printed, but I mean, when you send $21 billion over there for aid, we don't know where it went to. So it went to somebody's pocket.
We have homeless people in our whole freaking country. Why do we have to help other people?
100% with you. 100% with you. We need to help our homeless veterans, our homeless people, take care of them, feed our starving, our hungry children. But I'm just a dumb cop, so I don't know.
I wouldn't call you dumb. I think she's pretty intelligent.
I'll be honest with you, man. It doesn't look like she's here. Do you
worrying.
Do you think she was actually dead?
I mean, I didn't check, I just kind of assumed because she defecated on herself.
Yeah. You pick her up in your arms or by her clothes? What? I mean, which one? I mean, arms or by her clothes?
By her clothes.
Okay. Oh man, when I went in there, something stabbed in my eye. My eye's irritated now. Yeah. A little piece of bamboo leaf. I think I'm allergic to bamboo. And there's no chance you could have done a little further or back? Not 3549?
Originally, the plan was I was gonna go on that private road and dump her, but then,
Yes. I understand. Because our main goal is to get her remains home, close it out. Yeah.
I mean, I think it might be possible somebody picked her up, but at the same time, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, that's random person picks her up. That's gonna be why they come forward and stuff like that. I'm a hero, I found her, stuff like that, you know what I mean?
Unless they were not right.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, I've noticed there's quite a bit of tweakers out here.
Quite a bit.
Sorry.
Not just sitting here racking my brain and thinking, it's like, Tanner's being completely honest with me, completely cooperative with me. He's been upfront and honest, and it just clicked to me. Is it Zero that's fucking with me? That's not wanting to tell me where she's at? Zero, tell me where she's at.
Bottom of the creek.
Where?
Bottom of the creek.
Bottom of a creek, which creek?
I don't know what it's called.
Can you take me to it, Zero? Take me to it. Tanner trusts me, why can't you trust me? I'm giving you trust me.
Let me take her home.
Let me take her home. Come on. You want me to get in the truck? Woman. Here.
Until I get to 7. Take her right around 7:30.
Okay.
Might get a little rude. You trust me the entire time.
I apologize, bro. I wasn't aware you were willing to talk to me.
I'm not gonna let you out for that.
Could you get out there and tell them to move, please? ASAP.
Hey, come on, let's out real quick. Weed it out. Weed it out.
So do I just keep going this way? you want it to go slower or anything, Zero? Getting closer or further down? Getting kind of close. Want to slow down? Yes. See where all those cars are? Take a left. Left. Go slow. Okay. There we go. Where those trucks are? Those trucks are at? Yes.
Where did you park?
Right here.
Okay. Where'd you put her?
I'll show you.
Did you put her in the water?
You want her in the water? Zero. How far in there? Just tossed her in, got back in the truck, started driving off. Oh, I turned it back in. When you analyzer. Zero, when you threw her in, were you down there? Were you closer to the... I got you. I'm just very slipped. I got you there. Hold me up.
You got it?
Yep.
Were you this far down? Or did you step a little?
Right there.
You tossed her in right there? Did she sink? She did sink? Did you tie something to her?
Go left. Right there. Right there.
Oh, yep.
She's there.
There she is.
Okay. Let's go.
Thank you, Zero.
Zero.
Oh.
Stand by, stand by.
I'll walk you down there.
Hold on, hold on.
Nobody comes in.
Sit there with it for a second.
Okay.
Wait, yeah, lock, stop, right? Hey, nobody goes past that. Boys, nobody.
That's awesome. It's great. Proud of you.
Yep. Zero, thank you for getting me here. But I've got a question, Zero.
Hold on. What happened?
Am I talking to Tanner now?
Yeah. Wait, what's...
I need Zero. I need to ask Zero one more question. Zero, can you come out? Zero, I need you. Talk to me. I know Tanner didn't sexually assault this girl. I know Tanner didn't hurt this girl, but I know you did. Did you sexually assault this little girl?
No.
Did you kill this little girl, Zero?
Tanner wouldn't do it.
Thank you for bringing me to her. Thank you for letting me get her home. I'm gonna have to back up.
How do you feel?
Like I want to hurt Tanner.
Why do you want to hurt Tanner?
Because he's a coward. He's always been a coward.
I'm drunk out.
Who's been a coward?
Bitch boy.
Is that what you,
Get back up.
is that what you call him?
He's kind of a bitch.
Why do you say that?
Keep going, Joe. Keep going. We've got that road stopped for you.
Zero, why do you call Tanner a bitch boy?
Because he made me come out. He made me tell you. Well, not leave me alone. He's mad at me.
You did the right thing. We needed to get her home. That's the only way to do it. We needed to get her home. If something happened to somebody you cared for, wouldn't you want them to come home? Zero, how long have you been with Tanner?
About 6 months.
Where'd you come from?
I don't know.
What made you come to Tanner?
It's vulnerable.
Where did you find him?
What do you mean, where did I find him?
Where'd you find him? What was the location you found him at? Did you just find him at home? Did you find him when he was in a dark place? Did you find him when... Did he come to you?
I found him when he started taking his medicine.
That's when he first came out?
He wanted to die. I wanted him to die. He seems to be more in control most of the time. Why do you want to talk to me?
Zero, you've been more helpful than Tanner right now. Tanner was really honest, but you helped me, so I want to know why you took advantage of Tanner. Tanner was honest, and he was really helpful, but you wouldn't let Tanner tell me where she was at. I had to talk to you to get the truth.
Tanner didn't know. Last thing I let him remember was leaving her in the bamboo.
Did you go back to the bamboo and get her?
No.
You didn't go back to the bamboo and get her and then bring her here?
Immediately after she was put in the bamboo.
Immediately? So you...
Tanner didn't handle this reality. So I took over.
What was his reality?
The fact that he let a child die.
So is Tanner telling us the truth on how everything happened?
His truth.
What's your truth on it? What's your take on it? How did it happen?
I tried to get into her, that little girl. She was going to put us away for a long time.
So
It's
everything
vehicular assault.
Sorry.
Even if it's on accident. So I took the initiative to make her go.
But everything that he told us is correct other than where you put her.
Pretty much. But the thing he didn't want to tell you about me.
Why?
Because he's clearly in that case.
So was that your attempt at getting me to talk to you when we rode on the porch? Because obviously that wasn't Tanner. Or was that Tanner warning me about you?
That was his warning.
Is there anything that Tanner left out that I need to know? You think I need to know? Because obviously
Tanner left out.
Is there anything you left out?
I was about to ask if you wanted to know anything else from me.
Yeah, what did you leave out?
I tried to set it up like someone else took her.
How did you do that?
Came up with an entire story.
Is that where the story about the green van and the Hispanic male came from?
Yeah.
Is that what you told those agents?
I talked to them. He was too scared.
The guy was too scared to talk to you, to talk to Zero?
Tanner was too scared.
Zero. Is there anything else I need to know? Did you do anything else to that little girl?
No.
Was that your biggest fear, that Tanner would get y'all put away?
You're trying to stop me. Constantly.
What was he saying to you?
Oh, please don't hurt her. She's just a little fuck up loser.
Did you immediately, as soon as y'all hit her, did you come out and take over? Or fear that maybe Tanner would get y'all put away? Or did it take some time?
Tanner was worried about little shit. He wanted to help the poor little girl. Oh, no.
Why didn't you want to help her? Do you like to help anybody?
No. Other than myself.
Have you ever been anywhere else, Zero? Have you ever done this before?
No.
Is this your first time?
Of course. He won't let me out most of the time. I'm not trapped. Right now, he just doesn't know how to deal with anything. Just trapped in his psyche, talking in his ear.
Have you ever made Tanner do this before? This time?
There's never been a situation like this.
So if y'all hadn't hit her with the truck, you would have never done this. If Tanner had never hit her with the truck.
Tanner would have hit her with the truck and none of this would have happened. Right now, we'd be getting ready to go out to the bar and celebrate our brand new car we got.
Do y'all go to the bar often?
On occasion. Tanner and Cassie like karaoke.
Have you ever tried to hurt Cassie for any reason?
No.
Does Cassie know about Zero?
She does.
How does she know about Zero?
We've talked.
What does Cassie say to you? What do you think of her?
Oh, I like her.
Is she nice to you?
Yeah. But between us, she likes it better when I fuck her versus what Tanner does.
Oh yeah, why is that?
She likes it rough.
away? How long do you keep him away? And does it come and go, or do you take over for long periods of time?
The longer I've been here, the longer I'm able to keep in control. I've even found ways to block Tanner out.
How do you do that?
I make him go to sleep.
How long does he stay asleep?
As long as I want him to.
How do you make him go to sleep?
Just make him.
So, when you killed that little girl, was Tanner trying to stop you? Was he trying to come out, or did you put him to sleep?
He was trying to come out. I was just sleeping, but I was planning.
What did you tell him?
I told him if he didn't stop trying to stop me, he would be next.
What was his response to that?
He did help him let me put him to sleep.
Oliver, DB, y'all got any questions for Zero?
I'll have a few when we get to the sheriff's office. You can talk to me at a table. Better environment.
Zero, you said you only been here 6 months. 8 months? In those 8 months, how have you made Tanner's life better?
If you think that's my goal, you're sadly mistaken.
Is your goal to improve Tanner's life?
Why does it seem like I want to kill on top of that?
Is that your sole reason for coming in to Tanner? idea of fun. So you're saying that's why you did
In particular, I'm a very big fan of the white stuff.
cocaine or meth?
Cocaine.
Just Tanner or just you?
No, Tanner just likes being alone. Not getting riled up and crazy. More fun that way, he just wants to relax.
Why did this happen? Why did this happen to her?
That's Tanner.
So if Tanner wouldn't have hit her with that truck, this would have never happened.
Quite.
Why her and not someone else?
Because he hit her with the truck.
So you never intended to hurt anyone unless it was going to potentially cost you your freedom. You would never just randomly hurt somebody.
Tanner doesn't let me.
So Tanner keeps you suppressed from hurting anybody. But if, when you hurt her, that kept you from partying, that kept you from your cocaine, that kept you from doing what Zero likes to do. So you knew if you didn't take control, that Tanner would get you put in jail. Is that right?
Quite.
But you knew if you didn't take complete control and take care of business, Tanner wouldn't. Because he's a what?
And Zero is who? What is he?
The one who gets stuff done.
What's your main goal, Zero? Is it just to party and live and slowly push Tanner out?
I wouldn't be able to push Tanner out even if I wanted to.
Why is that?
Tanner much longer than I have.
Is it hard to push somebody out when they've been around that long? Just past the right there.
It is. I find it to be completely impossible to get rid of it completely.
Yeah. But this is the first time you've been in anybody?
What do you mean?
You've never taken on somebody else. You've never been in any other person. Only Tanner.
Well, I was gone for several years.
Why?
This isn't the first time I've been around Tanner.
When were you around Tanner before?
Not when he was 12 or 13.
Did you do anything when he was 12 or 13? Did you hurt anybody then?
Only Tanner.
How'd you do that?
Look at, you know what? Look at my arm, and you'll know.
So this is the first and only time Zero's hurt anybody.
Other than Tanner.
Other than Tanner. What'd you do to him? How did you hurt him? I know you say look at your arm, but what? What'd you do? Tell me about it.
Took a box cutter. Slashed as hard as I could.
On where? His wrist?
Yeah.
You could have killed him.
That was the goal.
But then what happens when he dies?
I'm free.
That you won't be able to party and do the things Zero likes to do.
Self-destruction is beautiful.
Zero, how did you choose that spot? Particular.
What do you mean?
Why that spot?
What spot?
The spot where you took her body.
Because I knew Tanner would tell. Eventually.
So that was a spot where she might not be found. Did you wrap anything around her?
What do you mean?
Did you do anything to weigh her down?
Like what?
Like anything? Rocks, anything tied to her, anything like that?
No.
Did you turn your phone off, Zero?
Yes.
When did you turn your phone off?
When I took over,
What did you do that for?
so nobody would know.
Were you afraid somebody was going to track you on your phone? Did you say so nobody would know?
Exactly.
Where'd you get that idea from?
TV.
All the crime shows and stuff, I'm sure? You saying yes? Yeah.
Rangers coming back in. Espinosa with the Rangers coming back in. Yes.
Sergeant Oliver, Investigator Oliver, we're going to the sheriff's court.
No.
Just open the gate. Zero, do you smoke? Yes. Let's get you another smoke. Good with that?
You wish to stop the tape at this point?
Yeah, if we can, there's some left, and then there's one after this.
Okay.
Looking at the time
Do y'all want to stop for today and start up in the morning?
I'm fine with that, Your Honor, if you are.
Is that agreeable with the defense?
Yes, Your Honor, I defer to the court.
Okay, we're gonna stop for the day, okay? Go back to your jury room and I'll have Deputy King tell you, give you an update on tomorrow. I need to talk to the lawyer, all right?
Okay, let me see the lawyer.
Okay, Mike. So we've watched these videos all day long in this courtroom, and what's your reaction to what we've seen?
You know, it's been a really long day, and I'm sure it's a really long day for the jury for a couple of reasons. One, there's just a difference between live testimony where a person, it's interactive, you know, you can hear it a lot better, you don't have to struggle to hear as much versus playing a video. And so I think there's always just, it takes a lot physically out of everyone in the courtroom when they play a long video, especially a dark video where they have to turn off the lights for you to be able to see anything. Yeah. And so that is just very physically draining. You add on top of that how incredibly awful the facts of this case, what's being shown in this video, the things the jury is having to hear, and yeah, it's just you and I are physically exhausted from sitting here.
I'm wiped out watching this.
I absolutely would expect the jury to be doubly so.
Yeah, but it's interesting how they, how the ranger leans into this whole zero thing. I mean, and recognizing that, hey, that's the way the guy wants to communicate. Okay.
I you know, as a defense lawyer, you know, I sit here and cringe while I watch the ranger doing that, because it is so incredibly effective. It's absolutely what he should have done. You know, you don't just have one method for interrogating a suspect. You go in there and you see what he's giving you. And in this instance, Tanner Horner he likes the friendly officer. He likes having his ego kind of massaged a little bit. He's putting out there that he's a nice guy and that he has his own kids and, you know, all of this. And so the ranger's like, great, if that's what you're going to give me, I'm just going to feed into that. And the more he gets him talking, the more this zero stuff comes out. Instead of, you know, throwing a wet blanket on that and saying, that's ridiculous, just tell me the truth. He says, great, tell me more about that. Tell me more. Give me more information. Let me talk to Zero. As this whole thing goes on, the level of detail, the amount of information that they get, because the detective, the ranger allows himself to be taken wherever Tanner Horner is willing to go.
Right.
And that was really smart.
And it's the right decision. Okay, so somebody's wants to ask why you think Judge Gallagher wants to talk to the attorneys and how he thinks he is doing, because Mike is an attorney.
I think that you know, generally the judge wants to talk to the attorneys outside the presence of the jury at multiple times throughout the trial, frankly, probably several times every day. It can be anything from scheduling, it can be anything from, some legal issues that might be coming up. A lot of times in these cases, because there's so much evidence, there have been pretrial hearings where we already kind of know what pictures are coming in. We already know the issues that are coming with tomorrow's witness or whatever. And so sometimes it's, hey, I know witness so-and-so is testifying, and there's those things the defense is objecting to, so I need y'all to be here 30 minutes early so we can discuss these issues. So it could be anything like that, and I would expect that.
Yeah, and so just to catch folks up who maybe have joined late, and because I know that people come in and out of the testimony. Let me start by saying who I am. I'm Tanya Iser. I'm a senior investigative reporter here at Channel 8, and I have Mike Howard, who's been our legal analyst today. And pretty much today has been a day of videos, and we've had this Texas Ranger on the stand all day long. Initially, we did have his brother on the stand, I think really just to get into the body cam. Right. But we have walked through today the video progression of this investigation, starting with the body cam of them taking him into custody, and then we saw them initially talking to him, and him taking them out to this location where there's bamboo, and and insisting that we should be able to find the body there. And of course they don't find the body there because that's not where he dumped her. And then they get him in the interrogation room, and some of the most heartbreaking stuff we saw today. Lots today. A lot of what we heard today was difficult to understand because the audio was really bad. But Tanner Horner describing how he killed Athena, describing how he dumped her body, insisting that he had accidentally hit her with a vehicle and that he felt compelled to kidnap her and then kill her and dump her because he was afraid of
getting in trouble.
Right, which is,
and that falls apart very fast.
Yeah, and then of course talking about essentially how this is going to be bad for his life and his family, and just really difficult. And then really hard to take. And then the Texas Ranger describes how, and they show the note in court, how he wrote this note on court, wrote a note on the chalkboard or blackboard or whatever it was, wrote a note on something, basically saying he's going to hurt me or get me, and
he wants to kill me or something.
Yeah, and then of course that's when we get to this whole zero persona, and then that's going to lead to him taking them back to that same location, them not finding her, of course, because she's not there, and then the investigator asking to speak to Zero.
And I think that this is a really good place to highlight how good of a job the Texas Rangers did in this by keeping him talking, because early in the interviews, Tanner Horner is referring, he's not named this Zero, or if he has, it's been in passing, and they probably didn't catch it at first. I certainly didn't catch it at the very first, but he's referring to it more as a voice in his head. And if you don't dig and you don't encourage him to keep talking, that can sound a lot like a very legitimate whole host of mental health diagnoses. Schizophrenia involves auditory and visual hallucinations. It can. Schizoaffective disorder, lots of paranoid delusion, mental health conditions that involve paranoid delusions can involve voices, and sometimes command voices where you're having a hallucination that is telling you to do something. Those absolutely can be real. But because these law enforcement officers do a really good job of just pulling at the thread, and they just keep pulling, then all of a sudden Tanner Horner really leans into this as a multiple personality disorder kind of thing. That this is not just a voice in his head, it's an entire persona, and he does this kind of, now I'm Zero. You saw the officers did a really good job on the video of being like, wait, is it Tanner? No, we want Zero. bring
They're playing
zero
along.
back. They're playing along because the second that Tanner Horner really commits to that, the law enforcement officers have given the prosecution a wrapped, bow-tied gift, because the prosecution can say the entire mental health community agrees that multiple personality disorder is complete bunk. That this has been debunked. This was a thing that was big in the kind of 60s, 70s, a little bit in the 80s, but now pretty much every serious mental health professional says that's not true, which as the prosecution you love, because you're like, this whole thing about mental illness, about any sort of kind of mental condition he has is nonsense. And the harder that the defense tries to lean into his, I'm going to assume, very real autism spectrum disorder, the prosecution can say, yeah, but everything this guy says is a lie. Just like all his lie upon lie upon lie, the zero lie, everything from this guy's a lie. He's just a master manipulator.
Right, and he's and what did the prosecutor say on day one that they were going to show us? Lie upon lie upon lie.
That's it.
And that the only thing he was going to tell the truth about was that he killed Athena Strand.
Yep.
That was going to be the only truth. And I think so far what we're seeing is there's a lot of truth to that.
Yep.
That they're systematically breaking down the lies. And while it is difficult and hard to see and hear some of this stuff, there is a sort of a method to the madness of playing it all, because we didn't do guilt innocence, so the jury has not seen this stuff. And so you got to walk them through it in order to, when we get to the point where they get to those special issues questions, and again, the jury has to answer two questions. Is he an ongoing threat? And is there anything that would mitigate, anything in his background, anything in his, character, anything that would mitigate him from having to have, for getting the death penalty? And so those are the questions they'll have to answer. And so they're going to lay out their case. We've talked about this. Initially there was a thought that maybe this would go quicker. I really don't think so. I don't think it'll go much quicker. I really think it's still going to go about 2 weeks, because basically both sides are going to put on their side.
Yeah. Capital murder cases that involve the death penalty are almost always backloaded anyways. The sentencing issues are what take up the most time. I don't want to say capital murder cases are usually like throwdown cases, that they're just kind of, but they are often not about guilt. They're often much more about the sentencing phase. So yeah, and the prosecution's going to be able to say all of these lies, all of this manipulation is all you need to know about both special issues. The first special issue being, does he pose, is there a reasonable likelihood that he poses a future danger to society? Well, yeah, not only has he done it, but he will lie about it, he will cover it up, he will manipulate, he is a master manipulator, and he's shown that he doesn't have a caring bone in his body for humanity, so of course he'll do it again. And then they get to say, is there a mitigating circumstance? No, because everything this guy says is a lie. I mean, this is I'm not saying they're correct. I haven't heard a single thing from the defense, and as a defense lawyer, I understand there are two sides to every story, but just talking about what is very likely to be the prosecution's narrative, it's a very strong narrative. Mm-hmm. I think they've done a very good job of setting it up. I think they did a very good job of teasing it in the opening, and then bringing in, they didn't mess around. They brought in evidence very quickly that showed, hey, that thing I told you yesterday about what this case is going to be about, first day, first witness, here we go, here it is.
Right.
I think that just builds credibility, and it is really impactful.
Yeah, because sometimes when I've watched criminal trials, the one that really comes to mind is the one that we just did, the last one, which was Uvalde, and I'm watching it, I'm going, what are they doing? Where are they going? And an opening statement really should be the roadmap, and they have given us a roadmap.
Yep.
And they're walking down that roadmap. One thing that we haven't heard much about yet, and I expect we'll hear soon, is they mentioned, I believe it was in opening statements, that he had scoped out another location either the day before, so there's more to come.
Yeah.
And we still have not seen that video from inside that delivery truck, or heard the audio, because there was part of it that was covered up. So we saw the screenshot, but we didn't see or hear that video. So, that's coming too.
Yeah.
And
people are asking a lot about that. Do we expect that they'll play that? I think.
Oh, they will.
From a lawyer standpoint, you would be crazy not to play that. It's got to be extremely weighty, extremely impactful. I mean, just frankly, as awful as you can imagine, even if you don't hear her struggling or anything like that, just the things that we have been told he says about, don't.
Well, and apparently there is going to be audio of her.
And so, if I'm the prosecutor, I'm playing that. And I'm going to apologize to the jury ahead of time and say, I am sorry from the depths of my soul that I have to play this for you, but I wouldn't be doing Athena justice if I didn't play this. You need to hear this, and you get permission from the jury. You probably start that in jury selection to explain, hey, this is going to be hard. I'm going to need your permission to do my job and to do my job thoroughly. And then once you have that permission, you play it and you let that sink in. You don't abuse it. It's not like you're going to play it 10 times just to keep ringing the bell, but you play that because you know how impactful it's going to be. So I could not imagine they will not play that.
The bigger question is not if you play it, the question is when you play it.
Yeah.
At what point do you do that? It's like, and you're a trial attorney, trials have an arc.
Yep.
And fundamentally, a trial in many ways is storytelling.
Yeah.
You really are. You're telling a story to the jury, and it starts with that opening statement, which is the roadmap. And then I have to say, I thought that the opening statement for the defense, and I don't know if you watched that or not, but I struggled with it. It wasn't what I expected, and let's just say that I thought the prosecutor's opening was very good. I cannot say the same for the defense's opening.
I didn't watch it. It's hard for me to say. I can certainly say I think it's a much easier job the prosecution has telling a story, because they're literally telling a story. This is what you're going to hear. This is what the facts are. This is our story. The defense has to do so many different things at once. Oftentimes they're not committing to one story because of the way our system is, and reasonable doubt and presumption of innocence. And just kind of any case, they might be laying out several stories, which is difficult. They are trying to preserve error. So there's a lot of things that make it hard. But, still a good defense lawyer needs to, as much as possible, make a clear opening statement, or don't do it, or wait to do it. Right. So, I didn't see that, but it's.
I think it's definitely coming. But anyway, thank you folks for joining us. Mike and I are going to wrap up for the day. Again, thank you, Mike Howard, for coming
Absolutely.
on. Mike has done this with me a number of times as we've done these gavel to gavels. The trial is supposed to begin back up tomorrow at 9. We'll start the live stream around 8:30, and I'll have a different attorney joining us tomorrow. And we will be here every day of the trial, walking you through gavel to gavel, explaining what we're seeing and hearing in the courtroom, and as we watch this really heartbreaking trial unfold. Thank you so much for joining us.